Chapter 346. Passing the sky-piercing mountain in the newbie stage would give 10 times the points reward. Passing the first stage would give 1,000 points, which was equivalent to 100,000 supreme grade spirit crystals. This was already the same as the spirit crystal reward for the top 3 in the 9 regions genius battle. From the point reward, one could see how difficult the sky-piercing mountain was. Among so many young geniuses, only Ji Wei and Mu Ning had passed the second and first stages respectively. The difficulty was obvious. Past the mountain. Jiang Xi's eyes were firm. Whether it was difficult or not, he would pass it first. It might seem like a long process, but it actually took less than a breath's time to go through the information on the stone tablet. Looking up, one could see that there was a stone staircase on the green lotus sky, piercing mountain that led to the top of the mountain. There was a platform at every interval of the stone staircase. Jiang Xi walked up the stairs. The first platform was the first stage. In the depths of Nine Heavens City, other than the 1,000-meter-tall Nine Heavens Palace, there were many other palaces. Additionally, there were also quite a number of palaces 100 meters tall surrounding Nine Firmaments Palace. Those were the grotto mansions of some human experts. At this moment, a woman in green flew into one of the palaces on her sword. "Brother Zhongli, don't sleep anymore. Come down and see me." The woman in green frowned and shouted from below a pavilion. "Sai, Pinger, Pinger, I'll call you sister, okay? I've only slept for 300 years, 300 years. You woke me up." A helpless voice sounded from within the pavilion. A young man with long, messy hair and a slovenly appearance walked down from the pavilion. His clothes were unbuttoned, and he held a wine gourd in his hand. "What's the matter?" His eyes were wandering. "No matter what, you were once the famous wine sword immortal in the other realms. Now, you only know how to sleep all day." Immortal Ping had a look of disappointment on her face. "If you have something to say, say it. If not, I'm going upstairs." Wine Sword Immortal was clearly impatient. "The new 9 regions genius battles youths are all here. 9 of them have chosen our Green Lotus sect. Come with me." Immortal Ping stated her intentions boring. "I'm not going." Wine Sword Immortal raised his gourd and took a sip as if he was hiding something. Immortal Ping sighed in her heart. She knew that her words had poked at Wine Sword Immortal's sore spot. Because the Wine Sword Immortal Zhong Li and his Dao companion, Lian Rong, had met each other during the 9 regions genius battle. And now, the Wine Sword Immortal was still here, but his Dao companion was gone. This great change caused the Wine Sword Immortal, who had dominated the 9 regions and slaughtered the immortal Dao experts of the 10,000 races in the extraterritorial battlefield, to fall into depression until today. Immortal Ping was very clear that it had already been 50,000 years. If the Wine Sword Immortal did not resolve the demonic barrier in his heart, he would not be able to break through. A 9th Tribulation Transcender had a lifespan of 100,000 years at most. If Wine Sword Immortal does not break through, his lifespan will be depleted. "Sister Rong, I really have no other choice." Immortal Ping muttered to herself. For the past 50,000 years, in order to help the Wine Sword Immortal break the demonic barrier in his heart, she had thought of all sorts of ways, but had never succeeded. Every time the 9 regions genius tournament's young people came to 9 Heaven City, she would try to get Wine Sword Immortal to go out and take a look. With this in mind, Immortal Ping advised again, "Leave quickly. The Sword Dao's Green Lotus lineage is now relying on you to hold up the facade. You are already able to take charge of an area on your own." Wine Sword Immortal raised his gourd and drank again. "In the world of mortals with a sword, only wine can resolve my desires." At the same time, he hummed an off-key song and was about to go upstairs. No more wine." He suddenly stopped in his tracks and shook his wine gourd, frowning. "Why is there no wine now?" He pinched his fingers and divined, but found nothing. But the feeling of sudden inspiration was extremely obvious. This was a situation that had never happened in the past 50,000 years. "Oh, well, let's go." Wine Sword Immortal regained his unrestrained self and laughed. "I can go with you to take a look, but after that, you have to get me 100,000-year-old moon frost wine." 100,000-year-old moon frost wine. You better go back to sleep. Immortal Ping stared with her eyes wide open. Wine sort of mortal laughed loudly. Then, with a thought, their spiritual awareness entered the sky-piercing mountain river painting. In the sky above the vast continent where the sky-piercing mountain was, the two figures were hidden in the starry sky. They were looking at the green lotus sky-piercing mountain. How are the young people this year? Wine Sword Immortal asked. There is a genius called Ji Wei, who is said to be hard to come by in 1,000,000 years. Just now, he challenged the void universe sky-piercing mountain and passed 2 rounds consecutively. Immortal Ping replied, That is an extraordinary person. Who knows? He might become a great Tao immortal in the future. Wine Sword Immortal was surprised. He asked again, What about those who chose the Green Lotus altar? There are 9 people. I have already sent a message to the Mountain Guardian. The first 8 people have already failed. Now, the one who is challenging the mountain is called Jiang Ci. It is said that he has a slight chance of passing the first round. Oh, let me take a look. Wine Sword Immortal raised his wine gourd and was about to drink when he remembered that there was no wine left. In the end, he could only helplessly shake his head and look at the Green Lotus sky-piercing mountain. Green Lotus sky-piercing mountain, Jiang Ci walked along the stone steps and quickly reached the first platform. This place was empty and did not seem to be dangerous. But then, the space changed, and he fell into an illusion. In the illusory space, there was an endless mountain range. At this time, Jiang Ci was standing in the air. In front of him, there was a figure standing with a sword on his back. It was a middle-aged man wearing battle armor, exuding the powerful aura of a mortal realm. Guardian. Immortal. It would be strange if he could pass. Jiang Ci's expression changed abruptly. As for the gatekeeper, he frowned. Another original infant stage brat? Then his aura suddenly decreased. His cultivation quickly fell to perfected nascent soul stage, the same as Jiang Ci. Challenger, my cultivation will remain the same as yours, but my Tao technique is different. My Tao technique will remain at the first level of sword intent. The Guardian said in a deep voice. Jiang Ci's expression eased a little, but when he heard the following words, his expression changed again. First level of sword intent. Saber Tao, Sword Tao, Spear Tao, and Axe Tao. These 4 special Tao techniques were somewhat different from the common 5 elements, time, and space Tao techniques. Under normal circumstances, after cultivating Tao techniques to the Tao of heaven and earth, the next level would be the Great Tao realm. And the next level after saber, sword, spear, and axe was Tao intent. Therefore, above Sword Tao was sword intent. According to the spiritual power amplitude, the maximum amplitude of Sword Tao level 10 was 2,000 times. Then sword intent level 10 was 20,000 times. To be more specific, the spiritual power amplitude of sword intent level 1 was 3,800 times. What's there to play? Jiang Ci's eyes widened. His Tao of fire level 10 had a spiritual power amplitude of 1,000 times. But it was only 1,000 times. With such a big difference, there was no way to fight at all. The gatekeeper didn't even need to use a sword. A single fist was enough to kill him. Don't worry. According to the rules, the difficulty of each level is the same. My current Tao technique strength is equivalent to the first level of an ordinary great Tao, the Guardian said again. Jiang Ci heaved a sigh of relief. But... Chapter 347. In terms of the Tao of heaven and earth, the cultivation of Tao techniques was divided into 3 levels: special, rare, and ordinary. When a Taoist technique entered the great Tao level, it was only divided into special and ordinary. This was because there were thousands of Taoist techniques, but there were only 36 great Taos. The cultivation before the great Tao was naturally special and rare Taoist techniques, which had a higher chance of stepping onto the great Tao than ordinary Taoist techniques. The limit of an ordinary great Tao is 10,000 times, and the first realm is 1,900 times. 1,000 times, and the difference is less than 2 times. How can I fight? Jiang Ci took a deep breath. It was too difficult. No wonder he had failed all his previous attempts. However, you should know that Sword Dao focuses on killing. Even if it only has the power of an ordinary first-level Great Dao technique, it's still much stronger than ordinary Great Dao techniques. In terms of attack power, it is also much stronger than other ordinary Great Daos. Are you ready? The gatekeeper's deep voice sounded again. Jiang Xi's eyes narrowed. Let's begin. Admit defeat? That was impossible. Buzz. The sound of a sword rang out. At the same time, the aura of a sword domain suddenly condensed on Jiang Xi's sword. Are all the sword Dao cultivators of the human race so weak now? The gatekeeper whispered. Swoosh! A soaring sword intent emanated from the long sword behind him and soared into the sky. Although he maintained his cultivation base at the perfected nascent soul realm, his current Taoist technique strength was at the tribulation immortal realm. The gatekeeper would not show mercy and instantly attacked. The sword was unstoppable, directly piercing through space and stabbing towards Jiang Xi. Boom! However, a layer of fire and wind condensed on Jiang Xi's sword. The Tao of fire and the Gale domain. This was not a fusion technique, but three Taoist techniques at the same time. He also cultivated other Taoist techniques. The gatekeeper's expression turned cold. Boom! Boom! The two swords instantly clashed. The three Taoist techniques collided with the pure sword intent. A powerful aura erupted and swept through the mountain range. Mountain peaks crumbled one after another. Bang! At the end of the first exchange, Jiang Xi was directly sent flying and smashed into a 10,000-meter tall mountain. Suddenly, half of the mountain exploded and the mountain collapsed. Your Dao technique strength isn't bad. If you go to other Heavenspan mountains, you can clear the first round. But here, you're still far from enough. The gatekeeper said in a deep voice. Don't look down on me. Jiang Xi rushed out from the rubble below and slashed at the gatekeeper. Clang! The two of them exchanged blows again. Riverward had always been at a disadvantage. His current spiritual energy amplitude was only 1,000 times. However, by using three Taoist techniques at the same time, he was able to hold on. Unfortunately, I'm unable to utilize the Dao fusion technique. Otherwise, I'd surely kill him. Jiang Xi retreated repeatedly. They could only passively defend. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. The gatekeeper was also somewhat surprised. His current strength was already equivalent to that of a first tribulation transcender. Jiang Xi had actually waited for so long. Moreover, he realized that Jiang Xi's use of Dao techniques was very exquisite. Sword domain, Gale domain, Leaf Fire Dao. Although it was not a fusion of Daos and Dharma, each had their own division of labor and coordination. Let's end this. The gatekeeper slashed again and forced Jiang Xi to retreat thousands of kilometers. This time, he took advantage of the fact that Jiang Xi was exhausted and used his sword intent to sweep the area. The gap is still too big. Jiang Xi felt helpless. He had failed to pass the round. In the starry sky, Wine Sword Immortal Zhong Li and Immortal Ping saw everything. Immortal Ping sighed and said, what a pity. His talent in fire-type Taoist techniques is much stronger than his talent in the Tao of the Sword. It seems that there is no hope for the youngsters who chose the Green Lotus lineage this time. No, Pinger, you're mistaken. Wine Sword Immortal showed a rare, serious expression. Mistaken? Immortal Ping was puzzled. This youngster is very pure. No, it should be said that his Tao of the Sword is very pure. Although it's still at the sword domain level, it's not mixed with anything else. Wine Sword Immortal's gaze was deep pure. Immortal Ping was even more puzzled. She was also a 7th Tribulation Transcender who practiced the Tao of the Sword. However, she had never heard of someone who practiced the Tao of the Sword being pure. However, she knew that although Wine Sword Immortal was still a Tribulation Transcender, his Taoist techniques had already reached the realm of sword intent. His understanding of the sword was higher than hers, so there was definitely a reason for his words. Wine Sword Immortal explained, humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and cultivators are no exception. When comprehending the Tao, one's Taoist techniques will be mixed with all kinds of emotions. Happiness, anger, sorrow, fear, hostility, evil, madness, ethereal, carefree, peaceful, and so on. As for this youngster Jiang Ci, his Taoist techniques don't have any emotions and are extremely pure. If he can maintain such a pure Taoist technique, the bottleneck of his Taoist techniques in the future will be much smaller. Winesword Immortal sighed softly. His current bottleneck was brought about by his emotions. Although he knew it, he couldn't break it. In that case, Jiang Ci is very suitable for the Tao of the Sword. Immortal Ping's eyes lit up. Couldn't be more suitable. Winesword Immortal laughed, completely unrestrained. Then he said with a solemn expression, Ping, I'm preparing to teach the Tao of the Sword in 9 Firmament City. Help me spread the word. That's great. Immortal Ping immediately smiled, very happy. Then she suddenly thought of something and said with a frown, Big Brother Zhongli, are you so sure that this youngster Jiang Ci will be able to reach the Tao of the Sword? Can this youngster pass the 3rd trial of the Green Lotus sky-piercing mountain in 30 years? Saber, sword, spear, and axe are the most difficult Taoist techniques to cultivate. Winesword Immortal chose to teach the Tao of the Sword at this time because he was targeting Jiang Ci. The youngsters of the 9 regions genius competition could only pass the 3rd trial of the sky-piercing mountain. Only then would they be qualified to listen to the lectures of the Tribulation Transcender powerhouses in 9 Firmament City, and then the Tribulation Transcender powerhouses would accept them as disciples. Of course, there was an exception, and that was powerhouses above the true monarch level, who didn't need to follow this rule. Let's go back and talk about it. Winesword Immortal smiled gently. A trace of spirit hidden in his eyes, he still had a piece of information that he didn't reveal, and that was that Jiang Ci Sword Tao was too similar to his Tao partner Rome Sword Tao. They were both very pure. It was just that Jiang Ci's Sword Tao was a bit purer. But no matter what, as long as it was similar, there was hope in his heart. The 2 figures disappeared into the starry sky of the sky-piercing mountain river painting. Below, on the vast land where the sky-piercing mountain was located, the black-robed old man guarding the mountain looked up at the starry sky where the 2 were and sighed softly. The other geniuses were already discussing at this time. Jiang Ci has already been in the trial for 5 minutes. Is he going to pass the 1st trial? It's hard to say. Among the top 10, only Ji Wei and Mu Ning passed the 1st trial. Even the 2nd place, Yan Jiufeng, and the 3rd place, Kuang Lang, failed. Look, he came out. The mountain guard didn't say that he passed the 1st trial. He failed. Many geniuses let out a sigh of relief. If Jiang Ci passed it again, the blow would be too great. Kuang Lang clenched and unclenched his fists. Others didn't care, but he did, because Jiang Ci had lasted for 5 minutes on the sky-piercing mountain, far exceeding his 3 minutes. Comparing the 2, it meant that Jiang Ci's Tao strength had far surpassed his. 1, 2, 3, they're all monsters, Yan Jiufeng muttered. Then he said to Mu Ning, I'm leaving first. Mu Ning tilted his head and knocked on a straw hat with his bamboo flute. Only a year had passed, and Jiang Ci's improvement was beyond his expectations. In the end, all 3,600 geniuses had finished challenging the mountain. Only Ji Wei passed the 2nd trial, and Mu Ning passed the 1st trial. The others all failed. The ones who lasted the longest were Yan Jiufeng and Jiang Ci. The competition began from this moment onwards. The other top 10 geniuses became even more hardworking. This was also a scene that the human race experts were happy to see. Only through competition could there be improvement. However, a piece of news spread among the geniuses the next day, causing a sensation. Chapter 348. 9 Heaven City, inside Jiang Ci's stone house. Mu Ning was taken in as a disciple by a perfected cultivator. Jiang Ci held his communication bead in shock. This guy couldn't keep a secret. He had just sent a message to show off to him. He had been taken in as a disciple by a perfected cultivator in 9 Heaven City and was about to pay him a visit. Fuck, a perfected cultivator. Jiang Ci still couldn't express his shock. A perfected cultivator was a Tao immortal expert who had completed a great Tao. When a Tao immortal was invisible, a perfected cultivator could do whatever he wanted. If Mu Ning was taken in as a disciple by such an expert, he would have a chance to step onto the great Tao in the future. Jiang Ci was shocked and fell into deep thought. Ji Wei didn't have a perfected cultivator to take in a disciple, but Mu Ning got a master first? Why is that? And a perfected cultivator has an endless lifespan. If it's not necessary, they rarely take in disciples. Looks like everyone has secrets. Ji Wei has secrets, so does Mu Ning. Even Yin Jiufeng, Kuang Lang, Bloodchild, and the others have secrets. Thinking of this, he smiled. Others had secrets, so did he. Envy aside, I have the experience panel. I'll catch up sooner or later. Jiang Ci wasn't the only one who was shocked and confused. All the geniuses were the same. Even Ji Wei was agitated by this. He went straight to the inheritance altar and used one of the 2 chances he had just received. No one wanted to fall behind others. This was especially true for the prideful geniuses. At the same time, in the primal universe, Purple Heaven sects 6th heaven. A majestic palace sat on the peak of a towering mountain surrounded by stars. Iron Mountain perfected cultivator in blood-red armor sat on top of the palace. As for immortal Iliang and immortal Chuha, they were standing respectfully below. Greetings, perfected cultivator. How did the youngsters of this batch do? Iron Mountain perfected cultivator's hoarse voice sounded. Immortal Iliang said respectfully, only Ji Wei and Mu Ning passed the 2nd stage of the Void Universe Sky Mountain and the 1st stage of the All Things Sky Mountain. Not bad. What about the others? Jiang Ci and Yin Jiufeng were able to pass the 1st stage within 3 years. True Lord Iron Mountain pondered for a moment before nodding. You may leave first. Immortal Iliang and Immortal Chuha hurriedly took their leave. In the empty hall, perfected Lord Iron Mountain pondered for a long time as he looked ahead with a deep gaze. From his position, he could see the flow of the galaxy. Kuan Yu spends most of his time in seclusion in the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance. Why would he notice a young fellow who hasn't even reached the Tao merge? True Lord Iron Mountain frowned. After becoming a Tao immortal, one could live as long as the heavens if one did not encounter any calamities or tribulations. As for True Lord Kuan Yu, he was a Tao immortal expert who had lived for countless years. She knew more secrets than he did. So what if I'm recruiting disciples? This year's geniuses are all under my Iron Mountain, 9 Heavens City, Wine Sword Immortal's residence. Wine Sword Immortal and Immortal Ping were watching a battle. It displayed the scene of Mu Ning challenging the 1st stage of the Myriad Heavenspan Mountain. Big Brother Zhongli, can you see anything? Why would True Lord Kuan Yu accept him as a disciple? Immortal Ping turned her head and asked. Wine Sword Immortal sleepily said, I can't see anything either. However, this young fellow's eyes are as pure as Jiang Ci's sword. The eyes are the windows to the soul. It's rare to see someone who can still maintain a pure heart after cultivating for hundreds of years. The 2 were somewhat puzzled. Tao immortals like True Lord Kuan Yu, who had endless lifespans, would not easily accept disciples. This was because if they did not cause trouble, they would not die and would not need to pass on their mantle. Instead, tribulation transcenders like them who were nearing the end of their lifespans would often accept disciples. It seems that this year's 9 Regions Genius Tournament is the strongest in the past 1,000,000 years. Not only is there Ji Wei, but there's also Mu Ning, Immortal Ping said. What? Are you looking down on that young fellow who cultivates the Tao of the Sword? Wine Sword Immortal drank another mouthful of wine. Immortal Ping smiled and said, How can I look down on someone that Big Brother Zhongli thinks highly of? I just feel that he's still a little lacking compared to Ji Wei and Mu Ning. A little lacking? That's because there's no one guiding him. Geniuses like Ji Wei and Mu Ning not only have high attainments in the Tao, but they are also very skilled in using it. It's obvious that there's someone guiding them behind the scenes. In comparison, although Jiang Ci's attainment in the Tao is also high, his actual use is a bit shallow. The gap between theory and practice is not small. Winesword Immortal shook his head lightly. What does Big Brother Zhongli mean? I have to give him some pointers. It's not easy for the Green Lotus lineage to have such a good seedling. Those Sword Dao perfected lords might not like him, but I do. Immortal Ping smiled and shook her head. He had not even accepted a disciple, but he already regarded her as his master. But then again, I originally wanted to teach him a technique and create a sensation this time, but someone else beat me to it. Although Winesword Immortal said this, his expression was very indifferent, as if he did not care at all. Immortal Ping smiled and said, "Don't worry, you are the dignified Winesword Immortal. In terms of fame, you are not inferior to true Lord Koen Yu." The news that Mu Ning had been accepted as a disciple by a perfected lord quickly spread. A group of young geniuses stirred up a frenzy of cultivation competition. Jiang Xi was naturally also focused on cultivation. Although he was not at the inheritance altar, he still had to continue his deduction. He activated his sword domain and gale domain at the same time. However, he clearly felt that the efficiency of his sword Dao deduction had decreased by 100 times. It would be great if I could sit on the Green Lotus altar and cultivate every day. Jiang Xi looked forward to it. If others cultivated at the altar for a long time, they might suffer from indigestion. He did not need to worry about that. He only needed the Dao technique inheritance at the inheritance altar as a reference to continue his deduction. Unfortunately, dreams were too far away from reality. The difficulty of challenging the sky, piercing mountain, was too high. Oh, at that moment, Jiang Xi discovered that someone had sent him a message. Is it Dao Du? He smiled. He had spent 10 days here, but more than a month had passed in the original universe. It's not him? Who is Winesword Immortal? Jiang Xi scanned it with his spiritual perception and discovered that it was an unfamiliar transmission mark. Furthermore, it was a message. Ever since the 9 Regions Genius Tournament ended, all kinds of invitations had flooded in. For peace and quiet, he had changed his transmission mark. Now, only a few friends and family, as well as Purple Heaven Sex Immortal Iliang, knew his transmission mark. As for this Winesword Immortal, he had never heard of him. However, this name did not sound simple. He was definitely a tribulation transcender. Jiang Xi checked the message with doubts. I'm Winesword Immortal. When you challenged the sky-piercing mountain yesterday, I watched from above. Your sword Dao is not bad, and you should continue to maintain it. However, you're not very good at the practical application of Dao techniques. I suggest you systematically learn the basic knowledge of sword Dao application. Our Purple Heaven Sex Treasure Pavilion has the tune of 10,000 swords. It's a cultivation technique that explains the basic application of the Green Lotus Sword Dao. You can buy it and learn it. Also, go look for the Stone House in the North 9th District of Nine Heaven City. The Dao runes there will be helpful to you. Chapter 349. It was a simple message, but it pointed out the problem and gave a solution. It was like an elder giving advice to a junior. After reading it, Jiang Xi was shocked and fell into deep thought, recalling his battles in recent years. Even though I have experienced a lot of battles in the 9 Regions Genius Battle, in terms of practical application of Dao techniques, I am still inferior. Compared to other geniuses who have cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years, I am indeed much worse. This was a problem that was difficult to avoid. He could use the experience points to increase his Dao technique realm. However, combat experience was accumulated through countless battles. The problem was that he had only cultivated for less than 50 years. To be specific, it was less than 30 years. Judging from his tone, Winesword Immortal is an immortal of the Purple Heaven sect. Since he is named Sword Immortal, his sword Dao strength must not be bad. I have to pay attention to the problem pointed out by such an expert. With a thought, Jiang Xi entered the Purple Heaven sect board in the Eye of Heaven network through his communication bead. He was now a level 3 disciple of the Purple Heaven sect, so he naturally had the authority to access this place. A 3-dimensional phantom appeared in the stone house. Search for wine, sword, immortal. Suddenly, the phantom changed, and a large number of images, pictures, and text information appeared. Jiang Ci quickly read with his spiritual sense. After a moment, only surprise was left on his face. There is actually such a person. According to the information he could find, this was a 9 tribulations sword immortal who had once shocked the 9 regions. 50,000 years ago, he joined forces with another tribulation transcender to kill and seriously injure a Tao immortal of the demon race. Tribulation transcenders and Tao immortals were on 2 completely different levels. One had an end to their lifespan, the other had an endless lifespan. It was almost impossible to fight above one's level. Battle achievements were one thing. On the other hand, Winesword Immortal was a heroic and righteous person, famous for being unrestrained. Back then, he was the most popular immortal in the entire 9 regions of the Tao Alliance. However, for some unknown reason, after that battle 50,000 years ago, the Winesword Immortal disappeared without a trace. He paid attention to the battle when I challenged the sky-piercing mountain. Is he living in seclusion in 9 Heavens City? Jiang Ci's heart moved. It is an honor for such an expert to personally guide me. Jiang Ci smiled and said again, "Enter the Purple Heaven Sex Treasure Pavilion." The 3D illusion changed, and a virtual shopping mall appeared. Search for the melody of 10,000 swords. Information about a cultivation method appeared in front of Jiang Ci. Tune of 10,000 swords, 88 points. Basic application of the Green Lotus Sword Doctrine, restricted to disciples of the first sky and above. Were the basic manuals so expensive? Jiang Ci was dumbfounded. He had thought that it would only cost 1 or 200 top-grade spiritual crystals. 88 points? Wouldn't that be 8,800 top-grade spiritual crystals and 8 billion low-grade spiritual crystals? Then he checked his account balance. 998 top-grade spiritual crystals. Lack of money. Jiang Ci shook his head helplessly. He had used up almost all of the 10,000 top-grade spirit crystals he had received from the 9 Zones Genius Battle to create his doppelganger. Winesword Immortal also mentioned Tao rune carvings. I wonder what they are? His luck was not bad. With his current authority, he had successfully found the Tao rune inscriptions in the Eye of Heaven network. After reading it, Jiang Ci was pleasantly surprised. Good stuff. Many experts who cultivated in 9 Heavens City liked to comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth on the rooftops. Some experts would casually carve their understanding of Tao onto the roof when they were cultivating Tao techniques, so that those who came after them could refer to them. And some later generations would add their own insights to the rooftops, which led to more and more Tao rune carvings on the rooftops. In Jiang Ci's view, wasn't this equivalent to a weaker version of the inheritance altar? Because the experts who cultivated in 9 Heaven City were not only those who had yet to become immortals, but also many immortal path experts. The Tao rune carvings they left behind were definitely not simple. The only drawback was that these Tao rune carvings were rather messy, unlike the Tao technique inheritance on the inheritance altar, which was very complete and systematic. It doesn't matter to me whether it's messy or not, as long as it can be used as a reference for deduction. Jiang Ci's eyes lit up. Thinking of this, he got up and went out, ready to go to the stone house that Winesword Immortal had mentioned to look for the Tao rune carvings there. After coming out, Jiang Ci found that Yin Jiufeng, Mo Hong, Bloodchild, Kuang Lang, and the other geniuses were already searching the empty rooftops of the stone houses. Are they all looking for the Tao rune carvings? Jiang Ci sighed. These extraordinary geniuses were more well-informed than him, who came from an ordinary background. Fortunately, Winesword Immortal had reminded him. Otherwise, he would have fallen behind the others. Even if he found out from the other geniuses later, he would be much later than the others. Time was precious. Then, Jiang Ci went straight to the stone house at North 9th Stone House in Section C. His figure was also noticed by Yin Jiufen and the others. Jiang Ci, he also knows about the existence of the Tao rune carvings. Many people's eyes flashed. Back then, my strength was almost the same as his, but now he has surpassed me. I have to put in more effort than him to prove that my third place is deserved. Quanlang's pride and competitiveness were his motivation to move forward, and the speed at which he searched for the Dao rune carvings was also much faster. Talent is the foundation. Whether or not you can become an expert depends on your temperament and willpower. Being strong for a while doesn't mean you'll be strong forever. I will definitely catch up. And Mo Hong, who looked like a scholar, had a determined look in his eyes. The others, like Bloodchild, Feng Lu, Li Xianxian, and Lin Ling had similar thoughts. However, no one said anything. No one was willing to waste precious time and speed up the search for the Dao rune carvings. These geniuses all understood that even if they entered the Purple Heaven sect, they would face great competition. Because resources were limited in a fair competition, the better they performed, the more resources they would receive. Improve. On the other side, Jiang Xi had a clear goal and didn't search aimlessly. He quickly came to the stone house at North 9th Stone House in Section C. On the roof, he saw the so-called Dao rune carvings and was immediately attracted to them. Those messy carvings seemed to have existed for countless years and still faintly emitted a shocking sword intent. It feels very similar to the sword Dao inheritance at the Green Lotus altar. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up as he carefully observed the Dao rune carvings. The Dao illusion at the Green Lotus altar used the growth and changes of the Green Lotus to demonstrate 9 processes. 1, 4, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 1,000, 100, 100, 4, 1. Some of these Dao runes seem to be describing the inheritance of 1 Green Lotus, while others seem to be describing 4 or 100 lotuses. At the end, Jiang Xi even saw a line of words carved in the common language of the Dao Alliance, which also emitted sharp sword intent. I've already comprehended the first 3 of the 9 growth changes of the Green Lotus. I also have a general idea of the next 1,000 and 10,000. From today onwards, I can compose the tune of 10,000 swords. Within 1,000 years, I will complete the tune of 10,000 swords. I will be able to pass 9 tribulations and the first cycle of life and death. I will become a great Dao, immortal, and be free in the world. Fast, by Liu Yan of the Sword Sect. Chapter 350. Jiang Xi was stunned by the bold handwriting. 9 tribulations in a row to become a great Dao, immortal? Judging from the remnant's sword intent, these runes have existed for a long time. This person should have succeeded, right? No. If he succeeded, then the price of the tune of 10,000 swords in the Purple Heaven Sect treasure vault would be more than 88 points. A great Dao immortal was a perfected cultivator. If one wanted to buy a perfected cultivator's cultivation technique manual, the price would be about 10,000 times higher. I wonder where this person came from. With that thought, Jiang Xi entered the Omniscient Eye network with his communication bead again. He searched for Liu Yan's information and added the keywords Sword Gate and Green Lotus. Otherwise, countless pieces of information would have been found. After all, there were trillions of humans in the universe, and there were countless people named Liu Yan. After adding the keywords, the search was successful almost instantly. Riverward used his spiritual sense to quickly read the contents. As a result, he sank into silence and then sighed with emotion. Another heaven-defying person who fell before becoming an immortal. In terms of talent, this person is many times stronger than Ji Wei. His talent is truly overwhelming and peerless in his generation. According to the public information, Liu Yan was a sword Dao genius from 8 million years ago and came from the Sword Gate, one of the 3 gates. After being allowed to enter the ancient Dao source world to cultivate, he passed 4 trials on his first attempt at the Green Lotus Ski Reach Mountain. This achievement shocked the 9 realms of the Dao Alliance and caused a sensation among the races of the universe. In the next 30 years, Liu Yan passed the trials again and finally passed the 10th trial when he left the ancient Dao source world. At that time, many of the upper echelons of the human race thought highly of Liu Yan and thought that he was the most promising genius cultivator to become a Dao Lord. However, this genius was like a comet. After returning to the Sword Gate, he died in a trial. One must be careful on the path of cultivation. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. Regardless of the time spent cultivating, Lu Yin was even crazier than him, a genius with an experience panel. However, such a heaven-defying person died before becoming an immortal. Moreover, the human race had existed for tens of thousands of years. There must be many geniuses like Lu Yin. Jiang Xi committed caution to memory and then looked at the Sword Dao runes on the roof again. Now, let's see if Lu Yan's Sword Dao inscriptions have any effect on my Sword Dao deduction. The Wine Sword Immortal reminded him to come here to observe because these Sword Dao runes were Lu Yan's drafts before he created the melody of 10,000 swords. If these Sword Dao runes were helpful to his deduction, then the effect of the melody of 10,000 swords would be even more obvious. After that, Jiang Xi carefully observed the messy carvings in front of him and muttered in his heart, "Use the purple firmament sword scripture and sword domain to deduce once." A moment later, the deduction was completed. Then, he carefully sensed the changes in the sword domain. Haha, it's working! Jiang Xi was pleasantly surprised. Even though the changes were extremely subtle, so much so that even with his spiritual sense, he wouldn't have been able to discover them if he hadn't carefully examined them. But if there was a change, it meant that there was an effect. Next, Jiang Xi tried to deduce dozens of times. Finally, he came to a conclusion. The efficiency of Sword Dao deduction had increased by 2 times. Although it was much slower than the speed of the inheritance altar, it was still faster than usual. Now, I'll deduce the Sword Dao with all my strength. Jiang Xi thought to himself. As for the Gale Dao, he would have to wait. Because now, there was a crucial problem. Where could he get experience points? No matter how powerful the engine was, it couldn't run without oil. According to his previous plan, he would absorb and refine the Dao of heaven and earth in the ancient Dao source world. Then, he would madly deduce the Dao of heaven and earth. Now, it seemed that his original plan was too simple. Although the Dao of heaven and earth is visible to the naked eye, I can't just fly up and absorb and refine it, right? Jiang Xi shook his head. That was too impractical. Didn't you see that many powerful cultivators were looking up from the rooftops? He reckoned that as soon as he flew up, he would be slapped until not even a speck of dust remained. Let my clone hunt monsters on Earth and gain experience points? That's a good idea. Jiang Xi was deep in thought. But unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to expose the existence of his clone. Only a hidden trump card could be a trump card. He looked at his remaining experience points. Experience points, 490,500,000. When a 9 Regions Genius Tournament ended, I had more than one. 2 billion experience points. After a year of deduction, I have less than 500 million experience points left. Jiang Xi couldn't guarantee that he could deduce the Sword Dao or the Gale Dao with these experience points. As for deducing both, he didn't even think about it. His face wasn't that pale. I have to think of a way to get more experience points. Experience points were like the savings in the Dao Alliance Crystal Bank. Naturally, the more, the better. Jiang Xi thought about this problem as he silently deduced in his heart. His remaining experience points kept decreasing. During this process, he couldn't feel the passage of time at all. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In one of the palaces around Nine Cloud Palace, the Wine Sword Immortal was preparing for the imparting of techniques. As a 9 Tribulations Sword Immortal who had once shocked the 9 regions, his first imparting of techniques naturally couldn't be so casual. He also had to go through some procedures and announce it widely. After all, the cultivators of the Green Lotus Sword Dao included disciples of the 3 Gates and 6 Sects, as well as other talented human cultivators. There were many forces behind them. Today, Immortal Ping came again to tell him some things to pay attention to. After Immortal Ping left, the Wine Sword Immortal's spiritual sense swept across 9 Cloud City and frowned slightly. It's been half a month, and that little guy still hasn't bought the tune of 10,000 swords? Just looking at Lu Yan's Sword Dao carvings on the roof, The cultivation effect isn't obvious. He got into the top 10 of the 9 regions Genius Tournament and has a reward of 10,000 Supreme Grade Spirit Crystals. It should be more than enough to buy the tune of 10,000 swords, right? Then, the Wine Sword Immortal used his authority in the Purple Cloud Sect's Treasure Pavilion to do a simple check. This little guy, the 9 Regions Genius Tournament, just ended, and he already bought the Spirit Awakening Pearl and Soul Accumulation Fruit. He hasn't reached the nascent soul stage yet, and he dares to split his spiritual sense and refine an avatar. How bold! This way, his sword Tao will be delayed for a few more years. Fine. It's good to let him suffer a loss. The Wine Sword Immortal shook his head. Then he frowned and smiled bitterly. This nuisance of opening a mountain to teach is really not a simple task. I regret it. I regret it. He drank a mouthful of wine and staggered back to the attic to sleep. As for Jiang Ci, he was very patient. He couldn't be too hasty to prevent spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm. Jiang Ci calmed down and quietly deduced the sword Tao carvings on the stone house for half a month. On this day, the peace was broken. Mu Ning excitedly came to find him. Jiang Ci, so you're here. I've been looking for you for a long time. The shepherd boy's face was full of excitement. Didn't you go to find a master? Why are you looking for me? Jiang Ci didn't have any temper towards Mu Ning. This pure-hearted shepherd boy naturally gave people a good impression. Chapter 351. After the apprenticeship, I have something good to share with you. Mu Ning looked very excited. What is it? Jiang Ci smiled. When I went to the apprenticeship, Master told me that there are 2 other good things in 9 Heaven City apart from the inheritance altar. Tell me about them. Jiang Ci's interest was piqued now. If a Tao Immortal Perfected Emperor said it was good, then it must be good. The first is the Tao pattern carvings. Many cultivators in 9 Heaven City like to carve on the roofs. Mu Ning pretended to be mysterious. Don't talk about the Tao pattern carvings. I'm studying them now. Jiang Ci interrupted him with a smile. No wonder you're not at home, Mu Ning muttered. Only then did he notice the sword Tao carvings in front of Jiang Ci. Then he said, You definitely haven't heard of the second one. It's the spirits of Tao outside 9 Heaven City. Spirits of Tao? Jiang Ci's expression changed. He really hadn't heard of them. Mu Ning nodded with a smile. My master said that the biggest difference between the ancient Tao origin world and the original universe is that the Tao origin world. The ancient Tao origin world is like the beginning of heaven and earth. The various Taos are extremely unstable and can't be seen with the naked eye. We can easily comprehend the Taos here when we cultivate. I know all that. Jiang Ci smiled. Don't worry, you definitely don't know the rest. These unstable Taos combine with the dense heaven and earth spirit Qi to form a special life form called the spirits of Tao, a life form formed by Taos. Jiang Ci's expression changed. After these spirits of Tao die, they'll turn into a small amount of Taos with no attributes. Cultivators can directly refine and absorb them to improve their understanding of Taos. However, Master warned me that many of the newcomers in the 9 Regions Genius Tournament die in the ancient Tao origin world because they hunt spirits of Tao. If you're not strong enough, I don't recommend you go out of the city to hunt them. So I'm planning to go out of the city after a while to check out the situation. Mu Ning's eyes were still shining as he spoke. Jiang Ci had a plan in his heart. Spirits of Tao was a life form formed by Taos. Hunting them would definitely give experience points. Now that he was lacking experience, he could give it a try. However, even Mu Ning's master had reminded him that if he wasn't strong enough, he shouldn't leave the city. Before hunting, one must first assess the level of danger. Moreover, Jiang Ci had another guess. The spirit of Tao Aura was a special life form formed by the Tao art. After it died, it would become a Tao art with no attributes. Then, after absorbing and refining it, would it also turn into experience points? With that in mind, he chatted with Mu Ning for a while longer. Mu Ning also knew that time was precious. In the end, he left in high spirits, saying that he was going to look for Tao runes. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Xi went to remove the spiritual awareness imprint from the stone house he had lived in before. Then, he changed his residence to this stone house with the marks of Liu Yan's sword path. After doing all this, he rushed out of the city with anticipation. Moving quickly in this gray world, they soon arrived at the gate of Nine Heaven City. He saw a few other familiar figures. They were the other geniuses from the Nine Regions Genius Tournament. When they saw Jiang Xi, they all greeted him. Jiang Xi, you've also heard of the spirit of Dao Aura? Yeah, I'm going to take a look. Jiang Xi chuckled. This stone tablet has an introduction to the outside of the city. You can take a look first before you go out, someone reminded him. Oh, thank you for the reminder. Jiang Xi hurriedly thanked him and then moved lightly to a stone tablet under the city gate. And those people didn't say much. After reading it, they directly went out of the city and went hunting together. Jiang Xi looked at the stone tablet for a moment and had a general understanding of the situation outside the city. Nine Heaven City was divided into 3 areas. The first area was 2,000 kilometers around Nine Heaven City. The spirits of Dao Aura here were all at the nascent soul stage. The second area was 2,000 to 20,000 kilometers around Nine Heaven City. The spirits of Dao Aura were all at the nascent soul stage. The third area was the vast outermost area. The spirits of Dao Aura living here were at the Dao integration stage. Note, the death rate of hunting spirits of Dao Aura is extremely high. Don't take too much risk. Do what you can. The division of the areas is so detailed. It should be a cultivation ground specially prepared for the geniuses of the human race. There aren't any spirits of Dao Aura above the Dao integration stage. That's right. Nine Heaven City is right next to it. Even if there are spirits of Dao Aura in the tribulation immortal stage, they will be killed by the human race. Jiang Xi chuckled. From this, it could be seen that the entire ancient Dao origin world was a cultivation ground for the human race. Although the first area is full of nascent soul stage spirits of Dao Aura, I can't relax. Not only did Mu Ning's master remind me, but the stone tablet also emphasized that the death rate outside the city is very high. This means that even if the area outside the city is divided by the human race, it's still very dangerous. After all, those who could cultivate in the ancient Dao origin world wouldn't be weak. After seeing Liu Yan's experience, Jiang Xi's vigilance rose to the highest level. At this time, many geniuses came from the city. He also reminded them to take a look at the stone tablet. Then he didn't stay any longer and stepped into the area outside Nine Heaven City in a flash. The terrain outside the city wasn't complicated. There are also mountains and rivers. However, these mountains were very low and hilly. Moreover, the gray fog outside the city was thicker and visibility was very low. It gave people the feeling that there was some great danger hidden inside. What shocked Jiang Xi even more was that the gray fog had the effect of suppressing spiritual sense. The range of his spiritual sense was greatly reduced. To be safe, he didn't go too far from Nine Heaven City. There's movement. After walking for a while, Jiang Xi heard a rustling sound in the fog not far away. Woo! A creature with 2.5 heads broke through the thick fog and arrived in front of Riverward. It let out a strange low growl. Late-stage nascent soul stage. Jiang Xi judged the strength of this spirit of Dao Aura through the strength of its aura. Kill! Jiang Xi stabbed with his sword and his figure flashed. Roar! It was surprisingly easy to kill. Jiang Xi relied on his Taoist technique strength that was far beyond the nascent soul stage. With just one sword, he instantly killed this spirit of Dao Aura in the late nascent soul stage. You killed a spirit of Dao Aura in the late nascent soul stage. Experience points plus 3,800. The experience panel's prompt sounded in his mind, but Jiang Xi didn't pay attention to it. Because the spirit of Dao Aura that he killed turned into a colorful ball of light the size of a fingernail in less than a breath's time. Is this an attributeless Taoist technique? Jiang Xi waved his hand, and his body absorbed the colorful ball of light. Almost in the blink of an eye, These balls of light were completely refined by him. You comprehended an attributeless Taoist technique. Experience points plus 1,000,000. The experience panel's prompt sounded again. Jiang Xi's eyes widened in surprise, but before he had time to feel anything, there was a big movement in the gray world in the distance. Chapter 352. Go, go. There are too many. Roar. Panic shouts and strange roars came from the world of gray fog. Rumble. The shouts quickly disappeared, but the ground shook more and more violently, as if thousands of beasts were running. Jiang Xi's face changed. He recognized that the shouts were from the geniuses who had reminded him to look at the stone tablet at the city gate. It had been less than 10 minutes, and they were all dead. Those people were not weak. They were all the top 360 geniuses of the 9 Zones Geniuses competition. Otherwise, they would not have the guts to greet him. Run. Jiang Xi did not hesitate. He turned and ran. In the next moment, the gray fog started to churn violently. Strange nascent soul-stage Taoist rhyme spirits started to rush towards them from all directions. There were hundreds of thousands of them. Whoosh! Not only did Jiang Xi use the Gale Realm, but he also used the Tao of Fire. The wind helped the fire, and his speed was at its highest. He left behind a series of afterimages. In an instant, he was back at the city gate. The spirits of Taoist rhyme that were chasing after them seemed to be afraid of 9 Heaven City. They stopped 10 kilometers away. They only growled fiercely, emitting a bloodthirsty light. Jiang Xi turned around and looked at the hundreds of thousands of spirits of Tao. He was horrified, almost caught up to him. If he had been caught by hundreds of thousands of nascent soul stage cultivators, he would have been turned into dust. Jiang Xi finally understood why immortal Iliang had said, "Survive." At that time, no one had discovered any fatal danger in 9 Heaven City. They had thought that they would be fine as long as they did not disturb the powerhouses. It turned out that the danger did not come from the powerhouses who were immersed in cultivation. It came from the spirits of Tao outside the city. Below the city gate, the other geniuses who were about to leave the city to hunt spirits of Tao saw this scene. Their faces turned pale, and they were terrified. Jiang Xi, are these all spirits of Tao? Someone could not help but ask. Yes. Jiang Xi nodded, looking serious. Go back and cultivate. Before they even stepped out of the city gate, they gave up on the hunting trip that they had been looking forward to. Although the risks and benefits were equal. But before they saw the benefits, they saw the risks. Jiang Xi didn't leave immediately because he saw the profits. He was carefully observing the hundreds of thousands of ferocious spirits. A moment later, all the spirits of the Taoist rhymes returned to the gray world and hid in the gray mist. The risk is high, but the reward is also high. Jiang Xi calculated in his heart. Killing a nascent soul stage spirit of Taoist rhyme didn't count the experience points gained. Refining those non-elemental Taoist arts actually gave him 1,000,000 experience points. Right now, he was lacking experience points. I'm sure that spirits of the precepts don't dare to come within 10 kilometers of 9 Heaven City. The one I just killed seems to be a lone spirit of the precepts. I just don't know if the situation of being alone is a coincidence, or does it happen often? Under the premise of ensuring a safe distance, go and investigate again. Jiang Xi made his decision. If there really wasn't a chance, then he would give up. His life was the most important. His figure flashed, and he came to a place 20 kilometers away from 9 Heaven City. This distance could ensure that he returned to the safe area in the shortest time possible. Then he hid and waited quietly, remaining patient. About 2 hours later, there was a slight movement in the gray mist world in front of him. Although the detection range of his spiritual sense had shrunk, he soon detected a black spirit of the precepts with 8 legs. Roar! That spirit of the precepts had also discovered Jiang Xi and directly pounced on him fiercely. The speed of a nascent soul stage cultivator arrived in an instant. But in Jiang Xi's eyes, it was not enough at all. Sword light flashed. With 2 slashes, he easily killed it again. You kill the mid-stage, nascent, soul-stage spirit of Taoist rhyme. Experience points plus 3,400. Then, Jiang Ci directly absorbed the non-elemental Taoist art formed by the spirit of Taoist rhyme. You comprehended a non-elemental Taoist art. Experience points plus 1,000,000. He turned around and left. Roar, roar, rumble accompanied by strange roars one after another. The ground shook violently. A large number of spirit of Taoist rhyme beasts attacked again. But this time, Jiang Ci was prepared in advance. With extreme speed, he steadily returned to the safe area within 10 kilometers of Nine Heaven City. Those hundreds of thousands of spirits of Taoist rhyme stopped 10 kilometers away, constantly roaring. There's hope. Jiang Ci was overjoyed. This proved that the spirits of Taoist rhyme were really afraid of Nine Heaven City and did not dare to approach. And he found that the spirits of Taoist rhyme had very low intelligence. They only had a simple impulse to kill. Hunting them was much easier than normal nascent soul stage cultivators. The real danger mainly came from the huge number of spirits of Taoist rhyme. So when all the spirits of Taoist rhyme had dispersed, Jiang Ci once again waited 20 kilometers away. Wait for the fish that escaped the net. Then he would hunt and escape. As time passed, more and more geniuses heard about the existence of the spirits of Taoist rhyme. Although many people had seen the terrifying number of spirits of Taoist rhyme, there would never be a lack of people in the world who dare to take risks, especially when some geniuses refined non-elemental Taoist techniques and found that their Taoist technique comprehension had improved. Their drive to hunt was even stronger. The high risk had brought about huge profits. Soon, the geniuses set off a wave of craze to hunt the spirits of Taoist rhyme. There are even people who dare to go deep into the fog world. So in just half a month, nearly 10% of the 3,600 people died. More than 300 people died outside Nine Heaven City. The stage of hunting the spirits of Taoist rhyme eliminated many people with poor temperament, will, battle experience, and carelessness. Fate was death, and Jiang Ci only reminded Mu Ning during this process. Then he steadily maintained his own rhythm and picked up the fish that escaped the net every day. Of course, he knew what was important. The purpose of gaining experience was to improve his strength, so the plan he set for himself was to come out and hunt for 10 days a month. The rest of the time, he would be on the roof of the stone house, deducing his sword Dao according to the runes left by Liu Yan. A month later, another piece of news that shook the entire Nine Heaven City quickly spread. The wine sword immortal, who had been silent for 50,000 years, was going to teach. Many essence soul, Dao integration, and even tribulation immortal powerhouses who were cultivating in Nine Heaven City suddenly became excited. Those who were qualified to listen to the class all went to the Wine Sword Immortal's residence. Who was the Wine Sword Immortal? Among the geniuses, except for a few people with extraordinary backgrounds, the others had never heard of the Wine Sword Immortal. But soon, everyone found the information of the Wine Sword Immortal on the Eye of Heaven network. After learning about the Wine Sword Immortal's past, those geniuses who used swords as weapons all showed a look of fascination. Sword Immortals were like this. They wished they could become the Wine Sword Immortal's disciple right now. Unfortunately, they were not qualified to listen to the Wine Sword Immortal's class. In this year's 9 Regions Genius Tournament, only Ji Wei had passed the second stage of the Sky-Piercing Mountain. And if they wanted to listen to a Tribulation Immortal powerhouse, they had to at least pass the third stage of the Sky-Piercing Mountain. Chapter 353. Jiang Ci already knew about the Wine Sword Immortal and had received his advice. Therefore, he was only surprised by this. Such a powerhouse had actually not opened his sect to accept disciples all this time. However, he quickly put this matter to the back of his mind. He only had 30 years in the ancient Tao source world, so he had to seize the time to cultivate. Time flew by, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Jiang Ci sat cross-legged on the roof of the stone house, as usual, immersed in cultivation. He stared at the sword Tao inscriptions and occasionally looked up at the Tao techniques visible to the naked eye. He kept repeating the deduction in his heart. You have comprehended the sword Tao. Experience points plus 20 million. When the pleasant notification sounded in his mind, Jiang Xi's body shook and his eyes were filled with surprise. Success. It was too sudden. He quickly opened the experience points panel to check. Cultivation, true body, nascent soul, later stage, 1.06 million, 1.06 million. Clone, golden core, later stage, 39750, 39750. Tao technique, sword Tao, less than 110 million. Fire Tao, 10th level, 50 million. Gale domain, 10th level, 5 million. Amplitude, 1,000 times. Tao of fire, secret technique. Cultivation technique, purple firmament sword scripture, peacock visualization deduction, 10,000 experience points per time experience points. 608, 950, 000. After seeing the changes in the experience points panel, Jiang Xi's expression became even more surprised. His sword domain had been successfully upgraded to the sword Tao. He had spent 1/3 of this year hunting those lone spirits of Tao outside 9 Firmament City. The experience points he had gained had exceeded 1.5 billion, and these experience points had been used up by him in this year. In total, in order to deduce the sword Tao, he had used up more than 2.5 billion experience points. Now, he had finally received his reward. Of course, this was not without some help. If it were not for the enlightenment at the Green Lotus altar and the sword Tao inscriptions left by Lu Yin, the sword Tao deduction would have consumed at least 5 billion experience points. In addition to his surprise, Jiang Xi also noticed the sword Tao's upgrade experience points. 100 million EXP to level up, just as I expected. Because the sword Tao is a special Tao technique, its amplitude limit is twice that of the rare heaven and earth Tao, so the upgrade experience points are also twice as much. Next, I just need to raise my strength. Because there are many big shots in 9 Heaven City, in order to guard against those who had nothing better to do, they liked to use their spiritual awareness to investigate others. Jiang Xi decided to let his clone on Earth's first moon increase the level of his sword Tao experience. Before leaving Earth, he had prepared a large number of 10,000-year-old spiritual fruits for his clone. 2 words, enough. Now, whether it was experience points or spiritual energy, they were nothing to him. However, because the avatar was still in the golden core stage, the efficiency of refining the 10,000-year-old spiritual fruit was not that high. It was estimated that it would take a month to refine 100 million points of spiritual energy. The time in the origin universe is 3.6 times that of the ancient Tao origin world. 1 month in the origin universe is only 8 or 9 days here. While Jiang Xi was calmly cultivating and improving himself, the river diagram of the Skyspan Mountain, on the vast continent where the Skyspan Mountain was located, the black-robed old man, Lord Shoshan, had been guarding these sky-piercing mountains for countless years. It wasn't just the human geniuses from the ancient Tao origin world who could enter this place. Other immortal Tao sects, or cultivators with contributions, could enter the corresponding sky-piercing mountains as long as they chose an inheritance altar. However, since everyone had nothing better to do, they wouldn't waste their time here unless they were confident that they could pass the trial. On this day, a figure suddenly appeared on the platform in front of the sky-piercing mountains. It was Ji Wei, the champion of the new 9 Regions Genius Tournament. Greetings, Lord Shoshan. The black-robed Lord Shoshan's attitude towards this human genius was much better. A trace of a smile appeared on his dignified face. It's only been a year, and you're already confident of passing the next trial. I had a breakthrough, so I had to come and try. Ji Wei's expression was calm. Go. The void universe, sky-piercing mountain, is empty. The Lord Shoshan nodded lightly. Ji Wei bowed to him and flew over. The Lord Shoshan's gaze was deep, but there was some anticipation. It's only been a year, and you've already broken through? The void universe, sky-piercing mountain, has 2 special Tao arts, time, and space. The difficulty of cultivating them at the same time is not lower than the Tao of saber, sword, spear, and axe. Because Jiwei had already passed the first two trials, he could directly enter the third trial. As time passed, Jiwei lasted longer and longer on the Void Universe, sky-piercing mountain. The Lord Shoshan's expression gradually turned to surprise. Half an hour later, he laughed. You passed. Not bad, not bad. Although you can't compare to rare geniuses like Liu Yin and Carlet, you're second only to them. Yes, according to the Iron Mountain's request, we have to give those little fellows some stimulation. Competition is the best way to increase their strength. With a thought, he spread the news to the others. Soon, the news of Jiwei passing the third trial of the sky-piercing mountain spread among the geniuses. Everyone entered the sky-piercing mountain river, painting immediately. In just a short while, more than 3,000 people gathered on the platform in front of the 44 sky-piercing mountains. It was bustling. Why is he so outstanding as a human genius? Even Jiwei passed the third trial. No matter how big the difference is, we have to pass the first trial, right? Lord Shoshan, I want to challenge the sky-piercing mountain. The group was filled with fighting spirit. The black-robed Lord Shoshan was expressionless as he shouted, "Line up, one by one." The geniuses immediately quieted down, but they still maintained their fighting spirit and lined up to challenge the mountain. The difficulty of each sky-piercing mountain was the same. Even if they didn't challenge the same mountain, they could still compare the difference in strength. Compared to a year ago, many of them had improved. However, their improvement wasn't enough to pass the first trial. They only lasted a little longer under the hands of the Lord Shoshan. Failure, failure, failure. In the end, they recognized the cruel reality. However, there were still people who succeeded. A girl in a red dress flew up the sky-piercing mountain. 10 minutes later, the Lord Shoshan smiled and said, "Yan Jiufeng passed the first trial." Whoosh! Everyone was shocked. Then, everyone felt that it was natural because Yan Jiufeng was second in the 9 regions genius battle. She had almost passed the previous trial. As for Kuang Lang, who was third in the 9 regions genius battle, he gritted his teeth and had a cold expression. It was difficult for him to show the arrogance he had in the past. Why? They're both level 4 disciples of the Purple Heaven sect. I'm so far behind them. He had already tried to break through once and had also failed. This year's 9 regions genius battle was special. There were 3 level 4 disciples of the Purple Heaven sect, and the top 3 could all enter the level 4. Although he had gotten third, there were already people privately saying that Kuang Lang was a lucky guy, because the strength that Mu Ning and Riverward displayed now was stronger than his. Of course, this didn't mean that he was weak. Compared to other geniuses, he could be ranked 5th in the sky-piercing mountain. This is not the result I wanted. Kuang Lang, can't be worse than others. Just as Kuang Lang was about to leave and cultivate, another figure appeared on the platform in front of the sky-piercing mountain. Jiang Ci is here. Chapter 354. Jiang Ci really didn't mean to be the last to arrive. He also received the news that Jiwei had passed the 3rd stage. However, at that time, his sword Dao was at the final stage of perfection. In order to ensure that the final improvement could be carried out safely and smoothly, he put most of his attention on his clone. That was why he was a little late. Fortunately, the result was good. Sword Dao, 10th tier, 10.000/10.000/000, amplitude 2,000 times Sword Dao. His Sword Dao had successfully reached the 10th tier of perfection. His spiritual power amplitude had also increased to 2,000 times. Jiang Ci, you're the only one left. Yan Jiufeng also passed the 1st stage just now. Hurry up and show us what you've got. Mu Ning shouted. He also wanted to try just now, but unfortunately, he didn't pass the 2nd stage. Yan Jiufeng also passed the 1st stage. Jiang Ci was eager to try. If he didn't count the stages, there were now 3 people who had passed the stages. Jiwei, Mu Ning, and Yin Jiufeng. Then let's see how strong I am now after reaching perfection in my sword Dao. Jiang Xi looked at the green lotus Girich mountain. At this moment, the other geniuses were also looking at him. There weren't many people left in the queue to challenge the mountain. The only one who was truly strong was Jiang Xi. Could Jiang Xi succeed? Many people asked in their hearts. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Xi walked in front of the mountain guard and bowed respectfully. Lord Mountain Guard, I want to challenge the mountain. Go ahead. There's no one on the green lotus Girich mountain. The mountain guard nodded lightly. Jiang Xi flew away. The mountain guard's eyes were a little surprised. This little guy has a sharp sword Dao perfection intent on him. It seems like he has reached perfection in his sword Dao. It's only been a year, and he has cultivated from the sword domain to the sword Dao. And he has even reached perfection? He hadn't seen such a situation in millions of years. A little bit of anticipation rose in his heart again under normal circumstances. When a cultivator's Tao of heaven and earth reached perfection, the Taoist rhymes on his body would be restrained. It would be difficult for others to see his Tao technique realm. Others might not be able to see Jiang Xi's Tao technique realm, but the mountain guardian could. Otherwise, he would not have guarded these heaven-span mountains for the human race for countless years. Over here, Jiang Xi quickly arrived at the green lotus heaven-span mountain and ascended the stairs. After stepping onto the first empty platform, he entered the illusion. It was still that endless mountain range. The gatekeeper wore armor and carried a long sword on his back as he stood in the air. You again? Those 8 little fellows didn't make any progress at all. I advise you to... that's not right. Have you perfected your sword Dao? The gatekeeper originally had a calm expression, but he was suddenly shocked. It had only been a year. I made a small breakthrough. Jiang Xi smiled. He didn't intend to hide his breakthrough. At his current height, he was no longer in a situation where he had to be cautious. The upper echelons of the human race looked at talent. The better he performed, the more heaven-defying he was, the better resources he would receive. Ha! An interesting little fellow has finally appeared. The gatekeeper gave a rare laugh. Then, he said seriously, same rules as before. Our cultivation levels are the same. My Dao techniques will remain at the ordinary first tier of the great Dao realm. However, I'm using sword intent. Its offensive power isn't something an ordinary great Dao can compare to. Come on. Jiang Xi's fighting spirit was also high, and he was not afraid at all. The slaughtering shadow sword was covered in a layer of sword shadows. Like dense clouds, it suddenly expanded to 10,000 zhang long. The way of the sword. Take the initiative to attack. The mighty sword Shadow attacked the guardian, who was clad in battle armor. The gatekeeper laughed out loud as well. He unsheathed the sword on his back, and a towering sword was swept out. Boom! Boom! The sword light surged and swept through the illusory space. The mountains below crumbled one after another, and rubble filled the air. Whoosh! The two figures were locked in battle in the air. Clang! Clang! The weapons clashed continuously, causing the space to tremble violently. It was definitely a head-on battle. Both of their cultivation levels were maintained at the perfected nascent soul realm. In terms of Dao techniques, although the gatekeeper was at the first tier of sword intent, according to the rules, he could only unleash the power of an ordinary first tier of the great Dao realm. In terms of spiritual power amplitude, it would be 1,900 times. As for Jiang Xi, he could unleash his strongest strength to his heart's content. The 10th tier of the Sword Dao realm had a maximum amplitude of 2,000 times. It seemed like there wasn't much difference, but in a battle between experts, 0. 1 times was often enough to determine the outcome. Moreover, there was a difference of 100 times. Haha, great! Jiang Xi's figure flashed and twisted in the air as he attacked with all his might. In addition, he also had the Tao of Fire. This time, it was the gatekeeper's turn to defend. Swoosh! During the battle, Jiang Xi found an opportunity to kill the gatekeeper with a swing of his sword. You killed a late-stage, nascent soul cultivator. Fake. Experience points plus 380. Success. Although he had expected it, Jiang Ci was still overjoyed. But the space changed drastically. Everything was restored to its original state. The gatekeeper who was just killed reappeared in front of Jiang Ci. Not bad, although you still can't compare to those one-in-a-million-year sword geniuses. As long as you maintain this speed of improvement, you will catch up. I believe that you will catch up to them sooner or later. The gatekeeper said with a chuckle. Many thanks. Jiang Ci cupped his hands in thanks, then disappeared. Space changed, and his figure reappeared on the first platform of the Green Lotus Heavenly Mountain. Then he stepped on the stone steps again and rushed toward the second stage. After entering the second stage's illusion, what surprised Jiang Ci was that the gatekeeper was actually still the one from the first stage. He looked exactly the same. Don't be surprised. It will be me in the future. The gatekeeper chuckled. Then the battle began again. At the same time, below the mountains, a group of geniuses was waiting, basically all waiting for Jiang Ci's results. The mountain keeper suddenly smiled and said, Jiang Ci also cleared the first stage. Immediately, there was another round of shock all around. Another one. Not counting the stages, there are already 4 people in the top 10 who have succeeded. This freak likes to hide his strength in the 9 regions genius battle, then erupt. I wonder if it will be the same this time? I think it's possible. Everyone discussed animatedly. What made everyone heave a sigh of relief was that when Jiang Ci's figure flew back from the Green Lotus Heavenly Mountain, the mountain keeper did not speak again. This meant that Jiang Ci failed in the second stage. However, the 6 geniuses in the top 10 who had not succeeded yet had extremely complicated feelings. People like Mo Hong, Li Xianxian, Lin Ling, Bloodchild, and Feng Lu either had bitter expressions or high fighting spirit, unwilling to admit defeat. And the remaining Kuang Lang became a special case, because he was 3rd place, a purple heaven sect 4th firmament disciple. Furthermore, his strength was almost the same as Jiang Ci back then. Now, Jiang Ci had already far surpassed him. Jiang Ci not bad. Mu Ning laughed loudly. Congratulations. Yin Jiufeng and the other geniuses also had people congratulating Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci nodded in return one by one. After the commotion, everyone did not waste precious time and left the Heavenly Mountain River diagram. Chapter 355. The news of Jiang Ci and Yin Jiufeng passing the first stage of the sky-piercing mountain did not cause much of stir in Nine Heaven City. After all, there were many immortal Tao experts. 2 nascent soul cultivators were not worthy of much attention. Nine Heaven City, Winesword Immortal's huge palace. A 3D image was suspended in the main hall. It showed the battle scene of Jiang Ci passing the first stage of the sky-piercing mountain. Winesword Immortal and Immortal Ping watched carefully. As expected of big brother Zhongli, his eyes are still sharp. In just a year, this young man has not only completed the domain transformation, he has also reached the perfection realm. His sword Tao cultivation speed is much faster than big brothers back then. Immortal Ping was shocked. Winesword Immortal laughed and did not show the doubts hidden in his heart. He could not say that he had made an error in judgment, right? According to his estimation, Jiang Ci should need 3 to 5 years to step onto the sword Tao. Then he would pass the first stage in 10 years and the third stage in 30 years. He did not expect Jiang Ci to reach such heights in just a year. A pure sword Tao could go from the sword domain to the sword Tao and reach the perfection realm in a year? How many years had it been? Interesting. Winesword Immortal opened his shirt and drank wine. He shook his head and hummed lightly. Jiang Ci sat cross-legged on the stone bed in the stone house. He thought back to his battle in the second stage of the Green Lotus Sky-Piercing Mountain. In the second stage of the Sky-Piercing Mountain, the Guardian's Tao technique is equivalent to an ordinary second-level Great Tao. His spiritual energy amplitude is 2,800 times, while mine is 2,000 times. Not only is there a difference in spiritual energy amplitude, but in terms of battle techniques, I am also much weaker. He could clearly feel that the Guardian's strength in the second stage had increased by a level. and his battle techniques were richer. Many of his moves were impossible to guard against. Jiang Xi understood that the Guardian's battle techniques in the first stage were not bad. After all, they were the same person. It was only because he had the upper hand in the first stage to a large extent, it could be said that he won with strength, making it difficult for the Guardian to use his full strength. After this round of investigation, Jiang Xi knew that the practical application of Dao techniques was still his shortcoming. Senior Wine Sword Immortal, the tune of 10,000 swords that you advised me to buy is the basic application manual of the Green Lotus Sword Dao. I didn't have enough money and points last time, but I have enough this time. After clearing the first stage, due to the tenfold reward from the novice stage, you'll receive 1,000 points straight away. Meanwhile, the tune of 10,000 swords only requires 88 points. With that in mind, Jiang Xi connected to the Omniscient Eye network through his communication bead and entered the Purple Heaven Sex treasure vault. Search for tune of 10,000 swords. Then, he placed an order to buy it. Since it was a cultivation technique manual, it was a text message. The Purple Heaven Sex Treasure Pavilion directly sent the entire melody of 10,000 swords to Jiang Xi through the Eye of Heaven network. Relying on his powerful spiritual sense, Riverward quickly finished reading the contents of the entire ancient book and memorized it by heart. Wonderful, wonderful. Sword Dao can be used like this? This move can be used like this? It seems that the way I used the Sword Dao in the past was too crude. Jiang Xi's mind was completely immersed in the melody of 10,000 swords. It was like when he was in school. He learned a lot of theoretical knowledge and became a theoretical emperor, but in the end, his actual practice was world apart. He was somewhat similar in terms of Sword Dao now. His Dao technique realm was high, but in a real battle, he could not fully unleash the strength of this realm. The melody of 10,000 swords was the analysis and comprehension of the first 3 transformations of the Green Lotus Sword Dao by the sword sect genius Lu Yin 8 million years ago. At the same time, it included various basic applications of Sword Dao. Lu Yin is indeed a 1 in a million Sword Dao genius. Every transformation of the Green Lotus is extremely mysterious. Even a Dao immortal would find it difficult to fully comprehend it. Yet, he only used 3 sets of sword techniques to completely display the first 3 transformations of the Green Lotus. This is really good stuff. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. What surprised him even more was that after he memorized the melody of 10,000 swords by heart, the words melody of 10,000 swords appeared in the cultivation technique column on the experience panel. Cultivation technique, Purple Heaven Sword Sutra, Peacock visualization, melody of 10,000 swords. It meant that this was a cultivation technique manual that even the experience panel recognized and was extremely valuable. Immediately after, he tried to deduce the Sword Dao once more. Let's deduce it once with the Purple Firmament Sword Sutra, Sword Dao, and melody of 10,000 swords. A moment later, the deduction was completed. There were no obvious changes. However, Jiang Xi could vaguely sense that he gained some insights in his mind and a deeper understanding of the application of Sword Dao. It was effective. As expected, by deducing relevant applicable Dao techniques, he could improve his ability to use Dao techniques in a practical way. Jiang Xi was elated. If he continued deducing as such, his practical application of Sword Dao would gradually improve. The next cultivation direction would be to comprehend and deduce the melody of 10,000 swords to improve the application of Sword Dao. At the same time, I'll continue trying to fuse the Dao of Sword and Dao of Leaf Fire. Ever since his Dao of Leaf Fire was perfected, he had been trying to fuse Dao techniques once more, but to no avail. Right now, he had to settle for the next best thing, fusing 2 Dao techniques instead of 3. He believed that the fusion of 2 Dao techniques of heaven and earth would be much stronger than the original 3 low-level Dao techniques. After that, Jiang Xi really stopped paying attention to the outside world. Apart from leaving the city for 10 days every month to hunt spirits of Dao, the rest of his time was devoted to cultivation. As the saying went, cultivation was timeless. Focusing on cultivation was one aspect. Another aspect was the long lifespan. It was easy to overlook the passage of time. Of the 3,600 geniuses who entered the ancient Tao source world to cultivate, more than 300 died in the first year. In the second year, more than 200 died because of hunting spirits of Tao. The rate of death was decreasing. In this year, Kuang Lang finally passed the first stage of the sky-piercing mountain. However, he no longer had the right to be arrogant. He had fallen behind by so much, so he had to work harder in the third year. Bloodchild, Mo Hong, Li Xianxian, Lin Linger, and Feng Lu all passed the first stage of the sky-piercing mountain. At the same time, due to the difference in time between the ancient Tao source world and the original universe, Jiangxi's clone in the original universe finally completed the nurturing of the golden core and cultivated to the nascent soul realm after 10 years. His trump cards gradually became stronger. In the fourth year, the top 360 geniuses of the 9 regions Genius Tournament also began to pass the first stage of the sky-piercing mountain. As for the geniuses at the bottom of the rankings, apart from those who had already died, they were also working hard. The competition continued, and no one dared to relax. In the next few years, the others more or less tried to pass the sky-piercing mountain. Some succeeded, and some failed. Only Jiang Xi didn't make a move. He maintained his own cultivation pace and wasn't affected by others. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed in the ancient Tao source world, and 36 years had passed in the original universe. During this time, Jiang Daodu experienced another deep slumber, and her cultivation rose to the nascent soul realm. This made Jiang Xi sigh. The difficulty of cultivation. Chapter 356. In fact, Jiang Xi sometimes wondered if this girl was the reincarnation of an immortal Tao big shot. He had worked so hard to reach this stage, but Jingdu only needed to sleep for a while to level up. That was how it was written in novels and books. Something like a ruthless emperor. However, Jiang Xi was happy to see this. In the future, he wouldn't have to spend time and energy to help Jingdu improve her strength. In addition, Xian Tian and Li Baibai, who had reached the golden core stage a long time ago, had also broken through to the nascent soul stage in these 36 years. One of them was cultivating in the Songyun sect, while the other was cultivating in the Tao Alliance's Temple of Time. Compared to when they were on Earth, their speed of improvement was a little faster. After all, with the guidance of their master, they would take fewer detours. Everyone was improving, and Jiang Xi naturally wouldn't fall behind. In the past 10 years, he had been deducing Tao techniques and comprehending the melody of 10,000 swords. Now, his control and use of sword Tao had become more and more skillful. At the same time, he was also trying to fuse sword Tao and Li fire Tao. He never gave up. On this day, Jiang Xi returned from hunting Tao rune spirits outside Nine Heaven City. He continued to try to fuse sword Tao and Li fire Tao. The Tao runes of the two Tao techniques circled around him, clearly separated, and he was using all kinds of methods to try to fuse the two Tao techniques. At the same time, he was silently deducing in his heart. After an unknown period of time, suddenly, Jiang Xi was stunned. The two completely unrelated Taoist rhymes suddenly showed signs of merging at this moment. Experience Points panel has been updated. Please check it. When the pleasant notification sounded in his mind, Jiang Xi's eyes were immediately filled with surprise. The Experience Points panel was updated. Was there a new function? Or something else? He quickly opened it. Cultivation, True Body, Nascent Soul, Advanced Stage 1. 06 million/1. 06 million. Clone, Nascent Soul, Advanced Stage 1. 06 million/1. 06 million. Tao Technique. Sword Tao, 10th level, 10 million/10 million. Li Fire Tao, 10th level, 50 million/50 million. Gale Domain, 10th level, 5 million/5 million. Amplitude, 2,000 times. Sword Tao, Secret Technique. Tao Fusion Technique, Tao of Sword, Tao of Fire, 12 million. Amplitude 1. Martial Arts, Purple cloud sword scripture peacock visualization. Melody of 10,000 swords deduction. 10,000 EXP per use EXP. 1, 832 for 30,000. When Jiang Ci saw the changes in the EXP panel, he was even more surprised. An additional secret technique, Pain, appeared. The first secret technique was the Dao fusion technique. Back then, the Dao fusion that he had blindly pondered had actually evolved into a secret technique after the Taoist rhymes of the two Daos of heaven and earth had fused slightly. It's a secret technique that can be leveled up with EXP. The fusion of the Dao of sword and the Dao of fire requires 200 million experience points to level up. It's still within an acceptable range. The effect of the Dao fusion technique is displayed too. Amplitude x1 multiplied by 1. In other words, after leveling up the Dao fusion technique, my spiritual energy amplitude will increase again. It's very possible. After all, before the Dao technique reached the level of the Dao of heaven and earth, a crude Dao technique fusion technique could cause the might of the Dao technique to increase explosively. Jiang Ci's mind spun rapidly as he quickly connected the dots. Surprise, this was a huge surprise. The Dao fusion technique was a wondrous technique that could increase one's strength. Ever since the Dao of fire was perfected and flawless, it could not be used anymore. Now that it appeared on the EXP panel, there would be unlimited possibilities in the future. Next, level up. Jiang Ci did not let the surprise get to his head. He continued to be cautious. He let his clone in the original universe refine large amounts of spiritual fruits to increase the Dao fusion technique's level and experience points. 9 Heaven City. Winesword Immortal's Palace. Winesword Immortal would hold a class once a month. Although each time he taught Dao techniques, it was always full of people. However, after teaching for so long, he had only taken in one disciple. All right, this month's class ends here. See you next month. Winesword Immortal did not care about his image. He lay on his side on the throne in the main hall and waved his hand, signaling the cultivators who came to listen to the class to leave. Everyone bowed respectfully and left. When the main hall was empty, he said to a Dao integration stage youth standing beside him, "Yiming, prepare to receive the guests." Although he had been cultivating with Winesword Immortal for a year, Qin Yiming still could not figure out his master style of doing things. However, he did not dare to be negligent and immediately set up the main hall. Sure enough, after a short while, a person flew in from outside the hall on a 5-colored auspicious cloud. "Zhongli, you're finally willing to come out." A hearty laugh sounded at the same time. Winesword Immortal greeted him with a smile. It was a man in a green robe with disheveled hair. It was Immortal Iliang, who had been supervising the 9 regions' genius battle. Soon, Immortal Ping also arrived. The 3 of them were old friends. Soon, they sat down in the hall and talked about the past tens of thousands of years ago, accompanied by good wine and delicious food. This time, he drank for half a month. After a mess of cups and plates, Immortal Iliang smiled drunkenly. "Only your wine can make me feel drunk." Of course, although my wine is not a 100,000-year-old Guanghan wine, it is still a rare good wine in the world. Winesword Immortal chuckled. "I remember that you still have 3,000 years of lifespan left, right?" Immortal Iliang suddenly thought of something and frowned. Immortal Ping gave him a look. "Why do you have to mention that of all people?" Unexpectedly, Winesword Immortal laughed in a carefree manner. "So what if I still have 3,000 years? I've already lived for almost 100,000 years. Life and death are no longer important to me. You should let it go. After all, it's been 50,000 years." Immortal Iliang sighed. "Let go? How can I let it go if the Yao doesn't die? I saw him kill Rong. With my own eyes, I hate that I can't drink his blood, eat his flesh, and burn his bones to ashes." Winesword Immortal's face became ferocious and terrifying. It was completely different from his usual carefree and heroic appearance. Immortal Ping's face was filled with worry. She glared at Immortal Iliang. Sigh. Immortal Iliang felt helpless. He also wanted to help his old friend get rid of his inner demon. But now, it seemed that Winesword Immortal's inner demon would be hard to get rid of. That was because that Yao Dao immortal had already become a Yao Dao lord. Let's drink, let's drink. Wine Sword Immortal waved his hand and returned to his carefree and unrestrained self. He had many things in his heart. When Immortal Ping saw this, she hurriedly changed the topic. She smiled and asked Immortal Iliong, "Haven't you always been working under True Monarch Iron Mountain? Why did you come in Nine Heaven City? Don't tell me you're here to see me. If you wanted to see me, you would have come a long time ago," Wine Sword Immortal added. Immortal Iliong shook his head and chuckled. "It's all because of those youths in the Nine Regions Genius Tournament. According to the rules, if the youths in this tournament are successful in their cultivation, they will all be under True Monarch Iron Mountain. They've already been cultivating in the ancient Dao origin world for 10 years. True Monarch Iron Mountain specially asked me to come and see how they're doing." Chapter 357. The three immortals changed the topic to the youths in the Nine Regions Genius Tournament. Immortal Ping asked, "What's the situation like?" Immortal Iliang smiled. "This tournament is different from the past. There are many good seedlings. Among them, Jiwei is the most valued by True Monarch Iron Mountain. He passed the fourth trial a year ago." Speaking of Jiwei, Immortal Iliang's smile widened. Then he continued, "Mu Ning, Yin Jiufeng, Quang Lang, Mo Hong, and Bloodchild also passed the second trial. The rate of improvement of these youths is the fastest in the past million years. Perhaps one or two Tribulation Transcender powerhouses will emerge. There are differences between Tribulation Transcenders. One Tribulation Transcender and 9 Tribulation Transcender were definitely different." Wine Sword Immortal nodded. "Indeed." Immortal Iliang shook his head. "It's just that I don't understand Jiangxi's performance. If he could pass the first trial in his first year, he should have passed the second trial a long time ago. However, he hasn't done anything in the past 10 years. Everyone else is working hard to obtain the inheritance altar. I don't know what he's thinking. He's not in a hurry at all." Immortal Ping smiled. "You can ask Big Brother Zhongli about this. He knows Jiangxi quite well." "Oh." Immortal Iliang looked at Wine Sword Immortal. Wine Sword Immortal took a sip of wine and said, "To be honest, I can't see through him anymore. 10 years ago, I gave him some pointers and told him to buy the tune of 10,000 swords to improve his sword technique. I didn't expect him to become like this after buying it." Immortal Iliang's expression changed. Did he take a wrong path and focus on sword technique? Wine Sword Immortal hesitated. "That shouldn't be, right?" Immortal Iliang said, "That's what I'm worried about. It seems I'll have to remind him when we leave. The next 30 years in the ancient Dao origin world is the best time to build a foundation," Immortal Iliang said. He scanned Nine Heavens City with his spiritual sense and saw Jiangxi sitting cross-legged on a roof. After Jiangxi's clone reached the nascent soul stage, the efficiency of refining 10,000-year-old spirit fruits had increased greatly. In just 20 days, he had refined 200 million points of spiritual energy. He looked at the changes in his EXP panel: Dao Fusion Technique, Dao of Sword, Dao of Fire, 20,000/200,000,000. Amplitude 2. Amplitude 2. As expected, after the Dao fusion of the Dao of the Sword and the Dao of the Leaf Fire reaches perfection, the Dao of the Leaf Fire Dao will become extremely powerful. My spiritual energy amplitude can be directly multiplied by 2 times on top of the original foundation. I wonder how many times the Dao fusion technique of 3 Daos of heaven and earth will be amplified. Jiangxi was looking forward to it. When I use the Dao fusion technique, my current amplitude can increase to 4,000 times. It's a good opportunity to challenge the Heavenspan Mountain and test my strength. Immediately, Jiangxi used his spiritual sense to enter the sky-reaching mountain and river painting through the communication bead. They appeared on the vast continent where the 44 sky-reaching mountains were located. He came before the Lord Mountain Guardian and bowed. "Greetings, Lord Mountain Guardian." The Lord Mountain Guardian opened his eyes. "Oh, it's Jiangxi. I remember that you haven't been here for 10 years. The youths in your batch have all improved a lot. You have to work hard. I've been polishing my Tao before, so I don't want to be distracted. Jiang Ci smiled. Yes, not bad. The green lotus sky-reaching mountain happens to be empty. Hurry up and challenge it. The Lord Mountain Guardian nodded. Jiang Ci bowed again before flying toward the green lotus sky-reaching mountain. He's been cultivating in seclusion for 10 years. I wonder what kind of breakthrough he made this time. Could it be that he comprehended sword intent? The Lord Mountain Guardian could not help but think of this. Then he shook his head. For thousands of years, only Liu Yin has been able to comprehend sword intent in just 10 years in the ancient Tao origin world. On the other side, Jiang Ci quickly arrived at the foot of the green lotus sky-reaching mountain and looked at the stone tablet again. Then, he quickly climbed up the stone steps to the platform of the second stage. The space changed, and his spiritual body fell into an illusion. It was still the same endless mountain range, and the armored guardian stood in the air with a sword on his back. It's you? We haven't seen each other for 10 years. Are you confident that you can pass my second stage this time? The guardian said in a low voice, why don't you give it a try? Jiang Ci said with a faint smile. He directly unsheathed his sword, and a cold sword light flashed. You've reached perfection in the Tao of the sword. You can't beat me like this. The guardian shook his head, and a long sword appeared in his hand as sword intent rose. Oh, is that so? Jiang Ci chuckled again. A dark red sword shadow suddenly appeared on the slaughtering shadow sword, faintly hiding under the dense sword shadow of the Tao of the sword. What? Tao fusion technique? Impossible. Even tribulation transcenders would find it difficult to completely grasp the Tao of the heaven and earth level Tao fusion technique. The guardian's expression changed. Come and fight, Jiang Ci shouted. The sword light whistled, and the long sword followed his figure, becoming tens of thousands of feet long. The sword shadow, formed by the fusion of the Tao of the sword and the Tao of the fire, was mighty, and its power spread throughout the entire space. As soon as the guardian saw this momentum, his expression became incomparably solemn. The soaring sword intent turned into all kinds of moves and fiercely collided with Jiang Ci's sword. The majestic impact swept through the entire space, destroying heaven and earth. 4,000 times spiritual energy amplitude versus 2,800 times spiritual energy amplitude. There was an absolute gap in strength. Swish! Riverward used less than 10 sword strikes to find the gatekeeper's flaw. With a thrust of his sword, he pierced through the other party's forehead. The second stage passed. Buzz! The space changed dramatically, and the space that had collapsed during the battle between the two returned to normal. The Guardian also revived. The Guardian said in a grave tone, "This time, you won with strength again. With your fighting skills, you will definitely lose in the next stage. Watch carefully." Jiang Ci smiled and disappeared. Then, he walked along the stone steps toward the platform of the third stage. At the same time, in Wine Sword Immortal's palace, the three immortals were still drinking and reminiscing about the past. Suddenly, Immortal Liang frowned as he received a message. Jiang Ci just passed the second stage of the Skyspan Mountain. That kid is finally willing to move? Oh, let's go and take a look. Wine Sword Immortal was also interested. Immortal Ping smiled. She naturally followed Wine Sword Immortal's opinion. Then, with a thought, the three entered the Skyspan Mountain River, painting with their spiritual senses. Their figures were hidden in the starry sky of the continent where the Skyspan Mountain was located, and they looked at the green lotus sky span mountain. The third stage. Jiang Ci's figure fell into the third stage's illusory realm. As a guardian had just been killed by Jiang Ci in the second stage, he only snorted. You won't be able to pass this stage with just the Tao fusion technique. Jiang Ci's expression was solemn, and he did not speak. The Guardian's Tao power in the third stage was equivalent to an ordinary third-level Great Tao. In terms of spiritual energy amplitude, it was 3,700 times. After he used the Tao fusion technique, his spiritual energy amplitude was 4,000 times. From his point of view, He had the advantage. However, even a lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit. He would not underestimate any opponent. Therefore, he took the initiative to meet the guardian with his sword. Chapter 358. In the eyes of many tribulation transcender powerhouses, Jiang Ci was a very good successor, and, at the same time, he could help them a bit. As a young cultivator, being able to pass the third trial of the Heavenspan Mountain after cultivating for 10 years in the ancient Tao Source world was already very talented. If there were no accidents in the future, it wouldn't be a big problem for him to reach the Tribulation Transcender realm. However, these Tribulation Transcender powerhouses also understood that they were just there to accompany him. Because among the Tribulation Transcender powerhouses of the Purple Heaven sect in Nine Firmament City, the strength and fame of Wine Sword Immortal and Sword Immortal Nangong far surpassed them. With these two immortals, Jiang Ci's chances of becoming their disciple were very small, compared to Wine Sword Immortal and Sword Immortal Nangong. In the past 50,000 years, Wine Sword Immortal had been in a depressed state and didn't teach anyone. Sword Immortal Nangong became the most famous Tribulation Transcender powerhouse in Nine Firmament City. Some people even guessed that if Wine Sword Immortal hadn't suddenly announced 10 years ago, Jiang Ci would most likely have chosen Sword Immortal Nangong as his disciple. But now there was a change. Even though Wine Sword Immortal had been silent for 50,000 years, his popularity hadn't decreased, and he was still the #1 immortal. This time, Jiang Ci will definitely become my disciple. Sword Immortal Nangong was very confident, and his words were like a challenge to Wine Sword Immortal. In a palace near Nine Firmament's palace, Wine Sword Immortal was leisurely drinking wine and singing in the attic, but his singing was out of tune. Immortal Ping was still the only audience. After Wine Sword Immortal finished singing, she smiled and said, "Big brother Zhongli, Sword Immortal Nangong has spoken. Aren't you worried at all? This kind of thing can't be rushed. That Nangong guy's been fighting with me for 10,000 years. I didn't expect him to still be like this. Let him be in the limelight first," Wine Sword Immortal said with a smile. The next day, Wine Sword Immortal's lesson started again. Sword Immortal Nangong seemed to have purposely changed the time of the Dharma lesson to this day. According to the rules of becoming a disciple, after the young cultivators of the ancient Tao Source world passed the third trial of the Heavenspan Mountain, if they wanted to become the disciple of a powerhouse, they had to be under that powerhouse's tutelage. Jiang Ci didn't know what Jing Dudu had done, nor did he know that he was being targeted by so many Tribulation Transcendent powerhouses. Early in the morning, he tied up his long hair that had not been cut for 10 years, tidied up his clothes, carried a long sword on his back, and went out. Walking on the flagstone streets of Nine Firmament City, he headed toward the palaces of Tribulation Transcender powerhouses near Nine Firmament's palace. He passed by the residences of Tribulation Transcender powerhouses one after another. Finally, he stopped in front of the Wine Sword Immortal's palace and walked in with steady steps. Sai, the group of Tribulation Transcender powerhouses who still had a glimmer of hope sighed. But he lost wholeheartedly, who asked him to be the Wine Sword Immortal. 50,000 years ago, the Wine Sword Immortal had dominated the 9 stellar domains and was known as the #1 immortal in terms of popularity. If it wasn't for an accident that led to the birth of a heart demon, he would have long become a great Tao immortal. After all, the Sword Tao of the Liquor Sword Immortal was already on par with that of a Tao immortal 50,000 years ago. Only Sword Immortal Nangong remained silent for a long while before shaking his head with a smile. Being able to cultivate to such a high level, he naturally wouldn't get angry over such things. He just didn't want to lose to the Wine Sword Immortal. Because it was an open class, Jiang Ci didn't have any restrictions and directly walked in. At this time, the Wine Sword Immortal was sitting at the front of the hall and hadn't started his lecture yet. When he saw Jiang Ci walk in, his expression didn't change at all. But the other cultivators who came to listen to the lecture were in an uproar. Recently, Jiang Ci's name had been known by many cultivators in Nine Firmament City below the Immortal Tao realm. Many people had heard that this young man who had just arrived in the ancient Tao origin world had passed the third trial of the sky-piercing mountain a few days ago and was quite talented. Obviously, this was the first time Jiang Xi had come to listen to a lecture, so his purpose here was self-evident. They were all guessing whether the wine-sword immortal would accept Jiang Xi as his disciple. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Xi calmly found a place to sit down cross-legged and waited for the wine-sword immortal to start his lecture after about 15 minutes. The wine-sword immortal drank a mouthful of wine and started his lecture. Today, let's talk about what is a sword. This sentence instantly stunned all the cultivators in the hall. Cultivators who could enter the ancient Tao origin world naturally had good talent and comprehension, and they all came here to listen to the lecture with swords as their weapon of choice. What was a sword? This question couldn't be more simple. Was there even a need to explain it? The wine-sword immortal didn't care about everyone's doubts and continued. I'm sure some people will say that a sword is a type of weapon, a type of ritual tool, or something else. Actually, that's not wrong. But the essence of a sword isn't mentioned. A sword isn't just an object. It's a life with sentience and emotions. If you use a sword to kill people, your sword will be tainted with baleful aura and brutality. If you use a sword to do good, your sword will be tainted with righteousness and peace. Once the sword is tainted with these emotions, it will be like a person and possess the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Many troubles in the world are caused by emotions. If we treat a sword as a life form, in the end, we return to the essence. The sword is the heart. If you can reach this level, your sword Tao won't be too bad. All right, this lecture ends here. All of you can leave now. See you next time. Everyone came back to their senses and realized that 3 days had already passed. They were completely immersed in the wine-sword immortal's words. Jiang Xi was also immersed in the lecture. As expected of the wine-sword immortal, what was the theory of the sword? It was as if he had been enlightened, and his understanding of the way of the sword had deepened. When everyone was about to leave, Jiang Xi took a deep breath and walked to the front of the hall. Since he had already made his decision, he wouldn't hesitate. Under everyone's gaze, he knelt on the ground and said, "Disciple Jiang Xi is willing to take Immortal as my master." Jiang Xi's action caused another commotion. Everyone looked at the wine-sword immortal and wondered if this immortal would take Jiang Xi as his disciple. Good, very good. The wine-sword immortal nodded lightly. All the cultivators were instantly filled with envy. The news of Jiang Xi successfully becoming the wine-sword immortal's disciple quickly spread. The geniuses had just been stimulated once, and this time they were stimulated again. That was the wine-sword immortal, a 9th tribulation transcender, who wasn't any weaker than a Tao immortal. This Jiang Xi is really abnormal. Mu Ning muttered and continued to ponder over his next song. Granny once said that if the wine-sword immortal could reverse life and death, he would be a top-notch Tao immortal. If Jiang Xi can become his disciple, his competitiveness will greatly increase in the future. Yin Jiufeng took a deep breath. Why did he improve so quickly? Kuang Lang found it hard to accept this news and was silent for a long time. The other geniuses were even crazier and worked hard to cultivate. However, it wasn't that easy to become the disciple of a tribulation transcender. They had to pass the 3rd trial of the sky-piercing mountain. And it was even more difficult to become the disciple of a powerhouse like the wine-sword immortal. It really depended on their mood. Chapter 359. Misty Mountain Immortal. Past the 14th stage of the sky-piercing mountain. Thousand Flames Immortal. Past the 16th stage of the sky-piercing mountain. Immortal Ping. Past the 15th stage of the sky-piercing mountain. Sword Immortal Nangong. Past the 19th stage of the sky-piercing mountain. Jiang Xi carefully browsed through the list. Although I have the experience points panel and don't have to worry about cultivating, choosing a master obviously has its benefits. Who should I choose? Jiang Xi's gaze fell on the wine-sword immortal's information. Wine-sword immortal passed the 20th stage of the sky-piercing mountain. This level of strength had already surpassed most Tao immortals. Of course, strength was only secondary. towards the Wine Sword Immortal. He was filled with gratitude. When he first came to the ancient Tao source world, if the Wine Sword Immortal hadn't told him to buy the melody of 10,000 swords, he would have been able to improve his cultivation. He was afraid that he would need to spend a long time exploring and fighting in order to improve his combat skills. This was also the benefit of having a master. With a knowledgeable person guiding him, he would be able to avoid many detours. Moreover, after I finish cultivating in the ancient Tao source world, I'll have to go to the Purple Heaven Sect's headquarters. At that time, I'll have to find an opportunity to return the Purple Heaven Sword scripture to the sect. This is a dangerous mission. I'll take a Tribulation Transcender as my master first. It'll be safer in the future. Thinking up to here, Jiang Ci suddenly shook his head and smiled bitterly. Taking a master was just an insurance, because there was another question that he had to ask. Back then, he had been tricked by his master, Taoist Gu, into swearing an oath to return the Purple Heaven Sword scripture to the Purple Heaven sect within 100 years. The key was this the 100 years he had experienced, or was it the 100 years of the original universe's normal flow of time? If it was the latter, then he was done for. This question had always been hidden in Jiang Ci's heart. Occasionally, he would feel apprehensive. Before the end of the 9 Regions Genius Tournament, he hadn't thought that there would be a time difference between the original universe and the ancient Tao source world now. He could only wait for the original universe's 100 years to arrive. He had made the oath in the year 95 of the new moon, and it was now the 154th year of the new moon. According to the time difference between the ancient Tao source world and the original universe, there was still 41 years of the original universes. In other words, the ancient Tao source world's time. In the ancient Tao source world was a Tao source world's time. If I break the oath of the Tao, then my Taoist techniques will no longer be able to use inch force. This cheap master was really a big scammer. Damn it. Jiang Ci sometimes wondered why the Purple Heaven sect had so many big shots of the immortal Tao. Why would such an important inheritance like the Purple Cloud Sword Sutra be broken by Taoist Gu, a Tao integration cultivator? Was there any secret behind this? If there really is some secret, then I have to find a master to rely on. At the same time, in the Milky Way galaxy, planet Danyuan, as the core life planet of the Milky Way galaxy, planet Danyuan was even more prosperous. Because Jiang Ci was the lord of the Milky Way galaxy, the headquarters of the Mountain Sea Star Trade had been moved here more than 30 years ago. At this moment, in the Shanghai Interstellar Trade Headquarters in Amlin City on planet Danyuan, Jiang Dudu, who had a slightly cold temperament and a late-stage nascent soul female cultivator. Under the witness of the all-piercing eye, each of them left their own spiritual sense imprints on a document. Then, the late-stage nascent soul female cultivator smiled and said, "Junior Sister Jiang, you're also a member of the Purple Heaven sect from now on. Senior Sister Yin, you must be joking. I'm not even an outer sect disciple now." Jiang Dudu smiled faintly. Haha, with senior brother Jiang Ci here, as long as junior sister Jiang manages the Mountain Sea Star trade well, it will be easy for you to become a core disciple of the Purple Heaven sect in the future. Yin Fei was quite friendly. Thank you for your kind words, senior sister Yin. Jiang Dudu smiled. The two of them chatted for a while more before Yin Fei left the Mountain Sea Star trade. After signing the agreement, Jiang Dudu felt like a stone had been lifted from her heart, and she felt much more at ease. As a late-stage nascent soul cultivator from the Purple Heaven sect, Yin Fei's attitude towards her, a nascent soul cultivator, was very friendly. The reason was very simple. It was because Jiang Ci had passed the 3rd stage of the Skyspan Mountain in the ancient Tao origin world. The talent he had displayed had surpassed the other 2 fourth heaven young geniuses of the Purple Heaven sect. This news had already spread among the disciples of the Purple Heaven sect. Compared to Jiang Ci, Yin Fei was only a first heaven disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. Her status was several levels lower. Chairman, will the Mountain Sea Star Trade be a subsidiary of the Purple Heaven sect in the future? Next to him, the general manager of the Mountain Sea Star Trade, Shen Wanzi was still a little dizzy. Wen Yoxin and Wen Feng were also very excited. With the Purple Heaven sect behind them, the Mountain Sea Star trade would develop even faster in the future. That's right, but they will only take the dividends and can't interfere with the operation of the group, Jiang Dudu said with a smile. Jiang Dudu looked at the three of them. Yoxin, Wen Feng, Old Shun, now is not the time to relax. The Mountain Sea Star trade has now reached the scale of 10,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. We have to reach 100,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals in 50 years. Are you confident? Yes. The Wen siblings and Shen Wanzi were full of motivation. After the three of them left, Jingdu looked at the flowing stars in the night sky and gently clenched her fists. The ninth heaven of the Purple Heaven sect is coming soon. She was looking forward to the scene when Jiang Xi finished cultivating in the ancient Tao origin world and went to the headquarters of the Purple Heaven sect. The Nine Zones Genius Tournament was not the only way to become a disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. In addition to the outstanding disciples of the star regions usually sent to the Purple Heaven sect, there were also special talents that could enter the Purple Heaven sect. After all, not everyone was good at cultivation, and a huge immortal Tao sect could not only rely on powerful cultivators to maintain normal operations. He also needed various management type, business type, and other talented cultivators. Not only the top immortal Tao sects of the star regions, but even the 3 gates and 6 sects would conduct business activities. After all, cultivation was ultimately about money. This time, Jingdu had done some work. She had made the Mountain Sea Star trade a subsidiary of the Purple Heaven sect and successfully entered the Purple Heaven sect. Of course, she was only an outer disciple now. If she wanted to enter the core and become a disciple of the ninth heaven of the Purple Heaven sect, she would need to continue working hard. If a disciple who specializes in business manages a star trade group with a scale of 100,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals, they can become a disciple of the first heaven of the Purple Heaven sect. 100,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals sounded like a small amount. If it was converted into low-grade spirit crystals, it would be a lot. 100 billion low-grade spirit crystals. If not for special circumstances, the first place of the Nine Zones Genius Tournament would only receive this amount of spirit crystals as a reward. They were the top geniuses selected from the billions of humans. For the Mountain Sea Star Trade Group, which had only been established 60 years ago, it would be very difficult to achieve this goal. In Nine Heaven City, the tribulation transcender powerhouses of the various sects who were qualified to teach the Purple Heaven sect were secretly competing with each other. 10 years ago, when Jiwei had just passed the 3rd level, a similar situation had occurred. In the end, Jiwei still became a disciple of a Tao immortal perfected lord. This made the tribulation transcender powerhouses sigh that they had missed a good disciple. And now, Jiang Xi had appeared. Chapter 360. In the eyes of many tribulation transcender powerhouses, Jiang Xi was a very good successor, and at the same time, he could help him a bit. As a young cultivator, being able to pass the 3rd trial of the Heavenspan Mountain after cultivating for 10 years in the ancient Tao source world was already very talented. If there were no accidents in the future, it wouldn't be a big problem for him to reach the tribulation transcender realm. However, these tribulation transcender powerhouses also understood that they were just there to accompany him. Because among the tribulation transcender powerhouses of the Purple Heaven sect in Nine Firmament City, the strength and fame of Wine Sword Immortal and Sword Immortal Nangong far surpassed them. With these 2 immortals, Jiang Xi's chances of becoming their disciple were very small, compared to Wine Sword Immortal and Sword Immortal Nangong. In the past 50,000 years, Wine Sword Immortal had been in a depressed state and didn't teach anyone. Sword Immortal Nangong became the most famous tribulation transcender powerhouse in Nine Firmament City. Some people even guessed that if Wine Sword Immortal hadn't suddenly announced 10 years ago, Jiang Xi would most likely have chosen Sword Immortal Nangong as his disciple. But now there was a change. Even though Wine Sword Immortal had been silent for 50,000 years, his popularity hadn't decreased, and he was still the #1 immortal. This time, Jiang Xi will definitely become my disciple. Sword Immortal Nangong was very confident, and his words were like a challenge to Wine Sword Immortal. In a palace near Nine Firmament's palace, Wine Sword Immortal was leisurely drinking wine and singing in the attic, but his singing was out of tune. Immortal Ping was still the only audience. After Wine Sword Immortal finished singing, she smiled and said, "Big Brother Zhongli, Sword Immortal Nangong has spoken. Aren't you worried at all? This kind of thing can't be rushed. That Nangong guy's been fighting with me for 10,000 years. I didn't expect him to still be like this. Let him be in the limelight first," Wine Sword Immortal said with a smile. The next day, Wine Sword Immortal's lesson started again. Sword Immortal Nangong seemed to have purposely changed the time of the Dharma lesson to this day. According to the rules of becoming a disciple, after the young cultivators of the ancient Tao source world passed the third trial of the Heavenspan Mountain, if they wanted to become the disciple of a powerhouse, they had to be under that powerhouse's tutelage. Jiangxi didn't know what Jingdu had done, nor did he know that he was being targeted by so many tribulation transcendent powerhouses. Early in the morning, he tied up his long hair that had not been cut for 10 years, tidied up his clothes, carried a long sword on his back, and went out. Walking on the flagstone streets of Nine Firmament City, he headed toward the palaces of Tribulation Transcender powerhouses near Nine Firmament's palace. He passed by the residences of Tribulation Transcender powerhouses one after another. Finally, he stopped in front of the Wine Sword Immortal's palace and walked in with steady steps. Sai, the group of Tribulation Transcender powerhouses who still had a glimmer of hope sighed. But he lost wholeheartedly, who asked him to be the Wine Sword Immortal. 50,000 years ago, the Wine Sword Immortal had dominated the 9 stellar regions of the Tao Alliance and was known as the #1 immortal in terms of popularity. If it wasn't for an accident that led to the birth of a heart demon, he would have long become a great Tao immortal. After all, the Sword Tao of the Liquor Sword Immortal was already on par with that of a Tao immortal 50,000 years ago. Only Sword Immortal Nangong remained silent for a long while before shaking his head with a smile. Being able to cultivate to such a high level, he naturally wouldn't get angry over such things. He just didn't want to lose to the Wine Sword Immortal. Here, because it was an open class, Jiang Xi didn't have any restrictions and directly walked in. At this time, the Wine Sword Immortal was sitting at the front of the hall and had yet to start his lecture. Seeing Jiang Xi come in, his expression didn't change at all. But the other cultivators who came to listen to the lecture were in an uproar. Recently, Jiang Xi's name had been known by many cultivators in Nine Firmament City below the immortal Tao realm. Many people had heard that this young man who had just arrived in the ancient Tao origin world had passed the third trial of the sky-piercing mountain a few days ago, and his talent was extraordinary. Obviously, this was the first time Jiang Xi had come to listen to a lecture, so his purpose here was self-evident. They were all guessing whether the Wine Sword Immortal would accept Jiang Xi as his disciple under everyone's gazes. Jiang Xi calmly found a place to sit down cross-legged and waited for the Wine Sword Immortal to teach him. After about 15 minutes, the Wine Sword Immortal drank a mouthful of wine and began his lecture. Today, let's talk about what is a sword. This sentence instantly stunned all the cultivators in the hall. Cultivators who could enter the ancient Tao origin world naturally had good talent and comprehension, and they all came here to listen to the lecture with swords as their weapon of choice. What was a sword? This question couldn't be more simple. Was there even need to explain it? The Wine Sword Immortal didn't care about everyone's doubts and continued. I'm sure some people will say that a sword is a type of weapon or a type of ceremonial tool or something else. Actually, that's not wrong, but the essence of a sword isn't mentioned. A sword isn't just an object, it's a life with sentience and emotions. If you use a sword to kill, your sword will be tainted with baleful aura and brutality. If you use a sword to do good, your sword will be tainted with righteousness and peace. Once the sword is tainted with these emotions, it will be like a person possessing the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Many troubles in the world are caused by emotions. If we treat a sword as a life form, in the end, we return to the essence. The sword is the heart. If you can reach this level, your sword Tao won't be too bad. Alright, this lecture ends here. All of you can leave now. See you next time. Everyone came back to their senses and realized that 3 days had already passed. They were completely immersed in the Wine Sword Immortal's words. Jiang Xi was also immersed in the lecture. As expected of the Wine Sword Immortal, the theory of what was a sword enlightened him, and it deepened his understanding of the sword Tao. When everyone was about to leave, Jiang Xi took a deep breath and walked to the front of the hall. Since he had already made his decision, he wouldn't hesitate. Under everyone's gaze, he knelt on the ground and said, "Disciple Jiang Xi is willing to take Immortal as my master." Jiang Xi's action caused another commotion. Everyone looked at the Wine Sword Immortal, wondering if this Immortal would take Jiang Xi as his disciple would. Very good. The Wine Sword Immortal nodded lightly. All the cultivators were instantly filled with envy. The news of Jiang Xi successfully becoming the Wine Sword Immortal's disciple quickly spread. The geniuses had just been stimulated once, and this time they were stimulated again. That was the Wine Sword Immortal, a ninth tribulation transcender who wasn't any weaker than a Tao Immortal. This Jiang Xi is really abnormal. Mu Ning muttered and continued to ponder over his next song. Granny once said that if the Wine Sword Immortal could reverse life and death, he would be a top-notch Tao Immortal. If Jiang Xi can become his disciple, his competitiveness will greatly increase in the future. Yan Jiufeng took a deep breath. Why? Why did he improve so quickly? Kuang Lang couldn't accept this news and was silent for a long time. The other geniuses were even crazier and worked hard to cultivate. However, it wasn't that easy to become the disciple of a tribulation transcender. They had to pass the third trial of the Skyspan Mountain, and it was even more difficult to become the disciple of a powerhouse like the Wine Sword Immortal. It really depended on their mood. Chapter 361. None of the geniuses were willing to fall behind, and they all cultivated diligently. Everyone knew that if they wanted to obtain more resources from the Purple Heaven sect in the future, they had to perform better than others at this time. The 11th to 20th years after entering the ancient Tao origin world with a highlight for Mu Ning and Yan Jiufeng. The two of them passed the third stage of the sky-piercing mountain. On the 21st year, Ji Wei broke through the fifth stage and took back the limelight. At the same time, Jiang Xi also confirmed a problem during this year. He had sworn an oath to his master, Taoist Gu, that he would return the Purple Heaven Sword Manual to the Purple Heaven sect within 100 years. This 100 years referred to the time he had experienced, and it was not the normal 100 years of the original universe. After the worry in his heart was resolved, Jiang Xi was completely relieved. In the next 21 to 30 years, Kuang Lang, Mo Hong, Bloodchild, Li Xianxian, Li Ling'er, and Feng Lu all passed the third stage. While everyone was breaking through one after another, Riverward remained silent and did not make any movements. He did not challenge the Heavenspan Mountain even once. Although everyone was a little speechless, they were gradually getting used to Jiang Xi's style. In the blink of an eye, there was only a month left. The 30 years of cultivation in the ancient Tao origin world would end. Jiang Xi sat cross-legged on the stone bed in the stone house, seemingly immersed in cultivation. In reality, most of his attention was on his clone on the first moon of Earth. This state had been going on for almost a month. Suddenly, 3 types of Daos of heaven and earth appeared on Jiang Xi's body. The 3 types of Daos circulated in a mysterious way and gradually merged into one. After this process was completed, his aura suddenly increased by several times. Jiang Xi opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. "I've finally succeeded." Then, a trace of helplessness flashed through his eyes. As expected, according to Master, each Tao technique is a different path. The more Tao techniques one comprehends, the more paths one can walk at the same time. If one wants to comprehend new Tao techniques, the difficulty will increase tenfold. The master he was referring to was naturally the wine sword immortal in Jiangxi's opinion. He had deduced the sword Dao in the first year after entering the ancient Dao origin world. The difficulty of deducing the path of Gale should be much lower. However, he never thought that the difficulty of the deduction was actually greater than the sword Dao. In addition, the Gale path did not have an inheritance altar as a reference, so the deduction progress was even slower. Jiang Xi did not understand. The Gale Dao was a rare Dao technique. Its difficulty should be lower than other special Dao techniques. Later on, he became the disciple of the Wine Sword Immortal. It was only through this master that he learned that the Wine Sword Immortal had become a disciple of the Wine Sword Immortal. It turned out that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to reach a high level of attainment when cultivating multiple Taoist techniques, especially when one's Tao technique realm was higher. The more difficult it would be to walk the path of multiple Tao techniques. Humans only had 2 legs. Walking 2 paths at the same time was already very difficult, let alone walking 3 or more paths at the same time. In the end, the Wine Sword Immortal also suggested that he focus on Sword Dao. Jiang Xi only listened to half of this suggestion. While focusing on the Sword Dao, he continued to deduce the Gale Dao. He couldn't just say, I have an EXP panel. No matter how many paths there are, as long as I can step on them, I can walk through them, right? Thus, he silently deduced, not caring about the success or failure of the other geniuses. Finally, he successfully deduced the Gale Dao a month ago. The third Dao of heaven and earth. It's indeed very difficult. The ancient Dao source world is like the birth of heaven and earth. The Dao of heaven and earth is not stable, so it's easier to cultivate Dao techniques compared to the original universe. But even in such an environment, it still took me so many years to deduce the Gale Dao successfully. If I were in the original universe, it would probably take me at least 100 years to deduce the third Gale Dao. Fortunately, his efforts were not wasted. When he used his clone to refine the spiritual fruit and push the Gale Dao to perfection, the Dao fusion technique underwent change. Dao technique, Gale Dao, 10th tier, 50.000/50.000/000. Secret technique, Dao fusion technique, Sword Dao, Fire Dao, Gale Dao, 30.000/300.000/000. Amplitude 3. After the 3 Daos of heaven and earth have completely fused, my spiritual energy amplitude has tripled. If that's the case, my spiritual energy amplitude can reach a maximum of 6,000 times. I'll comprehend it carefully and prepare to challenge the Skyspan Mountain. Before leaving the ancient Dao source world, I'll try to comprehend it one last time at the Azure Lotus Altar. It was not only the improvement of his Dao technique. In the past 20 years, Jiang Xi had used up 3 chances at the inheritance altar. He had used the Azure Lotus Altar to deduce and completely comprehended the second sword technique of the melody of 10,000 swords. His ability to use the Sword Dao had greatly improved. Therefore, before leaving, he wanted to comprehend it one more time to further improve his use of the Sword Dao. New Moon Era 225, November 11th. Original Universe, Milky Way Galaxy, Planet Donyuan, Mountain Sea Star Trade Headquarters. This day was an important day for the Mountain Sea Star Trade. Yin Fei, a late-stage nascent soul disciple from the Purple Heaven Sect's First Heaven, carried out a complete inspection of the Mountain Sea Star Trade's assets under the witness of the Omniscient Eye. Congratulations, Junior Sister Jiang. The Mountain Sea Star Trade's assets have reached 100,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. According to the rules, the Purple Heaven Sect's business-type disciples can run a Star Trade group. If the assets reach 100,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals, they can enter the Purple Heaven Sect's First Heaven to cultivate. Yin Fei first said this formally, then smiled and said, Junior Sister Jiang, I will submit the inspection results later. Then we will really be fellow disciples. Then I hope Senior Sister Yin can take care of me in the future. Jiang Daodu smiled. Junior sister Jiang, you must be joking. With senior brother Jiang Xi's status in the sect, I hope you can help me in the future. Yin Fei shook her head. The news that Jiang Xi had become the disciple of the Wine Sword Immortal had already spread in the ninth heaven of the Purple Heaven sect. As for the disciples in the first four heavens, other than a few experienced and powerful disciples, the rest were all extremely envious. However, putting aside her relationship with Jiang Xi, Yin Fei also admired Jiang Daodu. She had thought that after the Mountain Sea Star trade was merged into the Purple Heaven sect, she would borrow Jiang Xi's name. It would take Jiang Daodu about 1,000 years to operate the Mountain Sea Star trade to 100,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Unexpectedly, Jiang Daodu achieved this goal in less than 100 years. Even with the excellent quality of the Mountain Sea Star artifact as a foundation, the fact that Jiang Daodu was able to expand the Mountain Sea Star artifact to this extent in such a short period of time was a testament to her abilities. Junior sister Jiang, when are you going to go to the Purple Heaven sect? Yin Fei asked again. There's still some things to deal with. Let's go in a month, Jiang Daodu said with a smile. Okay, I will wait for you for a month. Thank you. I will ask Yoshin to accompany you around the Milky Way galaxy. Although the two had only met a few times, they were like sisters who had not seen each other for many years and quickly became close. This was partly because Yin Fei deliberately made friends with her, and partly because Jiang Daodu had grown up for so many years and had already understood the ways of the world. After when Yoshin left with Yin Fei, Jiang Daodu stretched lazily as if a burden had been lifted from her shoulders, revealing her graceful figure. Chapter 362. Over 100 years had passed, and the bean sprout who used to roam the streets had become slender and elegant. However, in front of outsiders, Jiang Daodu had always remained aloof. Especially in the past few years when Jiang Xi wasn't around, she rarely smiled. Congratulations, master. You've finally gotten what you wanted. Tiansheng, who was the size of a thumb, appeared on Jiang Daodu's shoulder. It's still early. The first heaven and the third heaven of the Purple Heaven sect are two different worlds. Jiang Daodu's expression was calm. With master's talent, it's only a matter of time before you enter the third heaven, Tiansheng said with a smile. Jiang Daodu smiled and asked, But you, my brother's master, died because of you. Are you afraid now that he's in the Purple Heaven sect? What's there to be afraid of? This old servant has a personal grudge with Taoist Ge. It's not a grudge between the human race and the ghost race. Besides, I'm only a remnant spirit now. I can't catch the attention of those immortal Dao experts. Tiansheng had a smile on his face, but his tone was bitter. Jiang Daodu didn't say anything else. She looked into the starry sky as if there was a world hidden in her eyes. Nine Heavens City, the teleportation platform from the original universe to the ancient Dao origin world. The gray-robed elder guarding this place suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, three figures appeared at the same time. Two of them were immortal Yi Liang and immortal Chu He. The one in the lead was true monarch Iron Mountain in blood-red battle armor. When the gray-robed elder saw them clearly, he said in surprise, Iron Mountain, you came personally? I happen to be free, so I brought those little guys back. True monarch Iron Mountain nodded lightly. This year's youngsters are pretty good. You're really lucky, the gray-robed elder said with a smile. Haha, it's my turn to be lucky. True monarch Iron Mountain laughed and said a few more words to the gray-robed elder before leaving with immortal Yi Liang and immortal Chu He. The gray-robed elder looked at them and shook his head. That lucky guy. After cultivating in the ancient Dao origin world for 30 years, many of the youngsters in this year's 9 Regions Genius Tournament had shown signs of immortal potential. It could be said to be the strongest in 5 million years. True Lord Iron Mountain also had a mansion in 9 Firmament City. He brought immortal Yi Liang and immortal Chu He to his palace. After taking their seats, True Lord Iron Mountain sat at the top of the hall and asked, Yi Liang, you know the situation of those young people the best. Tell me, Immortal Iliang said respectfully, "Currently, Jiwei has passed the 5th stage of Mount Tongtian. Mu Ning, Yin Jiufeng, Jiang Xi, and Kuang Lang are all at the 3rd stage. And Mo Hong, Li Xianxian, Lin Ling, and Feng Lu are all in the 2nd stage. The others." He recounted everyone's situation in detail. True Lord Iron Mountain nodded in satisfaction. Under normal circumstances, the young cultivators who participated in the 9 Zones Genius Tournament were all very strong. After cultivating in the ancient Tao origin world for 30 years, it would be considered not bad if 2 or 3 of them could pass the 3rd stage of the Skyspan Mountain. This time, not only did someone pass the 5th stage, there were even 4 people who passed the 3rd stage. If these geniuses were to transcend their tribulation and become immortals in the future, they would have a chance to become powerhouses among tribulation transcenders with a little bit of training. At that time, his Iron Mountain lineage's overall strength in the Tao Alliance's heavenly court would increase by a lot. In addition, Lord Iron Mountain also noticed a problem. He asked doubtfully, with some doubt, "I remember that 20 years ago, Jiang Xi passed the 3rd stage of the Skyspan Mountain and became the disciple of the Wine Sword Immortal, Zhongli. Why hasn't there been any change in the past 20 years? If it was in the original universe, it would be understandable if he hadn't made any progress in 20 years. But now, he had cultivated in the ancient Tao origin world for 20 years and hadn't made any progress at all. Moreover, the Wine Sword Immortal wasn't inferior to him, a Tao Immortal. With such an expert guiding his cultivation, it was reasonable to say that Jiang Xi should have made more progress." Immortal Iliang and Immortal Chu, he looked at each other and laughed. "True Lord, Jiang Xi's style is actually like this. In the 9 Zones Genius Tournament and the Skyspan Mountain 20 years ago, he's always been like this. He likes to hide his strength. He's well prepared." Immortal Iliang pondered for a while before finding the right words. Then, he briefly described what Jiang Xi had done. True Lord Iron Mountain's interest was piqued. "Oh, then I'd like to see what he's been accumulating for the past 20 years. Then, he asked Immortal Iliang to send a message to everyone to meet him. Soon, the remaining 2,700 geniuses all arrived at True Lord Iron Mountain's palace. "Greetings, True Lord Iron Mountain." Everyone bowed in unison. True Lord Iron Mountain was expressionless as a powerful aura spread out. "I'm very disappointed. The ancient Tao origin world is the safest place on your path of cultivation, but almost 1,000 of you have died." The expressions of the geniuses changed under this powerful aura. Even the stronger geniuses like Jiang Xi and Ji Wei found it difficult to breathe. Too powerful. Now, there's still a month left. Those who are going to challenge the Skyspan Mountain, and those who haven't used the opportunity to comprehend the inheritance altar should use it quickly. It won't be so easy to come to the ancient Tao origin world in the future, True Lord Iron Mountain said. These 2 short sentences caused the geniuses to fall silent and quickly disperse. Some returned to the Skyspan Mountain and river diagram to challenge the Skyspan Mountain again. Some went to the inheritance altar to comprehend the ancient Tao origin world first before going to the Skyspan Mountain. Meanwhile, Jiang Xi returned to his stone house and continued to comprehend the changes after the 3 Taos of heaven and earth merged. He received a message from Immortal Iliang before he had time to check it out, so he could only rush to True Lord Iron Mountain's place. After spending half a day to comprehend, Jiang Xi had a rough understanding of his new strength. After adding the Gale Dao, not only has my spiritual energy multiplied, but the Gale Dao also has the Wind Dao origin world. The Dao fusion technique has also gained some wind transformations, making it faster and sharper. In addition, I've completely comprehended the second sword art of the melody of 10,000 swords. My current strength should be able to improve greatly on the Skyspan Mountain, right? Jiang Xi smiled and took out his communication pearl, preparing to challenge the Skyspan Mountain. However, before he could enter the Skyspan Mountain and river diagram, he received a message on his communication pearl. Mu Ning just passed the fourth trial? Jiang Xi was slightly taken aback. Then his eyes narrowed. He's starting to show his strength? Since that's the case, let's go challenge the Skyspan Mountain now. Mu Ning's improvement also ignited Jiang Xi's fighting spirit. The Skyspan Mountain and River diagram, the continent where the 44 Skyspan Mountains were located. Jiang Xi had just entered when he discovered that over 1,000 people had already gathered here. They were all waiting in line to challenge the Skyspan Mountain. Hey, Jiang Xi, Mu Ning just passed the fourth trial, and you're already here. He'll definitely say that you're deliberately causing trouble for him, Yin Jiufeng said with a smile. I can't let him be the only one in the limelight. Jiang Xi joked. Soon, Mu Ning's figure flew down from the myriad Skyspan Mountain. He hadn't passed the fifth trial. Sure enough, when he saw Jiang Xi, he immediately shouted, Jiang Xi, you're deliberately causing trouble for me. Can't you come back a few days later? Jiang Xi and Yin Jiufeng immediately burst into laughter. Chapter 363. Just as they were getting excited, whoosh, another figure appeared. Everyone looked over. It was a young man with a strand of white hair on his forehead. It was Ji Wei. He had also received the news that Mu Ning had passed the fourth level. However, Ji Wei's gaze fell on Jiang Xi, and he took the initiative to ask a question. Jiang Xi, are you confident that you can pass the fifth level? Maybe. Jiang Xi nodded slightly. Ji Wei fell silent again. At this moment, the voice of the mountain guardian sounded. The Green Lotus sky-piercing mountain is free. Those who want to challenge it, hurry up. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xi immediately flew out and went straight to the Green Lotus sky-piercing mountain. I want to see how many things this guy has hidden for 20 years. Mu Ning muttered. Although Ji Wei was expressionless, the look in his eyes had clearly changed. The other geniuses also looked at Jiang Xi's figure and made guesses. After all, Jiang Xi had not challenged the sky-piercing mountain for 20 years. In the fourth level of the Green Lotus sky-piercing mountain, in the illusion, the gatekeeper, who was dressed in battle armor and carried a long sword on his back, actually revealed a rare smile when he saw Riverward. You haven't been here for a long time. Last time, you suffered a crushing defeat. This time, if you don't have a big breakthrough, you won't be able to pass this level. Let's play one round first. Jiang Xi chuckled. He looked very calm on the surface, but his fighting spirit was rising. It was time to go all out. Whoosh! The slaughtering shadow sword was unsheathed, and sword light whistled like a blooming green lotus. Sword chi that blotted out the sky shot out. This time, the sword chi was not only mixed with the dark red leaf fire sword shadow, but also the swiftness and fierceness of the wind. Suddenly, sword chi filled the sky and swept through the entire space. Whoosh! The fusion of three Daos of heaven and earth. The gatekeeper was also shocked. Under normal circumstances, only those tribulation transcender and Tao immortal powerhouses who had stagnated in their cultivation would think of taking the second or third path. It was very rare for cultivators who had not yet become immortals to take multiple paths and be able to complete the fusion of two Daos of heaven and earth. As for someone like Jiang Xi, who had reached the level of the Tao of heaven and earth in all three paths and was able to fuse them together to execute the Tao fusion technique. It was simply rare to see someone like him in a million years. It was common knowledge that the more Tao arts one cultivated, the harder it would be to cultivate in the future. However, the gatekeeper would not relax his attack just because he was shocked. He snorted coldly, and his soaring sword intent swept out. You want to use this technique to get past me? Don't even think about it. Boom, boom. The sword light surged, bursting with dazzling and blazing light. Terrifying cracks appeared in the space as the two of them exchanged blows. It was as if the space was about to collapse. However, in terms of absolute strength, the gatekeeper was still at a disadvantage. In this round, his Tao power was only equivalent to 4,600 times the spiritual energy amplitude. In comparison, Jiangxi's spiritual energy amplitude could reach 6,000 times. On top of that, after mastering the second sword technique of the tune of 10,000 swords, his combat skills were no longer the same as before. Therefore, the gatekeeper was only able to block Jiangxi's first wave of attacks. In the second round, he was cut down by the sword. Stage 4 passed. When the news spread, everyone's shock was not as strong as imagined. Because Jiangxi had already passed the third stage 20 years ago. If he could not even pass the fourth stage this time, it would be too ridiculous. Now, everyone was waiting to see if Jiangxi could pass the fifth stage. If he could, it would really be heaven-defying, because the first place of the 9 regions Genius Tournament, Jiwei, was also at the fifth stage. The Void Universe Sky-Piercing Mountain is also empty. Those who want to challenge it, hurry up and go. The voice of the gatekeeper sounded. Everyone's eyes gathered on Jiwei. Jiwei was expressionless. He moved his feet lightly and flashed out. He would not let anyone shake his first place. This is great. The limelight has been stolen by these two. Mu Ning grabbed the bamboo flute and knocked on a straw hat half an hour later. The gatekeeper suddenly laughed. Jiangxi has passed the fifth stage. Whoosh. The geniuses immediately became lively. This time, everyone was really shocked. At the fifth stage of the Sky-Piercing Mountain, Jiangxi's talent and strength were fully deserving of the second place this time. Why was he not first? Because Jiwei had passed the fifth stage 10 years ago. Naturally, he was first. Just as everyone was discussing this matter, the gatekeeper's dignified face was filled with a smile. Jiwei has passed the sixth stage. The platform in front of the Sky-Piercing Mountain was strangely quiet. The geniuses all fell into silence. The sixth stage. At this time, there was only a deep pressure in everyone's heart. Jiangxi and Jiwei were no longer on the same level as them. The other geniuses in the top 10 had their eyes flickering. They were greatly stimulated, especially the other 2 Purple Heaven Sect 4th layer disciples, Yin Jiufeng and Kuang Lang. Yin Jiufeng was slightly better. She was lively by nature. She only smiled bitterly for a moment before her emotions returned to normal. Kuang Lang was originally a domineering person. With such a big gap between him and his competitors, he did not feel good. However, this time, Kuang Lang did not have a big emotional reaction. He was very calm. He had already accepted this reality. However, he would not give up. The road of cultivation was still long. He would catch up sooner or later. He would not give up. Next, the geniuses' challenges came to an end. Basically, everyone had passed the first stage. As for the top 360 geniuses, as long as they were still alive, they had passed the second stage. After that, only the top 10 geniuses had passed the third stage. The remaining geniuses, the fourth stage, Mu Ning. The fifth stage, Jiangxi. The sixth stage, Jiwei. Inside, True Monarch Iron Mountain's palace. The 3 immortals had also received the results of everyone's challenge. Congratulations, True Monarch. Immortal Yi Liang and Immortal Chu, he congratulated him in unison. True Monarch Iron Mountain, who had always been dignified, also let out a carefree laugh. It could be expected that Jiwei, Jiangxi, and Mu Ning would all become powerhouses among tribulation transcenders in the future, as long as nothing unexpected happened. If they were lucky, they might even become great Dao immortals. If they became tribulation transcenders, they would naturally be his subordinates. If they became great Dao immortals, they would become true monarchs. They would be on the same level as him, and would not be inferior to him. However, at that time, their relationship would definitely be closer than that of other true monarchs. However, he still had some doubts in his heart. Jiwei walks the path of time and space, and he has already stepped onto the great Dao. Coupled with the fusion of time and space, it is reasonable for him to pass the sixth stage. Mu Ning is also at the great Dao level, and he specializes in the great Dao of life. He has walked further than Jiwei's great Dao. What is this Jiangxi relying on? He has not stepped onto the great Dao, but instead walked three great Taos of heaven and earth at the same time. It is really rare. After thinking for a while, he shook his head. Weren't geniuses like this? It was beyond the expectations of ordinary people. Three people, three different cultivation directions. At present, it seemed that Ji Wei was a little ahead. However, in the eyes of true monarch Iron Mountain, Jiang Xi was also a genius worth looking forward to. This was because Ji Wei had already revealed a talent that was rarely seen in a million years. In contrast, Jiang Xi's sudden breakthrough was a complete surprise. Chapter 364. After failing the sixth stage, Jiang Xi didn't continue trying and left the sky-piercing mountain river diagram. He cultivated in the stone house for 3 days. After the 3 battles in the sky-piercing mountain, he gained a lot of battle insights and needed to organize them. Only by summarizing and combining actual battle and theory could he improve faster. After doing all that, Jiang Xi went to the Azure Lotus altar and cultivated for 20 days, using up the 2 chances he just obtained. Because just like true monarch Iron Mountain said, if he didn't use it now, he didn't know when he would come to the ancient Tao source world again. Using the Azure Lotus altar, he used the purple firmament sword manual, sword Tao, and melody of 10,000 swords to deduce together. Combined with the battle insights from the sky-piercing mountain, his use of the sword Tao improved a lot after 20 days. Especially the third sword technique of the melody of 10,000 swords, he already had a rough idea. Presumably, if he continued to deduce with the experience panel, he would soon be able to fully grasp it. The 3 sword techniques of the melody of 10,000 swords corresponded to the first 3 transformations of the Azure Lotus sword Tao, 1 Azure Lotus for Azure Lotus and 100 Azure Lotus. Once he fully grasped the third sword technique, his strength would definitely rise to another level. 9 Firmament City, Wine Sword Immortal's Palace. Jiang Xi spent the last 10 days before leaving the ancient Tao source world. Listening to the teachings of his master, Wine Sword Immortal, was one thing. Another thing was that he didn't know when he would come to the ancient Tao source world again after leaving this time. So he naturally wanted to accompany his master. In Jiang Xi's heart, Taoist Gu and the Wine Sword Immortal, these 2 masters had completely different styles. But they were both dedicated to their disciples and taught them everything. Before Taoist Gu died, he directly passed his inheritance memories to him. And the Wine Sword Immortal, in the 20 years after he became his master, carefully taught him about various aspects of cultivation. In the last 10 days, the Wine Sword Immortal even told him many things. He provided many constructive suggestions for his future development. Soon it was time to leave the ancient Tao source world. Master, I'm leaving. Jiang Xi knelt on the ground. As sword immortals, there's no need for us to go through such complicated formalities. We can just do as we please. Wine Sword Immortal laughed out loud river word. On the other hand, bowed respectfully. Even though the Wine Sword Immortal had lived for nearly 100,000 years, his heart was inexplicably moved, because he had entrusted too many things to Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi, since we are parting, I have a request for you. The Wine Sword Immortal said seriously. Master, please speak. Wine Sword Immortal said, live on. Jiang Xi was startled for a moment. He thought that the Wine Sword Immortal had some requirements for his cultivation. Unexpectedly, there were only 3 simple words. But from these 3 words, one could feel the Wine Sword Immortal's concern for him. This disciple will remember. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. All right, you guys are about to gather. Hurry up and go. Wine Sword Immortal laughed. Jiang Xi nodded gently, then turned and left. In the empty hall, the Wine Sword Immortal stood there quietly. After a long time, he suddenly grabbed the wine gourd and drank a lot of wine. Immortal Ping walked out of the side hall and sighed. Big brother Zhongli, since you can't bear to part with him, you can apply to return to the sect to cultivate. This way, Jiang Xi's path in the sect will be smoother. The Wine Sword Immortal shook his head and smiled. The growth of young people still needs more tempering. Don't worry, this little guy is smart and has hidden a lot of things. Jiang Xi left with worry in his heart. Although the Wine Sword Immortal didn't reveal the problem of his lifespan to him, he had checked the information of the Wine Sword Immortal a long time ago. His master was a 9-tribulation sword immortal who had lived for nearly 100,000 years. In other words, the Wine Sword Immortal's lifespan was about to come to an end unless he could break through and become a great Tao immortal. I don't know what happened, but with master strength, he should have been able to become a great Tao immortal. Jiang Xi shook his head and hid his worry in the bottom of his heart. He still wasn't strong enough. It was very difficult for him to come into contact with the secrets of the Tribulation Transcender and Great Tao immortal levels. 9 Heavens City, the teleportation platform from the original universe to the ancient Tao origin world. True Monarch Iron Mountain stood with his hands behind his back, while Immortal Iliang and Immortal Chu, he stood behind him. More than 2,700 geniuses were standing in an orderly manner. The cultivation in the ancient Tao origin world is over. There are only 3 people whose performance satisfied me the most: Ji Wei, Jiang Xi, and Mu Ning. True Monarch Iron Mountain's hoarse voice sounded. Instantly, the gazes of the geniuses gathered on the 3 people at the front. Everyone had complicated expressions. Some were disappointed, some were envious, some were jealous, but most of them were filled with fighting spirit. Ji Wei, Jiang Xi, and Mu Ning. In many people's eyes, Jiang Xi was actually more monstrous than the other 2. This was because Jiang Xi's growth was too fast. Ji Wei and Mu Ning's talent and strength had already been displayed in a 9 regions genius tournament. In comparison, although Jiang Xi was in the top 10 at that time, he was clearly weaker than Ji Wei and Mu Ning. Moreover, Jiang Xi's master was only a tribulation transcender, while Ji Wei and Mu Ning's masters were Tao immortals. 30 years had passed, and Jiang Xi had risen step by step. He had surpassed Mu Ning and was approaching Ji Wei. In the future, how far could Jiang Xi go on the road of cultivation? No one had a definite answer. However, no one dared to underestimate Jiang Xi now. True Monarch Iron Mountain continued. The 30 years in the ancient Tao origin world was only the first stage of your cultivation in the Purple Heaven sect. Resources are earned by one's own efforts. I hope that after arriving at the Purple Heaven sect, you can continue to work hard and perform even better. Cultivation has no limits. How far you can go in the future is not only related to your talent, but also how much effort you can put in. Now, follow me back to the Purple Heaven sect. The geniuses became excited once again. As disciples of the Purple Heaven sect, they could finally cultivate in the Purple Heaven sect. Jiang Xi had a deep look in his eyes. He had thought about more than the others. Strictly speaking, he was already a disciple of the Purple Heaven sect after he became Taoist Ji's disciple. Now, he really had to go to the Purple Heaven sect. Where would he go? And what would he experience? His sharp intuition told him that Taoist Ji's mission was not that simple. The Tao Alliance's 3 gates and 6 sects, the Taoist Gate, the Buddhist Gate, and the Sword Gate, were detached from worldly affairs. The Purple Heaven sect was the true ruler of the entire Tao Alliance and the entire human race in the universe. After all, even a master of the Tao Alliance's heavenly court came from the Purple Heaven sect. One could imagine how powerful the Purple Heaven sect was. The Purple Heaven Sword Manual was named after the Purple Heaven sect. Its importance was self-evident. However, Taoist Gu, a Tao integration expert, had mastered one of the most important inheritances of the Purple Heaven sect. Was this a joke? Looks like I have to keep a low profile when I reach the Purple Heaven sect. I can only secretly look for opportunities. Jiang Xi carried these doubts, caution, and worry in his heart as he followed the 3 immortals. First, they teleported back to the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court's Tao Origin Hall through the Universe Passage. Then, they teleported directly to the Purple Heaven sect's headquarters through the Southern Heavenly Gates teleportation platform. They had finally arrived. The geniuses were once again stunned by the scene before them. Chapter 365. As soon as the 2,700 geniuses appeared on the teleportation platform of the Purple Heaven sect, they were all stunned. The headquarters of the Purple Heaven sect was naturally not something that a peak immortal Tao sect could compare to. However, what they didn't expect was that this was also a continent in space. It was so vast that one couldn't see the end of it. In terms of scale, it was comparable to the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court. The only difference was that the continent of the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court had countless immortal mountains, immortal islands, and palaces. On the other hand, the Purple Heaven sect only had 9 enormous floating islands. They were layered upon layers, and they were surrounded by 5-color clouds. It was like a paradise. Right now, the teleportation platform they were on seemed to be tens of thousands of square kilometers in size. However, compared to the 9 floating islands, it was nothing. While everyone was still in shock, True Monarch Iron Mountain said in a low voice, "Ilyang, Chua, take them to their respective heavens." Then, he disappeared from the teleportation platform. Immortal Ilyang and Immortal Chuha glanced at the youths who were looking around, then exchanged a glance and chuckled. Then, Immortal Ilyang said, "The continent below is slightly smaller than the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court's Heavenly Court continent. The largest one has a diameter of 9 billion light years. It is where the outer disciples of the Purple Heaven sect cultivate. These 9 enormous floating islands are the 9 great heavens. The first 4 heavens are where the core disciples cultivate. Each of them contains a major world. 9 billion light years? That was a little too small." The geniuses were all flabbergasted. "Now, the disciples of the first heavens will follow Immortal Chuha. The disciples of the second and third heavens will follow me." Immortal Ilyang chuckled. The 2,700 geniuses quickly split up according to their respective heavens. The first heavens were the most numerous, followed by the second heavens. The third and fourth heavens were only the top 10. Everyone would be teleported to the first 4 floating islands in the sky through the teleportation platform in batches. Immortal Chuha left with the first heavens, which had the most people. Then, Immortal Ilyang left with the fourth heavens, Jiwei, Yanjiufeng, and Quanglang. As for the several hundred second and third heaven geniuses, they had to wait for Immortal Ilyang's return because the heavenly layer world was very big. The 2 immortals had to send these geniuses to their respective caves one by one. Before leaving, Yin Zhufeng waved at Mu Ning and Jiang Xi. "Mu Ning, Jiang Xi, don't forget to keep in touch." Although she was lively by nature, the only people she was close to were Mu Ning and Jiang Xi. Of course, Jiang Xi was incidental. Mu Ning tilted her head and waved her flute. Jiang Xi only smiled and nodded. He knew that the other party was targeting Mu Ning. "I wonder what the world of the third heaven is like?" Mu Ning asked curiously beside Jiang Xi. He was also a disciple of the third heaven. "Just now, the immortal said that it's a great world," Jiang Xi said with a smile. "In Taoist Ji's inherited memories, there is a simple description of the 9 heavens of Purple Heaven sect, but it was not detailed." Jiang Xi had no idea what was going on inside. Mu Ning kept making guesses, and Jiang Xi would add on occasionally. "No matter what the environment is inside, I'll definitely plant a willow tree in front of the door and dig a pond." Mu Ning calculated carefully. Jiang Xi smiled and was about to speak when he suddenly sensed something. He turned around abruptly and shuddered. "Brother." A familiar voice that seemed to penetrate deep into his soul reached Jiang Xi's ears. Jiangdu's graceful figure appeared on the other side of the teleportation platform. She, who had always maintained a cold demeanor in front of others, was now smiling like a blooming flower. Jiang Xi was instantly dumbfounded. The world seemed to have quieted down. The 2 of them only had eyes for each other. They had really been separated for a long time this time. Jiang Xi had been separated for 30 years, while Jiang Dudu had been separated for 108 years. Jiang Dudu's appearance also caused the other geniuses on the teleportation platform to become lively. Since the 2 immortals, Ilyang and Chu He, had temporarily left, they could finally relax. Jiang Xi, you actually have a younger sister. Mu Ning exclaimed. Why is your sister also a disciple of the Purple Firmament sect? Mo Hong asked. This is ridiculous. Your sister's talent is also so strong. The other geniuses who were on good terms with him all teased him. Jiang Xi smiled proudly and appeared in front of Jiang Dudu in a flash. Are you surprised? Jiang Dudu asked. Yes, I'm happy. Jiang Xi nodded with a smile. But before he could say anything, two more figures appeared on the teleportation platform. The aura of an immortal Tao powerhouse suddenly spread out and enveloped the hundreds of geniuses in the second and third firmament. The powerful aura caused everyone's faces to turn pale as they resisted with all their might. It gave them the feeling that if they didn't resist, they would only be waiting for death. Jiang Xi also hurriedly spread out his spiritual power and Tao arts to protect himself and Jiang Dudu. At the same time, he was puzzled. What was this? Were they trying to intimidate them, while immortal Yi Liang and immortal Chu He were not here? Were immortal Tao powerhouses that bored? One of the two figures could be seen. One was tall and the other short. The tall one was a middle-aged man with a stiff face and wore a purple Taoist robe. The short man had a strange face and held a compass in his hand. While the hundreds of geniuses were resisting with all their might, some were even at a loss. The short immortal with the compass glanced at the compass, then raised his head and pointed. It's him. He was pointing in the direction of Jiang Xi and Jiang Dudu. Jiang Xi's expression changed drastically. The stiff-faced immortal in the purple Taoist robe appeared in front of the two of them, as if he had teleported. You've learned the Purple Firmament Tao without permission. Die. He spoke in a tone as if he was passing judgment. He stood high above and grabbed at Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi wanted to move, but under the restraints of the immortal Tao powerhouse, he could not move at all. He could not even change his expression. However, at that moment, an undetectable cold light flashed across Jiang Dudu's body. She broke free of the restraints and stood in front of Jiang Xi. Don't you dare hurt my brother. Jiang Xi's eyes were filled with anxiety and despair. He wanted Jiang Dudu to dodge. His heart was filled with bitterness. He was really going to die this time. Stop. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Another middle-aged woman appeared on the teleportation platform. She had an ordinary face, but there was a galaxy of stars in her eyes. Umph. The stiff-faced immortal snorted coldly and continued to grab at Jiang Xi. The female immortal wanted to stop him, but she was too slow. At that critical moment, immortal Yi Liang appeared on the teleportation platform. He had just returned after sending off Ji Wei, Yan Jiufeng, and Kuang Lang. How dare you? Immortal Yi Liang was enraged when he saw this. He slammed his palm down. The tall and short immortals did not dare to be careless. They immediately raised their hands to block. The female immortal took advantage of this opportunity to appear in front of Jiang Xi and protect Jiang Xi and Jiang Dudu. Chapter 366. Ancient Tao Origin World, Nine Heavens City, Winesword Immortal's Palace. Winesword Immortal held his communication bead, and his expression changed. Immortal Ping asked, "What's wrong?" Something happened to Jiang Xi. He just went to Purple Heaven Sect. What could have happened? Immortal Ping was even more confused. I'll explain to you when I come back. I'm going to meet Tao, Lord Nine Heavens now, and ask for his decree. Winesword Immortal's expression was solemn, and he no longer had his usual carefree attitude as he flew out of the palace. Immortal Ping was shocked by Winesword Immortal's words. What could alarm Tao, Lord Nine Heavens? Wu Yi, why did you attack a new disciple? Immortal Yi Liang asked with a cold expression. The Purple Heaven Sword Manual. Immortal Wu Yi only said 2 words. You mean? Immortal Yi Liang's expression changed greatly. The remaining 300 or so geniuses on the Purple Heaven Sect's teleportation platform were still in shock. They were somewhat confused when they heard the conversation between Immortal Yi Liang and Immortal Wu Yi. The Purple Heaven Sword Manual? What did it have to do with Jiang Xi? The Purple Heaven Sword Manual has been lost for nearly 10,000 years. Why are you so sure that it's with Jiang Xi? Immortal Iliang was clearly shocked. 130 years ago, Yu Cheng found out through Guming's inheritance that the Purple Heaven Sword Manual was with this batch of geniuses. He confirmed it again just now, and it's with this disciple. Immortal Wu Yi explained. After all, he was only a 6th tribulation transcender, while Iliang was a 9th tribulation transcender. Immortal Iliang's expression changed. The Yu Cheng that Wu Yi mentioned was the short immortal. This person's Tao of divination had advanced to the great Tao of karma 1,000 years ago. The result of his divination would naturally not be wrong. Furthermore, Wu Yi had said it in such detail. 130 years ago, that meant that the Purple Heaven Sword Manual was really with Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi held Jiang Daodu's hand tightly and stood expressionlessly behind the female immortal. He did not express the anger, worry, or doubt in his heart. The two of them had almost died just now, although immortal Iliang had returned and this unknown female immortal was protecting him. The sense of danger in his heart did not decrease. At the same time, he was also very doubtful. 130 years ago wasn't at the time when he first left Earth and went to the blue planet. Of course, this was not a problem that needed to be considered at the moment. More importantly, where would he go from here? Why did his cheap master, Taoist, leave him with such a huge trap? Just as Jiang Xi's emotions were extremely complicated, Immortal Iliang solemnly said, Jiang Xi is a disciple of the 3rd heavenly layer. A tribulation transcender has no right to punish him. Although the Purple Cloud Sword Scripture was more important than Jiang Xi, he wanted to save Jiang Xi's life. Jiang Xi had passed the 5th stage of the sky-piercing mountain after cultivating in the ancient Tao origin world for 30 years. With such talent, there was a high chance that he would become a tribulation transcender powerhouse in the sect, or even a Tao immortal powerhouse. Of course I know this, so I requested True Monarch Yin Yu's decree. A bright yellow scroll appeared in Immortal Wu Ye's hand. The aura of a Tao immortal perfected lord spread out instantly. Immortal Iliang and the female immortal's expressions turned ugly. True Monarch Yin Yu was Immortal Wu Ye's master. This was also the reason why Wu Yi, a 6th tribulation transcender, dared to speak like this in front of him. If it was an ordinary 6th tribulation transcender, he would have already slapped him. Immortal Iliang suppressed the anger in his heart and said again, True Monarch, Iron Mountain thinks highly of Jiang Xi. True Monarch, Yin Yu's decree is here. Do you dare to disobey? Immortal Wu Yi was not afraid at all. Immortal Iliang angrily said, I will definitely report this matter to True Monarch Iron Mountain. Do as you wish. Immortal Wu Ye's face stiffened as he coldly smiled and locked his gaze on Jiang Xi. But this time, True Monarch Iron Mountain appeared out of thin air. There was a hint of anger on his dignified face. You dare to touch my people? Immortal Wu Yi bowed in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Greetings, True Monarch Iron Mountain. I only want to inherit the sect's legacy, and I dare not offend you. True Monarch Iron Mountain ignored him and looked at Jiang Xi, asking, You have the Purple Cloud Sword Scripture? Jiang Xi nodded. That's right. There was nothing to hide now. Since they had come knocking on his door, there was no point in hiding it. True Monarch Iron Mountain was silent for a moment before saying in a deep voice, I support Jiang Xi in cultivating the Purple Cloud Sword Scripture. Iron Mountain, your support is useless. Before he entered the Purple Cloud sect, he already cultivated the Purple Cloud Sword Scripture. This is a violation of his sect's ban. According to the order, his soul should be searched before he is killed. At this time, a young man with a pale face appeared in front of everyone and said with a chuckle, It was obvious that he was True Monarch Yin Yu. I have already taken Taoist Gu as my master. Before I started cultivating, I was already a disciple of the Purple Cloud sect. Jiang Xi did not continue to remain silent. If he did not struggle, he would really be gone. At this time, the female immortal also spoke. True monarch Yin Yu, true monarch Iron Mountain, Guming's disciples are qualified to cultivate the purple cloud sword scripture, right? Yes. True monarch Iron Mountain said in a deep voice. No. Although Guming has the strength of a tribulation transcender, he has yet to become an immortal. His disciples are naturally not considered disciples of the purple cloud sect. True monarch, Yin Yu shook his head. Two true monarchs confronted each other. Even in the purple cloud sect, such a scene had not appeared for many years. In the absence of Tao monarchs, the daily operations of the purple cloud sect were naturally decided by these true monarchs. However, true monarch Yin Yu's status was obviously higher than true monarch Iron Mountain's. True monarch Yin Yu smiled and said, Wu Yi, search his soul and then kill him. Remember, not even his remnant soul can be left behind. How dare you? True monarch Iron Mountain shouted angrily. Suddenly, the world shook. The auras of the two true monarchs rose and instantly covered the starry sky. The stars in the sky seemed to tremble. Two huge figures appeared in the starry sky at the same time and were about to attack. On the other side, immortal Yi Liang and the female immortal were confronting immortal Wu Yi and immortal Yu Chong. Immortal Wu Yi held true monarch Yin Yu's scroll and used its powerful aura to suppress immortal Yi Liang. He suppressed the stronger immortal Yi Liang and quickly approached riverward at this moment. Jiang Xi was surprisingly calm. He grabbed Jiang Daodu's hand and looked at her. Jiang Daodu also smiled. It was as if the two of them were the only ones left in the world. At this moment, the starry sky suddenly changed. A purple scroll appeared in the starry sky, covering the sky and suppressing everything. Even the stars lost their light. The huge Tao shadows formed by the two true monarchs suddenly burst like bubbles. In the dark starry sky, only two words were left. Quasi-cultivator. It was as if these two words were meant to appear in this starry sky. True monarch Iron Mountain and true monarch Yin Yu, who were about to attack, immediately bowed. Yes, Tao monarch. The purple scroll hid in the starry sky again. True monarch Yin Yu's face darkened. He snorted and disappeared with immortal Wu Yi and immortal Yu Chong. As for true monarch Iron Mountain, he heaved a sigh of relief. In terms of strength and means, he was indeed inferior to true monarch Yin Yu, who had lived longer. Chapter 367. Everything that had happened on the Purple Heaven Sect's teleportation platform in just 3 minutes was something rarely seen in tens of millions of years. Tribulation Transcender, Perfected Lord, and Tao Lord. 3 immortal Tao experts had appeared one after another. All the nascent soul geniuses had already held their breaths, and no one dared to move. It was too terrifying. The geniuses were shocked, and their gazes were focused on Jiang Xi. Because all this had happened because of Jiang Xi. Everyone couldn't help but wonder. Who exactly was Jiang Xi? What was the Purple Heaven Sword Manual? True monarch Iron Mountain didn't want to answer their questions. He said with a serious face, Yi Liang, take the rest of the kids and leave. Jiang Xi, stay. Immortal Yi Liang nodded and didn't send them off in batches. Instead, he took the remaining second heaven and third heaven disciples and left together. Before leaving, Mu Ning looked at Jiang Xi worriedly. But in the current situation, he obviously didn't have the right to speak. What had just happened made the geniuses understand one thing. They were still too weak. After immortal Yi Liang left with the others, only true monarch Iron Mountain, that unknown female immortal Jiang Xi, and Jiang Daodu were left on the teleportation platform. The ordinary-looking female immortal bowed and said, Lord Iron Mountain, leave the rest to me. True monarch Iron Mountain nodded and said, All right, you're the most suitable person for this matter. Also, send Jiang Xi to the third heaven. I'll have Yi Liang send you the specific location. Then, he said to Jiang Xi, don't worry and cultivate. Since the Tao Lord has already issued a decree, no one will dare to mention this matter again. Jiang Si said respectfully, "Thank you, Lord Iron Mountain. I still have one more thing to ask of you." "What is it?" True Monarch Iron Mountain's mood was obviously a lot better. Jiang Si asked, "This is my Tao partner. Can she enter the third heaven to cultivate with me?" Jiang Dao blushed and didn't say anything. The female immortal of unknown identity, however, chuckled. True Monarch Iron Mountain said, "According to the sect's rules, since you're Tao partners, of course you could be together. Just apply to the sect later." "Thank you, Lord." Jiang Si hurriedly bowed. True Monarch Iron Mountain nodded and disappeared riverward, breathed a sigh of relief. According to the rules of the Purple Heaven sect, only Tao companions could cultivate together. That was why he had made this request. And this request was a last-minute decision. After the near-death experience just now, he had thought through many things. Some things couldn't be avoided or the other. If not for the timely appearance of this female immortal Wu Ye's actions would have been slightly slower. He wouldn't have been able to hold on until immortal Yi Liang, True Monarch Iron Mountain, and even the Tao Lord's decree arrived. Unexpectedly, the ordinary-looking female immortal smiled. "The disciples of the sect all call me Granny Yin, but you should call me Master's wife." Jiang Si was stunned. Master's wife? Could she be the Tao partner of his cheat master, Daoist Ge? Daoist Ge didn't mention this in his inherited memories. On the contrary, Jiang Dao's reaction was a bit faster as she tugged at him. The two of them hurriedly shouted, "Greetings, Master's wife." Granny Yin smiled and nodded. She said to Jiang Si, "I know you have a lot of questions. Let's talk as we walk. Let's go to the third heaven first." Then, she activated the teleportation, and the three of them disappeared from the teleportation platform. Space changed, and when they reappeared, they were already in another world. The third heaven of the Purple Heaven sect. This was also the vast starry sky, but the environment was obviously more complicated. Looking around, there were all kinds of planets, meteorites, and starry sky continents. Jiang Si and Jiang Daodu looked around. At this moment, the three of them were on a small, starry sky continent. Their surroundings were empty. There were no other buildings except for a teleportation array under their feet. Granny Yin smiled and introduced. "The first four heavens of the Purple Heaven sect are the cultivation residences of the core disciples. The first heaven has the most disciples. There are more than 1,000,000 disciples, including 1,000,000 nascent soul cultivators, 10,000 essence soul cultivators, and 10,000 Tao integration cultivators. The second heaven has a lot fewer disciples. There are a total of 12,000 disciples, 10,000 nascent soul cultivators, 1,000 essence soul cultivators, and 1,000 Tao integration cultivators. The third heaven has even fewer disciples. There are only 1,200 disciples, 1,000 nascent soul cultivators, 100 essence soul cultivators, and 100 Tao integration cultivators. The fourth heaven has the least disciples. There are only 120 disciples, 100 nascent soul cultivators, 10 essence soul cultivators, and 10 Tao integration cultivators. These words caused Jiangxi and Jiang Daodu to be incomparably shocked. There were so few people living in such a big world. "Masteress, how big are the third heaven?" Jiangxi asked. "The largest diameter is 10 million light years. If you want to live here in the future, you'll need a teleportation array and a flying boat when you travel," Granny Yin said with a smile. 10 million light years. Jiang Si and Jiang Daodu looked at each other. "Ilyang has already sent me a message. This starry sky continent is where your cave abode is. However, you'll have to build everything yourself. I'll give you the teleportation mark to enter and exit the third heaven later," Granny Yin said. He was the only one living in the entire starry sky continent. No, there were two people living in it now. How big was this starry sky continent? At least Jiang Si couldn't see the end of it when he spread out his spirit consciousness. 1,000 kilometers? You can explore everything here later. If you have any doubts now, just ask, Granny Yin said seriously. Riverward thought for a moment and said, "I have a total of 3 questions. First, which Tao Lord was the one who issued the Tao Lord's decree? It's Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, the guardian of the ancient Tao origin world. I don't know how I attracted his attention. Granny Yin was also puzzled. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. Jiang Ci was even more puzzled. Did this peak expert notice me when I was cultivating in the ancient Tao origin world? Unfortunately, there was no definite answer. The only thing he could confirm was that there was a lot going on here. He continued to ask, second question, Master is only a Tao integration cultivator. How did he become Tao companions with Masteress? Zhang Daodu pinched him. How could he ask such a question? Granny Yin didn't mind and chuckled. Your master Guming isn't as simple as you think. He was a fourth heaven disciple when he was alive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been qualified to fight for the Violet Firmament Sword Manual. This time, Jiang Ci was really shocked, a fourth heaven disciple of the Tao integration stage. Granny Yin had just said that there were only 10 Tao integration stage disciples in the fourth heaven. He didn't think Taoist Gu was so powerful before. A fourth heaven disciple of the Tao integration stage could be regarded as a tribulation transcender. Their status was even higher than most tribulation transcenders. Jiang Ci took a deep breath. This cheap master of his really knew how to trick people. He asked again, last question, what secrets does the Violet Firmament Sword Manual hide? This was the most important question. Chapter 368. In the universe, 36 million years is an era. The time that my Purple Heaven sect has existed is already immeasurable. It should be counted in tens of thousands of eras. Have you heard that the patriarch of the Purple Heaven sect was once the strongest person in the Tao Alliance? Granny Yin spoke tirelessly and suddenly asked a question. Jiang Ci nodded. I've heard of it. Since it was in the past, did someone surpass the patriarch in strength? Or, I don't know about these secrets. I only know that the patriarch has disappeared for countless eras. Disappeared? That's right. The Purple Heaven Sword Scripture is the patriarch's legacy. Why is such an important legacy only with Master? This was a key question that had troubled Jiang Ci for a long time. Granny Yan's expression turned serious. Because it involves a taboo, only one person can know and cultivate the Purple Heaven Sword Scripture. Unless the inheritor becomes a Tao Lord or dies, the second person can cultivate it. One person knows, and one person cultivates. But Master died more than 6,000 years ago. The others in the sect should have been able to cultivate it long ago, right? Jiang Ci was surprised but still confused. You don't fully understand the meaning of one person knows. The Purple Heaven Sword Scripture exists in the inheritor's mind in the form of an inheritance mark. Without an inheritance mark, even if you know the contents of the scripture, you can't cultivate it. Granny Yin shook her head. Then if the inheritor dies outside, won't the legacy be lost? Jiang Daoda couldn't help but ask curiously. Jiang Ci's expression changed. The Purple Heaven Sword Scripture had been passed down for countless eras. Master Taoist Gu definitely wasn't the only inheritor who died. The Purple Heaven sect must have done something. Otherwise, the Purple Heaven Sword Scripture would have been lost long ago. Of course, the things left behind by the ancestral patriarch aren't that simple. When the inheritor dies, no matter where in the universe they are, the ancestral patriarch will always be there. Even if it's in the ghost race's star zone or the demon race's star zone, the inheritance mark will return to the sect and choose a new inheritor. 10,000 years ago, Guming, the previous inheritor of the Purple Heaven Sword Scripture, died in the alien battlefield. After the inheritance mark returns to the sect, a new inheritor needs to be chosen. Among the disciples in the sect, only 2 level 4 disciples were left, Guming and Wu Yi. After a round of qualification selection in the end, Guming won and became the inheritor, while Wu Yi lost and became the alternate inheritor. But so what if we win? Speaking of this, Granny Yan's face was filled with grief. Even if Guming won, he was already dead. His competitor, Wu Yi, had become a 6th tribulation transcender after 10,000 years of cultivation. My condolences, mistress. Jiang Xi also sighed. Life was the most important thing. Once a person died, there would be nothing left. At the same time, he also understood. It was no wonder that immortal Wu Yi would attack him without mercy. Since Taoist Gu was dead, Wu Yi, the candidate for the successor, naturally became the next successor of the Purple Cloud Sword Manual. But now, the Purple Cloud Sword Scripture was with him. Only his death could break the taboo of one person knowing another person's cultivation. Granny Yin reorganized her emotions and said in a low voice, "The accident happened more than 6,000 years ago after Guming's life slip shattered. The elder in charge of the sect's inheritance found that the inheritance imprint of the Purple Cloud Sword Manual had not returned to the Purple Cloud sect." Jiang Xi and Jiang Daodu looked at each other. Both of them had the same thought. Could it be because of Earth? Granny Yin continued. This accident, which had never happened before in countless eras, shocked the experts of the sect. They mobilized all kinds of forces to find Guming's traces. Karmic divination, heaven and earth tracking, bloodline tracking. They used countless methods, but they did not succeed. My Yin family's ancestor was a perfected Lord expert who was best at karmic divination. In order to divine this matter, he violated some kind of taboo, and his Tao was damaged. He had no choice but to go into seclusion to suppress the damage. Granny Yin's mood was very low. Obviously, Guming's death had brought her great pain. Even after more than 6,000 years, she still could not forget. Jiang Xi sighed again. When the Azure Mystic sect accidentally found Earth, he received a piece of information. The experts of the Purple Cloud sect who were good at divination had once calculated that Taoist Gu might have died near the asteroid belt in the Milky Way, but they could not find him in the end. It turned out that this expert was Granny Yan's ancestor, and the taboo that this person violated was most likely related to Earth. Then, why did Master's remnant spirit make me swear that I would send the Purple Cloud Sword Scripture back to the sect within 100 years? Jiang Xi asked again. Within 100 years. Granny Yin was startled. Then, she said softly, if Guming was still alive, he would have lived for 10,000 years and another 50 years. Maybe he was worried that after his life was over and you didn't cultivate the Purple Cloud Sword Scripture, the inheritance mark would disappear. If you could send it back to the sect within 100 years, you could choose a new inheritor. Jiang Xi nodded. This was very likely. This made sense. However, what Taoist Gu did not expect was that he had the experience panel, so there was no problem of whether he could cultivate it or not. He just had to memorize it a few times. And what happened to the one family on planet Moron? Do you know about it? Jiang Xi's expression became serious again. Of course I do. Wen Yin and I are old friends, but when the one family had an accident back then, I was held back by Wu Yi and couldn't help them. Besides, Wu Ye's master, perfected cultivator Yin Yu, was quite powerful in the sect, so I could only let it go. Granny Yan's voice was hoarse, and there was helplessness and anger in her tone. Jiang Xi was silent. There were conflicts everywhere. Granny Yan's perfected cultivator ancestor was in seclusion, so her position in the sect was naturally inferior to Wu Ye's perfected cultivator Yin Yu. Since you asked about the one family on planet Moron, you should have been there when the Qianyang Grotto Heaven on planet Moron was unsealed 130 years ago, right? Granny Yin suddenly asked. Jiang Xi nodded and admitted. At that time, Taoist Changbai of the Purple Cloud sect sealed planet Moron and wanted to search the souls of all cultivators above the Golden Core level. However, the sect master of the Four Symbols sect, Ishan, said that he could leave planet Moron if he swore an oath. There were many suspicious points in this. No wonder the Yin family's perfected cultivator ancestor left me a message before he went into seclusion. He asked me to ask the sect master of the Four Symbols sect on planet Minglan to do something on planet Moron that year. It seems like the ancestor already knew something. Granny Yin was enlightened. Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. This perfected cultivator who cultivated the karma great Tao was too sick. He divined what happened on planet Moron more than 6,000 years ago. Granny Yin seemed to have seen through Jiang Xi's thoughts and said seriously, It seems like you have many secrets as well, so I won't ask about the rest. Remember, no matter who asks you anything in the future, say that you don't know. Even the details of the inheritance mark that Guming gave you cannot be revealed to anyone. With Tao Lord 9, Clouds' Dharma will, no one will dare to do anything overboard to you. At this point, she paused for a moment before continuing. The last 3 sentences are also what my Yin family's ancestor wanted me to tell you. Jiang Xi was shocked and tried his best to remain calm. Could it be that the Yin family's perfected cultivator ancestor had already divined his existence more than 6,000 years ago? Chapter 369. The 5th heavenly layer of the Purple Heaven sect was where the Purple Heaven sect's tribulation transcender powerhouses resided, on a planet filled with dense spiritual energy. Immortal Wu Yi returned to his cave abode with a gloomy face. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, a transcendent peak expert, would actually pay attention to such a trivial matter? Why? That nascent soul stage girl is also strange. She was able to break free from my restraints with just her nascent soul stage cultivation. He didn't understand and shook his head helplessly. If we don't figure out why Tao Lord Nina Firmaments issued this decree, we can't make a move. Neither of them can make a move. The Violet Firmament Sword Sutra, for now, I won't be able to acquire it. It's my only hope of becoming a Tao Lord. How hateful. Immortal Wu Ye's heart was filled with rage, but he had nowhere to vent it. As the candidate inheritor of the Purple Cloud Sword Sutra, he naturally knew some of its secrets. If ordinary cultivators wished to become Tao Lords, they would be able to do so. One needed to cultivate the Tao of heaven and earth, walk on the great Tao of heaven and earth, and then walk on the heavenly Tao. Only after walking through the heavenly Tao could one become a Tao Lord. Every process was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In the entire universe, countless living beings were groping their way forward. Even now, there weren't many living beings who could truly complete this path. As for the Violet Firmament Sword Sutra, it was the only legacy which had allowed one to train to the Tao Lord level. This was a path that had already been decided. As long as he continued down this path, he would have a chance of becoming a Tao Lord. Although the chances were very, very small, it was still better than fumbling around and walking. The chances of success were much higher. Tao Lord, Tao Lord, I'll definitely become a Tao Lord. Immortal Witchshine was originally someone with outstanding talent. He quickly pushed this matter to the bottom of his heart, adjusted his emotions, and continued to cultivate. However, it was impossible for him to give up the Violet Firmament Sword Scripture just like that. Under normal circumstances, in order to ensure the stability of the inheritance, the inheritor of the Purple Cloud Sword Sutra would at least be at the Tao integration stage in Wu Ye's opinion. A nascent soul stage brat could only be considered to have just stepped onto the path of cultivation. The chances of him dying in the future were too high. As long as Jiang Xi met with a little accident on his future path of cultivation, then his chance would come. The 3rd heaven of the Purple Heaven sect. Even after Granny Yin left this starry sky continent, Jiang Xi's heart was still filled with anxiety. The immortal Tao was treacherous. Those who cultivated the great Tao of karma could not be judged with common sense. 6,000 years ago, Earth was still in the New Stone Age, and at that time, the Yin family patriarch had already divined his existence. Jiang Xi sat cross-legged and pondered for a long time before he recovered his composure. Then he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Before he left the ancient Tao origin world, he was still thinking that he should keep a low profile after he entered the Violet Heaven sect. Then, he would secretly find a suitable opportunity to hand over the Purple Firmament Sword Scripture to the sect. However, he did not expect that he could not keep a low profile at all. Since even the Tao Lord had issued a decree for him, it was likely that the entire sect knew of his existence. Fortunately, his master, Taoist Ge, had given him a commission, and there was finally a result. Although he was still the one who cultivated the Purple Firmament Sword Sutra in the end, Tao Lord 9 Firmament had personally appointed him. Of course, It was considered a gift to the purple firmament sect. Jiang Dudu was worried as she watched Jiang Xi's expression change. Jiang Xi let out a long sigh and smiled. I'm fine. Did they discover something? Jiang Dudu asked. The Yin family's ancestor might have found something, but the others probably haven't. We're still too weak. The two of them tacitly did not mention the word Earth. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Now, you should tell me how you came to the purple firmament sect. Jiang Xi did not want Jiang Dudu to worry, so he changed the topic. Jiang Dudu smiled and told him everything that had happened in the past 108 years. In fact, it was mainly about the development of the Mountain Sea Star trade. It sounded simple, but Jiang Xi could feel the hardships that Jiang Dudu had put in interstellar trade was not like the business environment on Earth. There were too many uncertainties. Galactic pirates, frequent galactic disasters, changes in the starry sky environment, and so on were all important factors that affected the development of an interstellar trade group. Under such circumstances, the Mountain Sea Star trade had only taken 100 years to develop from 1 billion low-grade spirit crystals to 100 billion low-grade spirit crystals today. It had increased by 100 times. Even the interstellar trade groups under the top immortal Tao sects could not guarantee that they could achieve this. It could be seen that Jiang Dudu had really experienced a lot over the years. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and hugged Jiang Du, who was still talking about something. Jiang Daodu's words were interrupted, but she smiled happily. They hugged each other, and everything was understood without words. You said it. We'll be Tao companions in the future. You can't go back on your word. You're a dog if you go back on your word. Pinky swear. Didn't we pinky swear before? Let's do it again. Their laughter reverberated in the air. After that, they spent some time investigating the starry sky continent. The largest diameter of this continent was more than 10,000 kilometers, and the narrowest place was more than 5,000 kilometers. It was very luxurious for only 2 people to live in such a large area. Moreover, they found a spirit spring here. This was because the concentration of spirit chi in the level 3 world was much higher than that of the outside world. Therefore, Jiang Xi and Jiang Dudu decided to build a palace next to this spirit spring. With their strength, the speed at which they built the house was very fast. A beautiful palace quickly took shape. In the end, Jiang Dudu named this starry sky continent Daodu Continent, and the palace was naturally Daodu Palace. Both of them knew their priorities. After building the house and doing some indescribable things, they began to cultivate. After all, cultivating was the most important thing now. Everything that happened on the teleportation platform of the Purple Heaven sect made Jiang Xi see a lot of things clearly. Even a level 3 disciple was insignificant in front of the upper echelons of the Purple Heaven sect. Only by becoming stronger would one have the right to speak. Just like Tao Lord Nine Clouds, a decree could suppress everything. One had to persist in one's dreams, but in the end, one still had to carry it out with one's feet on the ground. Jiang Xi sat cross-legged next to the spirit spring of the Daoda continent and secretly opened the experience panel. Cultivation, true body, nascent soul, advanced stage 1. 06 million/1. 06 million. Clone, nascent soul, advanced stage 1. 06 million/1. 06 million. Tao. Sword Tao, level 10 million/100. 000. Leaf Fire Tao, level 10 million/50. 000. Gale Tao, level 10 million/50. 000. Amplitude, 2,000 times. Sword Tao, secret techniques. Tao fusion technique, Sword Tao, Leaf Fire Tao, Gale Tao, 30. 000/300. 000. Amplitude 3, cultivation techniques. Purple Heaven Sword Manual, Peacock Visualization, Melody. Of 10,000 swords deduction, 10,000 experience points per time experience points. 100,000/985 for 40,000. In the past 30 years in the ancient Tao source world, not only have my Tao techniques and secret techniques improved, but my experience points have also exceeded 10 billion. Jiang Ci smiled. Of course, the experience points he obtained in the ancient Tao source world were more than that. However, more than half of them were used to deduce, and these were the last. Chapter 370. Jiang Ci calculated carefully in his heart. My clone is still refining his spiritual sense. It will probably take a long time before it's done. If I want to improve my strength, I'll have to rely on my Tao techniques. As long as any one of the three Taos of heaven and earth breaks through to the next level, my strength will improve. Next, I'll continue to deduce. However, after a day of deduction, he started to worry. Because the efficiency of deduction was too low. It was tens of times slower than in the ancient Tao source world. In the ancient Tao source world, deduction would consume millions of experience points, and there would be slight changes in the Tao techniques. But now, deduction would consume tens of millions of experience points, and there would only be changes. Jiang Ci was naturally aware of the reason. Compared to the original universe, the Tao techniques in the ancient Tao source world were unstable and easier to comprehend. Therefore, his deduction efficiency would be higher there. The tune of 10,000 swords deduction effect on sword Tao is also not that obvious. Jiang Ci shook his head again. This was because he was about to fully grasp the tune of 10,000 swords. No matter what, he had to think of a way to increase the efficiency of deduction. After experiencing the pleasure of 100 times faster, he would definitely not be used to returning to normal speed. At this moment, his communication pearl showed that someone had sent him a message. He scanned it with his spiritual sense and smiled. After the call connected, a phantom that looked like a real person appeared in front of Riverward. Disciple greets Master. Jiang Ci bowed respectfully. Disciple, we haven't seen each other for a few days. Did you miss me? The wine sword immortal was still slovenly and his clothes were unbuttoned. Disciple has some cultivation problems and would like to ask Master for help. Jiang Ci smiled. The wine sword immortal took a sip of wine and shook his head. Do you feel that your cultivation speed has slowed down a lot? What does Master know? Because all the cultivators who have just left the ancient Tao source world will encounter this problem. Does that mean Master has a way to solve this problem? Jiang Ci's eyes lit up. I came to find you because of this. The wine sword immortal smiled. Then he said, search for the Lotus sword manual in the Purple Heaven Sex treasure vault. Jiang Ci's mind stirred, and another three-dimensional phantom appeared in front of him. It was the Purple Heaven Sex treasure pavilion. Search for the Lotus sword manual. Suddenly, a list of information appeared in the virtual store. Green Lotus sword technique, 680,000 points. It's a high-level technique of the Green Lotus sword technique. Only disciples of the third sky and above can purchase it. The price made Jiang Ci's teeth ache. 680,000 points. After conversion, it would be 68 million top-grade spiritual crystals. He then looked at his balance. 30,912 points. For young cultivators who were entering the ancient Tao origin world for the first time, the points they would be rewarded for challenging the sky-piercing mountain would be 10 times more than normal. In the end, he passed the 5th level and obtained 31,000 points. Previously, in order to buy the tune of 10,000 swords, he had spent 88 points and kept the rest. At that time, Jiang Ci knew how precious the points were and did not dare to spend them recklessly. But from the looks of it now, no matter how frugal they were, it was still not enough. Master, I can't afford this. Jiang Ci looked at the wine sword immortal. The wine sword immortal smiled and said, of course you can afford it, and even I can't afford it. All the points I've accumulated over the years have been exchanged for wine. However, this is the sword Tao manual written by your master's wife. I have the authority to give it to you, as long as you swear not to give it to anyone else. Master's wife? Granny Yin? Jiang Xi quickly realized that Granny Yin was the Tao companion of his other master, Taoist Ge. After hearing the Wine Sword Immortal's words, he quickly threw these thoughts to the back of his mind. If that was the case, then all he had to do was swear. Then he swore a heavenly Tao oath in front of the Wine Sword Immortal. Although the Wine Sword Immortal looked unrestrained, a trace of complicated emotions flashed in his eyes. He said, "The Sword Tao is also the Tao of killing. After you obtain the Lotus Sword Manual, you still need to constantly fight. I suggest that you accept some sect cultivation missions while comprehending the Tao technique. Not only can you obtain points, but you can also increase your battle experience." Jiang Xi nodded and memorized it one by one with a serious expression. In addition, you don't have to worry about immortal Wu Yi. Just cultivate at ease. No one dares to disobey the decree of Tao, Lord Nine Clouds. The Wine Sword Immortal said seriously. Tao Lord's decree was invited by Master? Jiang Xi was stunned for a moment. Of course, Tao Lord doesn't have time to pay attention to a nascent soul stage kid like you. The Wine Sword Immortal laughed. Jiang Xi breathed a sigh of relief. The worry that lingered in his heart was reduced by half. He thought that Tao Lord Nine Clouds had long been eyeing him. It was good that it wasn't. All right, you can comprehend the Lotus Sword Manual first. If there is anything you don't understand, send me a message. The Wine Sword Immortal finally instructed. Thank you, Master. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. The Wine Sword Immortal drank a mouthful of wine and disappeared. Soon, Jiang Xi's communication pearl received a message from the Purple Heaven Sect's treasure pavilion. The internal capacity was huge. Even with his peak nascent soul stage spiritual sense, it took him a lot of time to memorize all the contents in his mind. Master's Tao companion is actually so powerful. It turns out that the Sword Tao can be understood this way. This is a more detailed Sword Tao manual than the myriad Sword Melody. Just by sorting out the entire Lotus Sword Manual once, Jiang Xi felt that his Sword Tao seemed to have been sublimated. Moreover, he felt that the Sword Tao described in the Lotus Sword Manual was somewhat similar to his Sword Tao. But with his current attainments in the Sword Tao, he still couldn't see how similar it was. After thinking about it, he searched the eye of the Heavenly Mountain Network for keywords. Lotus plus Green Lotus Sword Tao. Almost instantly, there was a result. Lotus Sword Immortal, Ninth Tribulation Transcender, died 50,000 years ago. Seeing this information, Jiang Xi fell into silence. He thought of the Wine Sword Immortal's information. 50,000 years ago, the Wine Sword Immortal joined forces with a Tribulation Transcender to defeat and seriously injure a Tao Immortal of the monster race. Could it be because of this? Jiang Xi shook his head and temporarily put this guess in the bottom of his heart, of course. He was concerned about the Wine Sword Immortal. But with his current strength, he was still far from the Tribulation Transcender or Tao Immortal level. It was better to calm down and cultivate. When he was strong enough, everything would naturally be clear. He turned his attention back to the content of the Lotus Sword Manual. The Lotus Sword Manual is a high-level manual that explains the Green Lotus Sword Tao's sword intent level. There are a total of 10 sword techniques, which correspond to the 10 realms of sword intent. Every sword technique has 7,200 moves. If it was an ordinary Green Lotus Sword Way cultivator, they would be able to use it. If it's a normal Green Lotus Sword Tao, it would probably take at least 1,000 years or even 10,000 years to comprehend these sword techniques. Thinking of this, Jiang Xi smiled. With the experience points panel, he was of course not afraid of these troubles. Sword intent corresponds to the great Tao level of conventional Taoist techniques. I hope this manual can help me deduce the Sword Tao. He was looking forward to it and started to deduce in his heart. Use the Purple Firmament Sword Manual, the Sword Tao, and the Lotus Sword Manual to deduce once. After a while, the deduction ended. He carefully sensed it. It seemed like there was a change, but it also seemed like there was no change. Chapter 371. Jiang Xi was very patient and deduced 100 times in a row. Once again, he felt the changes in his Tao technique. It's working. This was at least 10 times faster than the speed at which he had deduced the previous time. Of course, it was still slower than the deduction in the ancient Tao source world. 10 times faster is better than nothing. Jiang Xi laughed. This way, the cultivation speed of his Tao technique had increased again. His master, the Wine Sword Immortal, had given him a big gift. Jiang Dudu, who was cultivating in the palace, also smiled when she heard Jiang Xi's carefree laughter. No matter where she was, as long as she could be by Jiang Xi's side, it was fine. However, Jiang Xi only quietly deduced his Tao technique for a few days before stopping his cultivation, because he had guests. The other young geniuses who had just entered the third heaven came to Jiang Xi's house as guests. Mu Ning and Mo Hong, Feng Lu, Shui Tong, Li Xianxian, and Lin Ling. Although there was competition between them, their relationship was usually not that tense. After the 6 of them teleported over, they were attracted by the palace built by Jiang Xi and Jing Du. Jiang Xi, you built such a big palace, but I only built a thatched hut. Mu Ning looked around and was envious. That's because you don't know how to enjoy it. Jiang Xi laughed. No, I have to get one later. Mu Ning was unwilling to admit defeat. The other 5 also laughed. Jiang Dudu was just playing the role of the hostess and preparing some food. Although they didn't need to eat anymore, she still made some symbolically. After the tour, the new geniuses of the third heaven sat on the ground beside the spirit spring. Jiang Xi, do you feel that your cultivation speed has slowed down a lot? Mo Hong asked. You guys feel it too? Jiang Xi asked in return, which was equivalent to admitting it. He also didn't reveal that he had solved this problem. How can we not feel that our cultivation speed has slowed down by dozens of times? Feng Lu also sighed. I've asked an old disciple of the third heaven. They all by the corresponding high-level Tao techniques to increase their cultivation speed. Li Xianxian said Lin Ling, or shook her head and said, high-level books are too expensive. At least 100,000 points. We can't afford it. The few of them spoke one after another about the difficulties they had encountered recently. Bloodchild, who had always been silent, suddenly spoke. I'm going to take on a cultivation mission, just like Lord Iron Mountain said. The past 30 years in the ancient Tao origin world have been too peaceful, so much so that we've forgotten that battle is the fastest way to improve our strength. Only by experiencing the terror of life and death would one be able to experience greater power. Before the 9-region genius battle, I experienced countless battles and traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, so my cultivation speed isn't much slower than when I was in the ancient Tao origin world. Agreed, the others echoed. Both of them are working so hard. Looks like I can't relax either. Mu Ning muttered softly. Riverward's expression was calm. What had happened on the teleportation platform a few days ago had shocked everyone. They, as third heaven disciples, had noble statuses. However, in front of tribulation transcenders, perfected lords, and Tao lords, they were not worth mentioning at all. Everyone felt that they were weak and did not dare to relax. They could only work harder. The geniuses were not willing to fall behind. Mu Ning and the others stayed at Jiang Xi's place to exchange their cultivation experiences and stayed for 3 days before leaving. After they left, Jiang Xi fell into deep thought beside the spirit spring. Jiang Daodu stood guard at the side. She knew what Jiang Xi was thinking. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Jiang Daodu suddenly smiled and said, Big brother, since you've already made a decision, just do it. Jiang Xi sighed softly with a complicated expression. A few days ago, Wine Sword Immortal suggested that he take on a cultivation mission. At that time, he was still a little hesitant. What Mu Ning and the others said just now had touched him again. Using the EXP panel steadily could indeed increase one's strength. However, there was another saying, time waits for no man. If he walked slower than others, he would fall behind. More importantly, the Yin family's patriarch's karma divination made him feel a trace of fear. More than 6,000 years ago, this perfected cultivator already knew of his existence. What about the secret of Earth? Did the Yin family's patriarch know? If another karma divination cultivator, who is even more powerful than the Yin family's patriarch came, would he be able to directly see the secret of Earth? These were all hidden threats, and his current strength was still too weak. Therefore, he also needed to fight and become stronger as soon as possible. Jiang Daodu also understood this point and did not stop him. The only thing is that no matter what you do, you must come back alive, Jiang Daodu said with a serious expression. What are you thinking about? I don't want to lose my life outside. Jiang Xi rubbed Jiang Daodu's head like before. After Jiang Daodu went to cultivate, Jiang Xi held the communication bead in his hand. With a thought, he entered the cultivation center of the Purple Heaven Sect's intranet through the eye of Sky Mountain Network. A three-dimensional image appeared in front of him, including cultivation missions, cultivation techniques, and so on. He looked at the cultivation missions and found that there were 4 categories: normal, difficult, dangerous, and hell. These were the 4 difficulty levels, and each of them had a mortality rate. Normal missions, mortality rate is 10%. On average, 1 out of 10 disciples will die. Difficult missions, mortality rate is 30%. Dangerous missions, mortality rate is 50%. Hell missions, mortality rate is 90%. Jiang Xi thought for a while and entered the dangerous missions. The next moment, a message popped up in the three-dimensional image. Warning, the mortality rate of the missions is only the statistics under normal circumstances. If you choose the dangerous missions for the first time, the mortality rate is 70%. There are more than 1 million core disciples in the Purple Heaven sect, but very few of them can truly enter the immortal realm. More than 60% of them die in various cultivation missions. Level 3 Disciple Jiang Xi. I hope you will consider carefully before you choose. Jiang Xi's expression did not change. Of course, it was not that easy to become an immortal. Choosing the normal and difficult missions was indeed very safe, but it would also lose the effect of cultivation. Therefore, he continued to enter the dangerous missions. Suddenly, a series of mission information appeared in the three-dimensional image, Tianyu Continent, located in the Purple Heaven Sect's Level 4. Yuancheng Planet, located in the Purple Heaven Sect's Level 4. Batu Mystic Realm, located in the Buddhist Tianyin world. Kongming Land, located in the Taoist Grand Manor world. Dok Tattoo Continent, located in the Purple Heaven Sect's Level 3. Divine Tree Hollow, located in the Guanghan Sect's Luo River world. Genuine Mystic Realm, located in the Purple Heaven Sect's Level 3. There were a total of 2,020 dangerous missions. Jiang Xi roughly looked through them with his spiritual consciousness and left the missions located in the Purple Heaven Sect's Level 3. It was closer, more convenient. After careful selection, he confirmed the missions of the Do Tattoo Continent. Chapter 372. The Battle Pattern Continent is a starry sky continent that existed when the third heaven was first established. Its largest diameter can reach 100 million light-years. Its huge area gave birth to countless lives, and, after a long time, it evolved into various unique civilizations. There are also cultivators on this continent, but their cultivation method is somewhat different from the original universe. After reading the detailed description of the mission, Jiang Xi was filled with interest about the Battle Pattern Continent. This continent was very interesting. Due to its large area, it has all kinds of rich cultivation resources. There are also immortal Tao powerhouses there, but the strongest is only a tribulation transcender. Moreover, the Battle Pattern Continent has been set up by the powerhouses of the Purple Heaven sect. Even tribulation transcenders can't rush out of it. Seeing this, Jiang Xi somewhat understood. This place was specially set aside by the Purple Heaven sect for their disciples to gain experience and improve. The third heaven was equivalent to a small universe. Living in this world were not only the 1,200 Purple Heaven sect disciples, but also all kinds of life forms and secret realms. The Battle Pattern Continent was one of the ancient civilizations with a long history, and its overall strength was very strong. In Jiang Xi's opinion, It was even more powerful than many star regions of the Tao Alliance's 9 regions. The battle pattern continent is full of hatred for foreign cultivators. Moreover, they only cultivate the 5 elements, and other Taos are regarded as heretical. I have the Tao of Fire, so it's not a problem at all. I just need to learn the language of the battle pattern continent. Jiang Ci chose to accept the battle pattern continent mission. The 3D phantom in front of him showed new information. Battle pattern continent mission objectives and rewards. 1. Obtain a Tao pattern blood crystal. Completion will give you 10,000 points. 2. Become a Tao pattern cultivator. Completion will give you 100,000 points. Note, completion of the first objective will be considered a success. In the past 10 million years, only one cultivator who chose this mission has completed both objectives at the same time. Third Heaven Disciple Jiang Ci, you have chosen the Battle Pattern Continent mission. 1 month later, the sect will send someone to send you to the Battle Pattern Continent. A message popped up in the 3D Phantom. Jiang Ci let out a light breath. Looking at the mission introduction, the Tao Pattern Blood Crystal only exists in the Battle Pattern Continent. It's not found anywhere else in the original universe. I wonder what's so special about it. He searched the Eye of Heaven network, but there were no results. It's probably because my authority level isn't high enough. Jiang Ci shook his head. We'll set off in a month's time. I need to prepare well. Although the mission description is very detailed, it's still an unknown world. He then entered the Purple Heaven Sect's treasure pavilion. After a careful search, he found many good things. Low-grade Immortal Treasure Soul Extinguishing Scroll, one-time use, 1 million points. If used in a surprise attack, it can kill up to Tribulation Transcenders. Low-grade Immortal Level Spirit-type Battle Armor, 360,000 points. It can withstand a full-powered attack from a 3rd Tribulation Transcender at most. Low-grade Immortal Weapon, Flame Devil Saber, 880,000 points. Supreme-grade Spirit Artifact, Soul Annihilation Scroll. One-time use, 10,000 points. If used by surprise, it can annihilate late-stage Tao integration cultivators. Supreme-grade Flying Boat, 3,000 points. Maximum speed is 3 times the speed of light. After browsing for half a day, Jiang Ci looked up and sighed. I'm too poor. In the end, he mainly bought a Supreme-grade Flying Boat and a Supreme-grade Spirit Artifact, Soul Annihilation Scroll. The first was to escape, and the second was to kill the enemy. These are his trump cards. As for the Supreme-grade Spirit Artifact and Supreme-grade Battle Armor, he had already bought them last time. No matter how fast I am now, I can't reach the speed of light. If I encounter danger, I can directly escape with the Flying Boat. If I really can't escape, I can only use the Soul Annihilation Scroll. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. For no reason, he wouldn't provoke an enemy that he couldn't deal with. After placing the order, he deducted the points and waited for the delivery. Because Jiang Ci was in the 3rd heavenly layer of the Purple Heaven sect, just an hour later, the items were delivered by an Essence Soul Disciple. After receiving the items, he began to refine the Supreme-grade Flying Boat with all his strength. With the current strength of his spiritual sense, he should be able to refine it within a month. As for the Supreme-grade Spirit Artifact's Soul Annihilation Scroll, it was a one-time use magical treasure and didn't need to be refined. When using it, he could directly activate it with his spiritual sense. Time flew, and a month quickly passed. On this day, Jiang Ci was fully armed and ready to set off. Brother, remember my words. Jiang Daodu said seriously. Don't worry, wait for me to come back. Jiang Ci smiled and waved his hand as he walked towards the teleportation array. In front of the teleportation array, a young cultivator in purple armor was standing. Senior Brother Jiang Ci, I am Luan Yi, a disciple of the 1st heavenly layer. I am under the orders of the sect to send you to the Tao Pattern Continent. The young man smiled. Thank you. Sorry to trouble you. Jiang Ci nodded and thanked him. He could see through the cultivation of the Essence Soul stage, but he couldn't see through Luan Yi's, so the other party could only be a Tao integration stage disciple. Luan Yi called him senior brother because according to the rules of the Purple Heaven sect, disciples of lower heavenly layers had to address disciples of higher heavenly layers as senior brother. Of course, this was just a rule. He wasn't stupid enough to act arrogantly in front of a Tao integration stage disciple. Senior brother, you're welcome. Luan Yi chuckled. Obviously, Jiangxi's attitude made him very comfortable. And shall we set off now? Luan Yi confirmed. Let's go. Jiangxi nodded and then waved at Jiang Daodu in the distance again. Luan Yi activated the teleportation array, and the two of them disappeared in the dazzling light of the teleportation array. Cultivate. Jiang Daodu clenched her fists tightly, unwilling to be left behind. After a series of spatial changes, Jiangxi and Luan Yi appeared on a teleportation platform in the starry sky. In front of them was a huge palace the size of a planet, motionless in the starry sky. Countless cosmic dust and star fragments floated around them. It was as if a great battle had taken place here countless years ago. Below them was a vast continent shrouded in clouds. It was the Dough Pattern continent. Among the clouds, there were colorful array formations and boundaries circulating. That palace is the Hall of Six Virtues. Many of the Purple Heaven sect's immortal Tao experts cultivate here and guard the Dough Tattoo continent at the same time. Luan Yi explained. Riverward's expression changed. They'd already trapped this continent with formations and boundaries, yet they'd still placed so many immortal Tao experts here to guard it with great fanfare. It seemed like the Dough Tattoo continent wasn't as simple as the mission introduction said. He became even more vigilant. Senior brother, the life forms on the Dough Tattoo continent can't pass through the boundaries, but Purple Heaven sect disciples don't have this restriction and can enter and leave the Dough Tattoo continent at will. When a mission is over, you can use the teleportation platform here to return. Luan Yi smiled. I'll stop here. I wish you success in your mission in advance. Thank you. Jiangxi cupped his hands in thanks and flew down. His figure quickly disappeared into the slowly flowing clouds below. Luan Yi watched Jiangxi disappear and shook his head gently, sighing in his heart. As expected of a third heaven genius disciple. When he was in the nascent soul stage, he only dared to take on ordinary missions. Jiangxi, on the other hand, started with dangerous missions. Chapter 373. The fog formed by the array was very thick. Jiangxi deliberately controlled the speed of his descent so as not to cause a huge commotion. It took him a total of 5 hours to break through the fog and see the land of the Dough Tattoo continent. I have to be careful here. I might encounter cultivators from the Dough Tattoo continent. I should hide and figure out the situation before taking action. With that thought in mind, Jiangxi quickly landed in a mountain range covered with dense forests. This mountain range truly explained what was called the 100,000 Mountains. It stretched on for tens of thousands of kilometers. As it was in the third heaven world, the spirit energy here was also very rich. The vegetation in the Dough Tattoo continent was obviously much more lush. Towering trees that were thousands of meters tall could be seen everywhere. Jiangxi strolled leisurely in this mountain range and observed the environment. These details could not be found in the mission information. The plants are already so strong. The animals must not be simple. Jiangxi's spirit consciousness spread out in all directions. Soon, he discovered many powerful animals that were very similar to the monsters on Earth. Roar! A one-legged bull that was almost 1,000 meters tall rushed out of the forest. It let out a thunderous roar and attacked Jiangxi. Jiangxi grinned. His body flashed, and he swung his long sword lightly. He did not even use Taoist techniques. The huge one-legged bull's roar came to an abrupt end as it fell to the ground with a loud bang. You killed a level 8 savage beast, middle stage golden core. Experience points plus 1250. A level 8 savage beast? Any wild beast has the strength of a golden core. It seems that the human cultivators here cannot be underestimated. Jiang Xiai remained cautious and continued moving forward. He had to leave this forest first and go to a place with human habitation. Only then could he gather information. With his strength, he would be able to leave very quickly if he ran at full speed. However, to be cautious, it was better to keep a low profile. If a powerful cultivator used their spirit consciousness to discover him, he might be in danger. Not long ago, at the edge of this forest, a four-man warrior team wearing black armor was about to enter the forest. However, they were stopped by another four-man warrior team wearing red armor. Shaolin, you coward. How dare you come to the 100,000 mountains? One of the red-armored youths sneered. Among the black-armor martial artists, a youth with a youthful face said angrily with a flushed face, "And Yuan, don't look down on people. This time, I will definitely hunt down a grade 3 savage beast." Ha ha ha! The three youths of the red-armored warrior team suddenly burst into laughter. Only the pretty girl in red armor frowned and shouted, "All right, if you have the time, think about how to hunt the savage beasts." Yunxiang, you're speaking up for Shaolin again. Who doesn't know that this kid is the weakest martial artist in Black Cloud Academy? He hasn't even killed a level 3 savage beast after 5 years of cultivation. And Yuan sneered again. Shaolin, who was wearing black armor, glared at Yuan, but he could not refute what Yuan said. He stole another glance at the captain of the Red Armor Squad, Yun Xiang, with mixed feelings. Being belittled like this in front of his sweetheart made him very uncomfortable. Then, the two teams split into 2 groups and entered the 100,000 mountains. Shaolin, fight for yourself. In a while, the 3 of us will create the conditions for you to hunt, but in the end, you'll still be the one to do it. The captain of the Black Armor Squad said in a deep voice. He sighed in his heart. If not for the elders in Shaolin's family taking care of him, he would not have brought Shaolin to the 100,000 mountains to train. Just like when Yuan said, Shaolin was indeed the most cowardly martial artist in Black Cloud Academy. However, Shaolin's strength was not weak. He just did not dare to hunt savage beasts. Captain, don't worry. This time, I will definitely kill a level 3 savage beast. Shaolin gripped his saber tightly, the muscles and veins on his hands bulging. The 4-man team carefully searched the periphery of the 100,000 mountains. With their strength, they only dared to move around the periphery. Once they went deeper, it would be fine if they encountered a level 4 savage beast. If they encountered a level 5 savage beast, they might be completely wiped out. After walking for a while, the tall captain suddenly raised his hand and gestured for everyone to stop. The captain whispered, "There's movement in front. It should be the aura of a level 3 savage beast." The other 2 in the team immediately became alert. Shaolin, on the other hand, was a little nervous. He was naturally timid, so there was nothing he could do. Whoosh soon, Shaolin and the other 2 heard a sound coming from afar. They saw a black-haired young man with a long sword on his back, leisurely stepping on the fallen leaves and walking out of the forest. Phew, it's a human. Shaolin heaved a sigh of relief. The next moment, he suddenly exclaimed, "No, there's a savage beast. A level 3 savage beast." A 4-eyed savage beast leaped out from the dense forest beside them and pounced on the black-haired young man. It's too close. He can't dodge it. Shaolin gripped his saber tightly and struggled in his heart. That was because he was the closest to the 4-eyed savage beast. Save him. While the captain and the other 2 were still in a daze, he directly rushed out. He suddenly slashed out with his saber. There was a puff. The 4-eyed savage beast was directly killed by Shaolin. What? He killed a level 3 savage beast with one slash. He has the strength of a level 4 warrior. The captain and the other 2 were shocked. Jiang Xiai was also stunned for a moment. A level 3 savage beast was only equivalent to a grade A monster on Earth. For a savage beast of such strength to attack him, it was no different from a mosquito pouncing on him. He did not even take it seriously. He could kill it with a breath. He did not expect the young man to be so warm-hearted. He could tell that Shaolin went through a struggle when he attacked earlier. The frequency of his heartbeat showed that his heart was filled with fear. That was an attack to overcome his fear. Not bad, Shaolin. You're so strong. Why are you so timid? The captain laughed. That's right. You killed a level 3 savage beast with one slash. You're even stronger than On Yuan. Shaolin scratched his head and was still a little shy. Hey, big brother, are you okay? Shaolin took the initiative to ask Jiang Xi that attack had boosted his confidence by quite a bit. Jiang Xi gently shook his head. Thank you very much. Captain, I think this big brother isn't very strong. It's quite dangerous here. Why don't we? Shaolin was about to say something. Suddenly, there was movement in the forest in the distance. It was the sound of messy footsteps. Shaolin, the captain, and the others immediately looked over. They saw Yun Xiang leading a team of 4 through the forest. It's been killed. On Yuan's expression changed. Their team was the first to discover the four-eyed savage beast. They followed it here, but they did not expect it to be killed. Did you guys kill it? On Yuan's gaze turned to Shaolin and the others with an unfriendly expression. I killed it. Shaolin snorted coldly. Haha, what a joke. On Yuan laughed loudly. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. He had planned to go with the warm-hearted young man, Shaolin. He wanted to leave the forest and go to a city with humans. Now that there was a conflict, it seemed that the plan had to be changed. Conflict would bring trouble, and there was no way to keep a low profile. Chapter 374. Missions in the Do Tattoo continent were considered dangerous missions. The official mortality rate was as high as 50%. If it was their first time doing a dangerous mission, the mortality rate would reach 70%. That was why Jiang Xi never let his guard down and treated everything cautiously. He would try his best not to make a move if he could. He kept a low profile. As for Shaolin's safety, Jiang Xi was not worried. That was because this warm-hearted youth was stronger than the one who laughed loudly. A rank 4 warrior is equivalent to an early-stage spirit nurture warrior, and these youths are only 15 or 16 years old. This shows how powerful this continent is as a whole. Just as Jiang Xi was thinking about these things, the confrontation between the two teams of martial artists was still ongoing. And Yuan, don't go overboard. Everyone in our team can prove that this rank 3 beast was killed by Shaolin, Lian Hu said in a deep voice. I don't care who killed you. Anyway, we found the beast first. The materials on the beast should belong to us. And Yuan was very strong. Dream on. I killed this beast. Shaolin was enraged and drew his sword again. And Yuan, that's enough. The red-armored girl, Yun Xiang, shouted and stopped in Yuan. And Yuan's expression was a little ugly, but he was not as strong as Yun Xiang, so he did not dare to do anything. We only saw the beast and did not attack. It's impossible to determine who did it with just a glance. Yun Xiang reasoned with him. Let's go and find the next one. Before she left, she looked at Shaolin. Do your best. Show everyone your results. Shaolin was stunned for a moment. He looked at the girl's back and waved his fist excitedly. Do your best, Shaolin. Do your best. Haha. Lian Hu and the other two mimicked Yun Xiang's words and teased in unison. Shaolin did not lower his head this time, but he was much braver and his gaze was firm. Beside him, Jiang Xi also laughed. That warm-hearted youth was quite interesting. Not only that, but the red-armored girl named Yun Xiang was not as simple as she looked finally. Shaolin invited Jiang Xi to come along again. Without conflict, Jiang Xi was naturally willing. He could follow them and understand the situation here in advance. In Shaolin's opinion, Jiang Xi was probably an adventurer who came to the 100,000 mountains to train. This was because he didn't sense any martial artist's aura from Jiang Xi. That sword also looked ordinary. It was probably just an ordinary weapon. Brother Jiang, where are you from? Shaolin asked curiously. Jiang Xi smiled and said, I've traveled far and wide. The 4 seas are my home. Shaolin thought to himself that he was indeed an adventurer. However, being alone was too pitiful. Sympathy welled up in his heart. Has Brother Jiang ever left the Black Cloud territory and traveled to other cities? Shaolin asked again. No, Jiang Xi replied. Kid, don't ask questions. The Black Cloud territory is so big. If you're not a rank 9 warrior, you won't have the strength to go out. Lien Hu patted Shaolin's head and smiled apologetically at Jiang Xi. As the captain of a small team of warriors, he was naturally more knowledgeable than Shaolin. Lien Hu always felt that this black-haired youth named Jiang Xi was not that simple. This was because Jiang Xi was too relaxed. In this dangerous 100,000 mountains, he could still be so calm. Jiang Xi did not care. These youths who had not even reached the golden core stage could not see his strength. He was thinking about Lien Hu's words just now. Black Cloud territory and rank 9 warrior were two key pieces of information. There were hundreds of millions of tribes in the Doe Pattern continent. The area of each tribe was at least 1 million square kilometers. Above the tribes were various territories, such as the Black Cloud territory. Above the territory was the main city. The so-called rank 9 warrior was only a cultivator in the late stage of the Golden Core stage. According to the mission information, after a cultivator in the Doe Pattern continent reaches rank 9, he can cultivate a rank 9 warrior. Then, you'll be able to practice the Dao Pattern secret technique and become a 1 Pattern Doja, which is equivalent to having the strength of a Golden Core full foundation stage cultivator. The second goal of the mission is to become a 2-stripe Doe Master. From this point of view, a 2-stripe Doe Master is only at the nascent soul stage. The difficulty is not high. So why is the mission reward as high as 100,000 points? Jiang Xi was puzzled. I don't know what the so-called Dao Pattern secret technique is. It seems that I have to find one to practice. The mission introduction given by the Purple Heaven sect did not describe the Dao Pattern secret technique in detail. He had to explore it himself. In another part of the forest, Yin Xiang's 4-man team found another rank 3 savage beast and quickly finished killing it. And Yuan kept silent with a sullen face. He had decided that when he returned to the Black Cloud Academy, he would quit this team. He had his own rules of conduct, and the style of Yin Xiang's team was obviously inconsistent with him. Let's go and find the next one, Yin Xiang said expressionlessly. But at this moment, whoosh, 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 6 men in black blocked their way, each of them exuding a powerful aura. A rank 8 warrior and 5 rank 7 warriors. Yin Xiang and Yuan's faces changed greatly. Young Miss Yin of the Green Flame tribe? The leader of the men in black asked in a muffled voice. As soon as the words came out, and Yuan and the other 2 teams looked at Yin Xiang in shock. Then, as if avoiding the plague, they hurriedly distanced themselves from her. You are from the Lord's mansion? Yin Xiang calmed down. Yes, hand over the Dao Pattern secret technique of your Yin family, and I can let you die quickly. The leader of the rank 8 warriors nodded. Come and get it if you have the ability. Yin Xiang snorted. Then, her aura suddenly erupted, and with a boom, she fled into the distance. She's actually a rank 7 warrior. The leader of the rank 8 warriors was shocked. Old 6, you stay and deal with those 3 little guys, he said, and Yuan and the other 2 were suddenly anxious and panicked. Sir, we are not from the Yin family. We have nothing to do with the Yin family. Spare our lives. The leader of the rank 8 warriors did not listen at all and chased after Yin Xiang with his men. The remaining rank 7 warrior sneered and walked towards the 3 of them, raising his saber. Yin Xiang ran for her life anxiously. Although she hid her strength, compared with the rank 8 warriors, she was still a little weaker. Moreover, the other party had 5 rank 7 warriors. Father, mother, grandfather, I may have to disappoint you. The revenge of the Yun family. Yin Xiang's heart was filled with despair. 10 years ago, the Yin family that ruled the Green Flame tribe was exterminated overnight. The one who did it was the overbearing Black Cloud Lord's mansion. She was the only Yin family member who escaped at that time. All these years, the Lord's mansion had been declaring the Yun family of the Green Flame tribe as heretics. That was why Yuan and the other 2 members of the team had seen her as a scourge and immediately avoided her. Capture her alive and bring her back for the Lord to search her soul. Behind them, the warriors of the Lord's mansion caught up. Swoosh! That level 8 martial artist leaped and blocked Yunxiang's path. Yunxiang took a deep breath and faced these people with her sword. She was going to fight to the death. Whoosh! Suddenly, a breeze blew past. The 5 martial artists who were blocking her fell to the ground with a plop without any signs of life. Chapter 375. There were a few thuds. A rank 8 warrior and 4 rank 7 warriors all fell to the ground. What? Yunxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. How'd they all die? At that moment, she saw a black-haired youth standing under a towering tree not far away. It's him? The person beside Shaolin before. He quietly killed a rank 8 warrior and 4 rank 7 warriors. With such strength, could he be a one-pattern doja? Yunxiang suppressed the shock in her heart and tried to calm herself down. She walked in front of Jiang Ci. Senior, thank you for saving my life. She bowed respectfully. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. I have a condition for saving you. Jiang Ci smiled. Senior, please speak. Dao pattern mystic technique. Just these 4 words made Yunxiang fall into silence. She was asking herself, was it worth it? The Yin family was exterminated because of the Dao pattern mystic technique that they obtained by chance. Now, in order to survive, she had a hand over the Dao pattern mystic technique. Was it worth it? Yunxiang was a decisive person and quickly thought it through. Her family was gone, as long as she could survive, so what if she handed it over? Use your spiritual sense to input the Dao pattern mystic technique. Jiang Ci handed her a blank jade slip. Yunxiang looked at the jade slip and confirmed her guess. This black-haired youth was definitely a one-pattern doja. After a while, she returned the jade slip to Jiang Ci. Make another oath to confirm that there are no flaws in the Dao pattern mystic technique in this jade slip. I will say it, and you will recite it. Jiang Ci smiled. Yunxiang did as she was told. Jiang Ci nodded in satisfaction. Then, there was an item in his hand. It was a transparent mask. Seeing this scene, Yunxiang was shocked. A spatial treasure. I'm not taking your things for free. This is a disguised treasure that I used in my early years. As long as one isn't a 2-pattern do master, they won't be able to see through the mask disguise. I think it should be of help to you. Jiang Ci took out the low-grade spirit artifact mask that the one siblings gave him when he went to Moron Planet. A 1-pattern doja was at the perfected golden core stage, while a 2-pattern do master was at the nascent soul stage. This junior will never forget senior's great kindness. Yunxiang was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly thanked him. It's a fair trade. Riverward smiled. Low-grade spirit weapons were not worth mentioning to him now. In comparison, the Dao pattern mystic technique was something that he wanted. Moreover, the way of refining weapons in the Do Tattoo continent was very backward. Even a low-grade spiritual weapon was exceptionally precious to them. Take care of yourself. I've taken care of the last black-clothed man for you. After saying that, Jiang Ci disappeared. Yunxiang grabbed the impersonator's mask and bowed 3 times in the direction where Jiang Ci had been standing. Then, he entered the depths of the 100,000 mountains without looking back. Inside a secluded cave, she refined the impersonator's mask and understood the function of this artifact. What a powerful magic treasure! With this item, I don't have to be afraid of being hunted down by the Grand Lord's mansion. As long as one is not a 2-line doshur, they will not be able to discover my true identity. Yunxiang was extremely excited. Although the Overlord's mansion had a 2-striped doshur, a strong person of this level would not personally search everywhere. Therefore, she was very safe now. As long as she changed her identity, she could continue to lurk in the Black Cloud territory and look for an opportunity to take revenge. On the other side, Jiang Ci returned to Shaolin's team. He had only left for 3 minutes. The speed of killing people and giving treasures was very fast. On the contrary, it took the most time for Yunxiang to input the Dao pattern mystic technique into the Jade Scroll. Brother Jiang, you actually took so long to pee. Shaolin said. You rascal, if you don't know how to speak, don't speak nonsense. Lian Hu slapped his head. Jiang Ci smiled. It's fine. His spirit sense could cover a radius of 1,000 kilometers. When he discovered Yun Xiang's situation, he did not intend to make a move. After all, with such a large area, there were many people who encountered danger. It was impossible for him to save someone when he saw them in danger. He only decided to make a move after hearing about the Tao pattern mystic technique. Then, he used the excuse of peeing and left for a while. After that, Shaolin continued to ask Jiang Xi about his experience of wandering around curiously. Jiang Xi, on the other hand, made up some things. The four youths also listened with great interest. The four people in Shaolin's team stayed in the forest for another day and hunted more than 10 level 3 savage beasts before embarking on their return journey. As for the girl, Yun Xiang, Jiang Xi's spirit sense discovered that after she completely refined the imposter's mask, she changed her face and left first. During that period, Jiang Xi did not make a move again. Therefore, in Shaolin's eyes, Jiang Xi was really an ordinary adventurer. On the way back, Jiang Xi continued to chat casually with them and obtained a lot of useful information. However, they had only traveled for 3 hours when there was a big movement in front of them. Rumble. The earth trembled slightly, as if there were 10,000 horses galloping. Shaolin, Lin Hu, and the others immediately became vigilant. Soon, a group of more than 100 black-clothed people appeared from the direction of the Black Cloud territory. They rode on powerful, tamed savage beasts and rushed toward the 100,000 mountains aggressively. They brushed past Jiang Xi and the others and did not stop. It's the dark operation of the Lord's mansion. Why are there so many of them? And the leader seems to be a level 9 warrior. Did something big happen? Lien Hu lowered his voice and said in surprise. Dark operation. Shaolin and the other 2 young warriors also exclaimed. Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that there was something similar to life slips in the Doe pattern continent. Otherwise, the Lord's mansion would not have received the news of their deaths so quickly. After the group of black-clothed people went far away, the youths dared to speak louder. Legend has it that the dark operation of the Lord's mansion committed all kinds of crimes. Once the tens of thousands of tribes under the Black Cloud territory offended them, the entire tribe would be annihilated. At least, the ruling family of the tribe would be exterminated. At worst, the entire tribe would be slaughtered, one of the youths said. Rumor has it that 10 years ago, the Yun family of the Green Flame tribe was exterminated in this way. Another youth nodded in agreement. Don't talk nonsense. Lien Hu glared at them. Shaolin remained silent at that moment. He thought of Yun Xiang. However, he knew that Yun Xiang was not a member of the Yun family of the Green Flame tribe. After all, the Black Cloud Academy was in the Black Cloud territory. If there was a problem with Yun Xiang's identity, it would have been found out by the dark operation. At that moment, Lien Hu looked at Jiang Xi quietly. He always felt that this black-haired youth was strange. However, how could his actions be hidden from Jiang Xi? Jiang Xi did not care. This vigilant youth could not have discovered his strength. Then, they continued to walk in the direction of the Black Cloud territory. After seeing the dark operation of the Lord's mansion, the youth sped up and wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. After another half a day, the group of black-clothed people rode on savage beasts and returned from a back. Stop! A loud shout rang out. The group of black-clothed people quickly stopped them. The 4 youths immediately became nervous. Jiang Xi did not move. They could not tell if he was nervous or not. Chapter 376. A black-clothed man came before Jiang Xi and the 4 youths. He held a portrait in his hand and shouted, "Have you seen this person?" It was Yun Xiang in the portrait. Yun Xiang. The other 2 youths cried out in surprise. On the other hand, Shaolin and Lien, who tried their best to remain calm. Whoosh! The rank 9 warrior in the lead appeared in front of them in an instant. Where did she go? This person's gaze was gloomy, as if he had slaughtered countless lives. I don't know, the 2 youths said in trembling voices, their bodies trembling. Sir, We are all students of Black Cloud Academy. We saw her before coming to the 100,000 Mountains. Lien Hu mustered up his courage and said, "Bring them all back and search their souls for interrogation." The rank 9 warrior said expressionlessly. Shaolin, Lien Hu, and the other 3 immediately panicked. However, at that moment, a cold shout sounded in the rank 9 warrior's ears. "Get lost!" The rank 9 warrior's expression changed drastically, and he turned to leave. "Retreat!" The other black-clothed men who were about to capture them were stunned for a moment, but they obeyed the order and retreated with their leader. Rumble, more than 100 black-clothed men rode their savage beasts and quickly left, not daring to stay any longer. That level 9 martial artist was extremely shocked. What a powerful spiritual sense. Is it a 2-striped Do Master? Fortunately, the other party didn't have any killing intent. Otherwise, the other party would have shattered my soul. Who is it? It's definitely not those 4 youths. The aura of that young man can be confirmed to be a rank 9 warrior. It can't be him either. Could it be the dean of Black Cloud Academy? That old guy is also a 2-striped Do Master. Did he order me to retreat because I wanted to capture his student? Or perhaps it's a passing 2-striped Do Master. He thought a lot, but there was no definite answer. This matter must be reported to the Lord as soon as possible. The people from the Dark Department came quickly and left quickly. Shaolin, Lien Hu, and the other 2 youths were dumbfounded by this scene. What happened? Jiang Ci sighed in his heart. As expected, he could not easily make a move. Previously, for the Tao pattern mystic technique, he made a move once, and the consequences came. However, he was not a cold-blooded person. He could not watch Shaolin be taken away by these people. Therefore, he secretly roared and used his spiritual sense to intimidate them. After the people from the dark operation of the Lord's Mansion had left, Lien Hu and the other 2 youths breathed a sigh of relief. They were full of doubts about the sudden departure of the dark group. At the same time, he was also guessing why Yun Xiang was targeted by the dark unit. Only Shaolin was in low spirits. He was worried about Yun Xiang's safety. Being targeted by the dark unit, it was hard to have a good ending. Jiang Ci and the 4 youths continued onward. Nothing unexpected happened for the rest of the journey. When Shaolin, Lien Hu, and the other 3 youths saw the huge city of Black Cloud territory, they were completely relieved. "Big Brother Jiang, let's go to the Black Cloud Academy and have some fun. Our academy is one of the places with the best scenery in the Black Cloud territory." Shaolin regained his smile, but observant people could still see the worry in his heart. "Maybe next time. I still have something to do." Jiang Ci shook his head. "That works too." Shaolin did not insist. After entering the city, Jiang Ci separated from them and quickly disappeared into the endless stream of people. Seeing Jiang Ci's figure disappear, Lien Hu let the other 2 youths return to the Black Cloud Academy first. He pulled Shaolin to a secluded place. "Shaolin, don't you think Big Brother Jiang is very suspicious?" Lien Hu asked in a low voice. "I don't think so." "Isn't Big Brother Jiang just an ordinary adventurer?" Shaolin's face was full of doubts. "You pighead, have you ever seen an ordinary adventurer brave enough to go to the 100,000 Mountains? Along the way, I've been secretly observing him. No matter what danger he encountered, his expression did not change. It was as if he did not care at all. Think about it. What was he doing when we were hunting the savage beasts?" Shaolin's face changed, and he recalled carefully it seemed to be true. When they were fighting with the savage beasts, Big Brother Jiang was not afraid or excited. He was very calm. It was as if he was a detached observer, observing everything. Also, why did the dark operation of the Lord's Mansion suddenly retreat? Lien Hu asked in a low voice. Could it be that Big Brother Jiang secretly scared them away? Shaolin's eyes widened. These are just my guesses. Lien Hu nodded. I suspect that Big Brother Jiang is very likely a one-stripe doja. This kind of powerhouse can already dominate a region in the Black Cloud territory. So I suggest that you quickly tell Grandfather Shao about this matter. If anything happens in the future, you can be prepared in advance. Shaolin's expression became serious. In the crowd not far away, Jiang Ci smiled and then disappeared. This little guy is quite vigilant. He was not afraid of being discovered as long as others did not find out that he was an alien. In terms of strength, a one-striped doja was at the peak of the golden core stage, a two-striped dosher was at the nascent soul stage, a three-striped do spirit was at the primordial soul stage, and a four-striped do zone was at the unification stage. He had the confidence to deal with anyone other than the four-striped do zone. The city of the Black Cloud territory was very large and could be called a giant city. Therefore, after Jiang Ci sneaked in, he was like a drop of water sinking into the sea, inconspicuous. He bought a quiet house and stayed there for the time being. Of course, the money was obtained from the warriors of the Lord Mansion when he saved Yun Xiang. Rank 8 warriors were still very rich. After staying, he did not immediately go out to inquire about anything. He took out the Tao pattern secret technique he obtained from Yun Xiang and looked at it seriously. The cultivation method is different from the original universe. What is the difference? After looking at it for a moment, Jiang Ci had the answer. The cultivators of the Tao pattern continent also cultivated Tao techniques. The difference was, after the cultivators of the original universe successfully comprehended Tao techniques, the Tao techniques were not in their bodies. Only during battle would they use their spiritual consciousness to connect with heaven and earth and use various Tao techniques to attack. The cultivators of the Tao pattern continent, on the other hand, integrated Tao techniques into their bodies and turned them into Tao patterns to strengthen their bodies and use their bodies to fight. Ignoring physical data, such as strength, speed, and toughness, just looking at physical strength. The physical strength of a one-striped doja, perfected golden core, was equivalent to a low-grade spirit weapon at most. The physical strength of a two-striped do master, nascent soul, was equivalent to a middle-grade spirit weapon at most. The physical strength of a three-striped do spirit, essence soul, was equivalent to a high-grade spirit weapon at most. The physical strength of a four-striped do grandmaster, unification path, was equivalent to a supreme-grade spirit weapon at most. With such a strong body, it's no wonder the way of refining weapons here is so backward. Very few people use spirit weapons. Jiang Ci shook his head. That was not the main point. If that's the case, the Tao pattern secret technique is a method of refining the body. However, it is different from conventional martial arts. It uses Tao techniques to refine the body. No wonder Shaolin, Lien Hu, and the other Yus have such strong physiques. It turns out that they're all on the path of refining the body. However, there is still a problem. After the Tao technique reaches the level of the way of heaven and earth, even the body of an essence soul would find it difficult to withstand the power of heaven and earth, not to mention the power of the great path and heavenly path. If one dares to integrate it into the body, they are definitely courting death. If this problem is not solved, it will be very difficult to cultivate this method of refining the body to a high level. Chapter 377. If I don't solve the problem of my body withstanding the Tao arts, then this cultivation technique is useless. With this question in mind, Jiang Ci continued to read. After a while, he finished reading the entire Tao pattern mystic technique. His eyes lit up as he thought to himself, as expected, the cultivation civilization of the Tao tattoo continent had been passed down for many eras. If he could think of the problem, the cultivators here would definitely be able to think of it as well and would have a solution to it. This Tao pattern mystic technique's description was, after cultivating to a one-pattern Tao warrior, if you want to progress further, you will need to fuse with a Tao pattern blood crystal if you don't have any special physical talents. Only by increasing the limits of your body can you withstand stronger Tao arts and cultivate to a higher level. The Tao pattern blood crystal is a treasure left behind by the gods and is extremely precious. Legend has it that only the 5 major temples possess the Tao pattern blood crystal. Other than the temple that will give the various main cities and territories some Tao pattern blood crystals, Other Tao pattern cultivators would want to obtain this item. One must have a great contribution to apply to the 5 major temples. In addition, fusing with the Tao pattern blood crystal not only requires a strong physique, but also an extremely strong willpower. If one doesn't have a strong willpower, no matter how strong their body is, it will be difficult for them to fuse with more Tao pattern blood crystals. After reading this, Jiang Ci closed his eyes and sorted out the information seriously. The 5 major temples are the gold pattern, wood pattern, water pattern, fire pattern, and earth pattern temple. They correspond to the 5 elemental Tao arts. No wonder the Do Tattoo continent views Tao arts that aren't of the 5 elements as heresy. There might be some secrets behind this. After muttering to himself for a while, Jiang Ci opened the experience panel again. After checking the changes on the panel, he smiled. Mystic technique, Tao fusion technique, 3 Tao fusion techniques, 3 Tao fusion techniques, 3 Tao fusion techniques, 3 Tao fusion techniques, Tao pattern technique, none, 13 million. In the mystic technique column, there was a new item, Tao pattern technique. However, the low-grade impersonator's mask is actually exchanged for such a great reward. Jiang Ci suddenly thought of something and frowned slightly. A mystic technique that was recognized by the experience panel was naturally not an ordinary item. Ever since he knew about the existence of karma divination, he had started to pay attention to karma. He had taken advantage of others today, and he might have to pay them back in the future. Of course, from another point of view, he had saved Yun Xiang's life. In exchange for the Tao pattern mystic technique, it should be an equivalent exchange. He just didn't know if this was how karma was calculated. If you see him in the future, make it up to him. Jiang Ci put this matter to the bottom of his heart for the time being. He turned his attention back to the new secret technique, the Tao pattern technique. Since the level and experience points are displayed, I can directly use experience points to level up. Let's try leveling up first. Jiang Ci was filled with anticipation. He still allowed his clone on Earth's first moon to refine the spiritual fruits and increase his Tao pattern arts level and experience. 3 million experience points required the same amount of spiritual energy. However, now that his avatar was at the full circle of the nascent soul stage, the efficiency of refining spiritual fruits was very high. In just half a day, the upgrade was completed. In that instant, Jiang Ci felt that both his main body and his avatar were changing at the same time. The nascent soul in his lower dantian, a wisp of leaf fire in his left hand, a wisp of gale in his right hand, and a small sword in his torso each separated a Tao intent. The 3 Tao intents spiraled and condensed into one, turning into a tricolored Tao pattern halo that merged into his body. Immediately after, the various physical attributes of his body, such as strength, speed, defense, toughness, and so on, began to undergo drastic changes and continue to strengthen. After a moment, the changes ended. Jiang Ci opened his eyes and gently clenched his fist. Puff! He didn't use any strength at all, but the air produced a muffled sound. Such strong strength, and my defense has also increased. Is this the physical attributes of a low-grade spiritual artifact? No, it's even stronger than a low-grade spiritual artifact. This is a Tao pattern technique that has fused 3 Tao arts. Jiang Ci's figure flickered in this quiet house, leaving behind afterimages as if it was his real body. This was a characteristic of speed that had reached a certain limit, and the afterimages were like a body. Moreover, he didn't use any spiritual power in this move, but only relied on his physical strength and speed. The sword intent has brought a strong attacking power to the body. At the same time, the explosive power of the body has increased, and it is also lighter than before. It has the characteristics of the true meaning of leaf fire and gale. In terms of speed alone, this state is already comparable to 10% of my complete nascent soul stage speed. If I add spiritual power and gale Tao, my speed will be even faster. After experimenting, Jiang Ci came to a conclusion. The Tao pattern technique is more suitable for close combat. In terms of Tao art attacks, the cultivators of the original universe are stronger. In terms of physical strength, the cultivators of the Dou pattern continent have the advantage. Finally, Jiang Ci looked at the changes on the experience panel. Dou pattern technique, 130 million per pattern. His body was now the so-called one pattern Dou, Zhe. My Dou art is at the level of the Dou of heaven and earth, but what merged into my body just now was the Dou intent that was separated from the Dou of heaven and earth. Therefore, it can continue to improve. After attaining 2 pattern, the strength of my body should be able to surpass a middle-grade spiritual artifact. The body of a middle-grade spiritual artifact was terrifying. First of all, a middle-grade spiritual artifact could not damage it at all. At the very least, a superior-grade spiritual artifact could cause him harm. And to truly damage his body, a supreme-grade spiritual artifact was the only way. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ci once again let his clone refine the spiritual fruit. The experience level of the Dou pattern technique increased rapidly. Soon, a day later, a problem arose. Before he could upgrade to 2 pattern, his body experienced a tearing pain. From the inside to the outside, tiny cracks appeared all over his body. It was as if cracks had appeared on glass. Is this the limit of the body's tolerance for Dou art? Jiang Ci frowned. The spiritual power of the complete nascent soul stage circulated, and those tiny cracks immediately disappeared. Then, he looked at the progress of the Dou pattern technique. Dou pattern technique, 50 million/30 million per pattern. If I only integrated 1 Dou art into my body, I might be able to directly upgrade to 2 pattern. But now that I have 3 Dou arts, I have reached my body's limit in advance. However, the benefits of integrating 3 Dou arts at the same time are also very obvious. Although I haven't reached 2 pattern, my current physical fitness is not much different from that of a middle-grade spiritual artifact. Jiang Ci carefully felt the changes in his body. Next, he tried many times to continue to upgrade the level of the Dou pattern technique. But every time, cracks would appear on his body. He understood that if he really forcibly upgraded it, there was a high chance that his body would collapse. The Dou pattern blood crystal can increase the limit of the body's tolerance for Dou arts. I can only do it through this thing. Jiang Ci pondered carefully. The problem was, where could he get it? Directly go to the 5 great temples to apply. What a joke. There were definitely tribulation transcender powerhouses there. He would be walking into a trap if he went there. Chapter 378. As night fell, the Black Cloud territory was still very lively. Jiang Ci was like an ordinary tourist, wandering around the city, enjoying the night view of different civilizations. But there was always darkness hidden under the prosperity. Along the way, he saw many pedestrians being taken away by the dark operation of the Overlord's mansion. Some were just ordinary people. They cried and said that they were innocent. But the men in black from the dark operation ignored them. They even knocked them out in front of their children and took them away. If anyone resisted, they would be killed directly. Blood would flow all over the ground. As for those passers-by, other than some fear, they had no other emotions. They were numb. After the men in black left, everything returned to normal and continued to be lively. The cultivation civilization is prosperous, and the rules have become simple. There are only 4 words left. The weak are prey to the strong. This thought appeared in Jiang Ci's mind. Then he shook his head. To the battle pattern continent, he was just a bystander. This had nothing to do with him. Until late at night, he stopped at a secluded place. A man in black appeared in front of him and said sternly, "Check your identity. Take out your identification. You're the one who delivered yourself to me." Jiang Ci smiled. The man in black was stunned. In the Black Cloud territory, when everyone saw the dark operation, other than fear, they had never seen such an arrogant ordinary person. Phew, before he could react, Jiang Ci was already in front of him. Soul search. Jiang Ci pressed his hand directly on the top of the man in black's head and used the soul search technique. In less than a breath, the man in black lost all signs of life. A wisp of leaf fire fell. The man in black, who had the strength of a level 7 martial artist, turned into nothingness. Not even ashes were left behind. Jiang Xi was not soft-hearted. These people were originally ruthless officials. They did things cruelly, and their hands were stained with blood. So, be it if he killed them. It was just to create some value for him. Then, he returned to the secluded house as if nothing had happened. As expected, it's better to be simple and crude. He had thought for a long time, but did not know where to find the Tao pattern blood crystal. But he found someone to search their soul, and he had a clue. The 5 sacred palaces will occasionally bestow some Tao pattern blood crystals to these city lords and lords. According to the memories of this rank 7 warrior, the suzerain of the Black Cloud territory, Cheng Liang, is a 2-line dosher. He had once received the Tao pattern blood crystal from the Fire pattern temple. This was exactly the information Jiang Xi needed. Under normal circumstances, if you don't have any special physical talents, after becoming a 1-line doja, you will be able to become a 1-line doja. If he wants to improve again, he will need to borrow the power of the Tao pattern blood crystal. Therefore, Overlord Cheng Liang must have fused with a Tao pattern blood crystal. Most importantly, Overlord Cheng Liang had previously obtained a few Tao pattern blood crystals. Did he still have any left? This was an uncertain factor. The probability of that is very high. Since he has already reached the level of a 2-line dosher, he will definitely want to continue improving. As a feudal lord who rules over tens of thousands of tribes, his network is different from ordinary Tao pattern cultivators. He might have other ways to obtain the Tao pattern blood crystal. It's him. Jiang Xi quickly made a decision. However, we still have to be cautious. A 2-line do sure wasn't a threat, but it was always right to be cautious. Through the soul search just now, he also obtained another piece of information. The atmosphere in the suzerain's mansion had been rather tense recently. An unknown 2-line dosher had appeared in the Black Cloud territory, so the entire suzerain's mansion was on high alert. There's no hurry. Let's wait a little longer. Jiang Xi was very patient. The next day, he was meditating in the courtyard when he suddenly opened his eyes. His spirit sense had been scattered around the courtyard, and he noticed that someone had come to visit. He got up and went to open the door. He saw Shaolin and a burly old man. Jiang Xi felt the aura of a 1-line dosher from the old man. No wonder he could find his residence. A 1-line dosher had a very high status in the Black Cloud territory. It was not difficult to find his location. After the two of them entered, "Brother Jiang, this is my grandfather." Shaolin scratched his head and was a little embarrassed. "I am Xiaoyan." "Greetings, Lord Jiang." Xiaoyan bowed solemnly. "Oh, you can see my strength?" Jiang Xi was a little surprised. "My lord's aura is that of a 2-line dosher. I can still see that," Xiaoyan said. Jiang Xi nodded lightly. He had been studying how to continue improving his Tao pattern technique for the past 2 days. Therefore, his aura had been unstable, and he had not completely restrained it. "A 2-line dosher. Brother Jiang, you are indeed not an ordinary adventurer. You deceived me so badly." Shaolin opened his eyes wide. "How can you say that? Impudent." Xiaoyan scolded him. Then, he smiled apologetically to Jiang Xi and said, "I've made a fool of myself. It's fine. This kind of young man has a good temperament." Jiang Xi shook his head. "I'm here to thank you. A few days ago, the suzerain's mansion's dark department was investigating the Yun family clansmen. If it wasn't for Lord Jiang secretly intervening, my grandson would have been taken away by the dark department." Xiaoyan stated his purpose for coming. Recently, several families that used to be related to the Yun family were exterminated by the dark department of the suzerain's mansion. Even 2 1-line do were implicated and killed. The suzerain's mansion is powerful. Even if I'm a 1-line do, I'm not worth mentioning in front of them. If my grandson really fell into their hands, his life would be in danger. Xiaoyan finally sighed. He was also an old man. After Shaolin told him about Lian Hu's speculation that day, he concluded that Jiang Xi was not an ordinary person. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he knew that his guess was right. That day, it was indeed Jiang Xi who made a move and scared off the dark department of the suzerain's mansion. After Jiang Ci heard this, he suddenly understood. No wonder he saw so many men in black on the streets yesterday. It was to track down the young girl, Yin Xiang. He did not get this information from the previous soul search. I've also heard about the Yun family recently. But why were they exterminated? Jiang Ci pretended to be puzzled. Lord Jiang has traveled around. It seems that you're not too clear about the situation in the Black Cloud territory. Xiao Yin laughed and then explained, the Yun family's matter is also a secret. Not many people know about it, and I happen to be one of them. The Green Flame tribe is one of the top tribes in the Black Cloud territory, and the Yun family is the family that rules this tribe. 10 years ago, their ancestor returned from the fallen godland and became a two-line do master. At that time, it caused a sensation because even in the entire Black Cloud territory, there were only a few two-line do masters. Later, a traitor appeared in the Yun family, and the secret of the Yun family ancestor was spread out. It turns out that he was able to become a two-line do master because he obtained a powerful Dao pattern secret technique in the fallen godland. Lord should know that the Dao pattern secret technique that we cultivate can only cultivate one of the 5 elements Dao patterns into a Dao pattern to improve the realm of the body. However, the Dao pattern secret technique that the Yun family ancestor obtained can integrate multiple Dao patterns into the body at the same time. At this point, Xiao Yan's face could not help but reveal an excited and yearning expression. Chapter 379. A normal Dao pattern secret technique could only turn one of the 5 elements Dao patterns into a Dao pattern. However, the Dao pattern secret technique obtained by the Yun family ancestor could turn many of the 5 elements Dao patterns into Dao patterns. Jiang Ci seemed to have understood something. This might be the reason why the Yun family's Dao pattern secret technique could be recognized by the experience panel. It could not only cultivate the 5 elements Dao patterns, but other Dao patterns could also be turned into Dao patterns. This was enough to prove the power of the secret technique. Xiao Yin continued. Not long after the Yun family ancestor's secret was spread, the Lord's residents destroyed the Yun family. However, they did not obtain the Yun family ancestor's Dao pattern secret technique in the end. However, no one expected that a member of the Yun family actually escaped and hid in Black Cloud Academy, living under the nose of the Lord's residents. As far as I know, a few days ago, in order to capture the Yun family member, the dark operation of the Lord's residents killed 100,000 people. 1 level 8 martial artist and 5 level 7 martial artists died in the 100,000 mountains, but Yun Xiang went missing. That's why the Lord's residence has been so active recently. At this point, Xiao Yin looked at Jiang Ci meaningfully. This was because Jiang Ci was also in the 100,000 mountains at that time. With Jiang Ci's strength, he could easily do this. At the side, Xiao Lin's expression was gloomy. He was very worried about Yin Xiang. However, he also knew that with his current strength, he could not do anything at all. Jiang Ci was very indifferent to this old man's suspicion. So what if he was suspicious? After that, Jiang Ci did not continue on this topic. He was concerned about the fallen god's land that Xiao Yin mentioned just now. The Yin family's Dao pattern's secret technique came from there. Then he asked this question. Brother Jiang, you call yourself an adventurer, but you don't even know about the fallen god's land? That's the forbidden area of the entire Do pattern continent. Xiao Lin was a little surprised. Child, don't talk nonsense. Xiao Yin hurriedly patted Xiao Lin's head. Jiang Ci smiled and shook his head. Of course I've heard of it, but I don't know the details. When he was searching souls earlier, he had obtained some information about the fallen god's land from the memories of the rank 7 warrior, but it was very brief. He only knew that the land of the fallen gods was located in the north of the battle pattern continent. It was separated from the Black Cloud territory by over 1 million territories. If one didn't become a Dao pattern cultivator, it would be hard for them to achieve this in their lifetime. This was also related to the fact that the Dao of weapon refinement in the Do Tattoo continent was underdeveloped. It was very rare to see spirit artifacts like flying boats. Moreover, There was no inheritance of array formations here, so there was no teleportation array. This was something that he had been reminded of when he had accepted the mission. It was forbidden to use formations on the Do Tattoo continent. Therefore, it was very difficult to cross such a long distance just by flying. On the other side, after Xiao Yin finished lecturing his grandson, he smiled at Jiang Xi and said, "Sir, you are focused on cultivation. It is normal that you do not know about this." This was because the specific information about the fallen god land was considered a secret in the Do Tattoo continent. Many people only knew that it was a forbidden area, but they didn't know the actual situation inside. My Xiao clan's ancestor once cultivated there, so I happen to know a little about it. This old man will be bold enough to show it off in front of Sir. Xiao Yan's tone was respectful. In his opinion, with Jiang Xi's strength, he would definitely know about the situation in the fallen godland. This was because many two-mark Do masters would choose to cultivate in the fallen godland after reaching a bottleneck in their cultivation. Now that Jiang Xi asked him this question, perhaps he just wanted to know more from him. "It's fine. You can continue." Jiang Xi nodded. Therefore, Xiao Yin organized his thoughts and said, "Sir, you should have heard of the extraterritorial demon race, right?" Jiang Xi didn't bat an eyelid. "Extraterritorial demon race? I am one of them." Xiao Yin smiled and said, "It is said that it is very difficult for the extraterritorial demon race to descend on our continent. This is because in the endless void, there is a heaven and earth boundary set up by the gods. Countless years ago, the extraterritorial demon race paid a huge price to descend on the Do Tattoo continent. They wanted to take over our world. At that time, the gods gathered and engaged in an earth-shattering war with the extraterritorial demon race. It is said that 10% of the Do Tattoo continent was shattered. In the end, we paid a terrible price to obtain victory and drive the extraterritorial demon race out. Since then, the extraterritorial demon race has not dared to invade us again. And the battlefield left behind by that war is the current fallen godland." Xiao Yin sighed. Beside him, the young Xiao Lin felt a sense of yearning. The War of the Gods was a legend of the ancient mythological era. Jiang Xi pretended to be surprised. It seemed that the strong people of the Do Tattoo continent had chosen to conceal their history. The War of the Gods? It was probably a purge of the Do Tattoo continent when the Purple Heaven sect was cleaning up the Third Heaven world. As for the talk of defeating the extraterritorial demon race, it was a little exaggerated. Any perfected lord from Purple Heaven sect would be able to suppress this mainland. What is so special about the fallen godland? Jiang Xi asked again. It is filled with evil aura that can affect one's mind. If one's will is not strong enough, they will lose their mind and become crazy after entering the fallen godland, Xiao Yin said solemnly. Jiang Xi could understand this point. After the death of an immortal Dao strong person, their Dao aura would not dissipate. In addition to the resentment, anger, and other negative emotions before death, it could indeed form a strong, evil aura. "Sir, since you are a two-mark Do sure, you should know that fusing with the Dao pattern blood crystal requires not only a strong body, but also an extremely strong will," Xiao Yin said. Jiang Xi nodded. The Yin family's Dao pattern secret technique had mentioned this point. Although the fallen godland is extremely dangerous, it is also an excellent place to train one's will. Some strong Dao pattern cultivators would go to the fallen godland to train their will in order to fuse with more Dao pattern blood crystals. It is not only these strong people. For countless years, countless ordinary cultivators have risked their lives to enter the fallen godland. This is because if they are lucky, they can obtain the Dharma treasures and cultivation methods left behind by the gods. Take the Yun family's ancestor, for example. He was such a lucky person. Unfortunately, he did not keep his luck and instead became a disaster. Xiao Yin sighed in the end. Jiang Xi was silent. The strong preyed on the weak everywhere. Next, Xiao Yin chatted with Jiang Xi about some other details. He also asked Jiang Xi about his purpose in coming to the Black Cloud territory. Jiang Xi, of course, said that he wanted to travel around and see different sceneries. These words made Xiao Lin extremely envious. After the grandfather and grandson pair left, Jiang Xi felt that he had gained a lot. This was because the mission introduction did not mention the fallen godland. He guessed that the gods should be existences in the tribulation transcendent realm. Since it was the place where many tribulation transcendent realm powerhouses had fallen, there should be good things. The Yin family's Tao pattern's secret technique came from there. If I need to train my will in the future, I can consider going there. However, right now, the most important thing was to find a way to obtain the Tao pattern blood crystal. After another half a month, Jiang Xi quietly left the quiet courtyard. At the same time, he erased all traces of himself. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.